Who tips? Why do we tip a taxi? Explain to me why you tip a taxi driver. You open your own door, you get in, and you give them money, and we have to tip. For what? I don't understand it. I don't tip the woman in M&S for packing my bag. I don't tip the woman in KFC for sort of serving me, and she's got to bring the food. Why do we tip waiters and waitresses? Why do you tip a hairdresser for doing their job? And I tell you what the answer is. It's because they're underpaid by their bosses. And so if you're a junior hairdresser, you're learning to wash hair, you're thriving on tips. But, I don't understand why. I get in my car every morning. God knows we're trying to change the time often enough. I don't tip him when I get this end. I don't give him money, or her. Actually, it's 99% men. I don't tip them. I don't tip people in the supermarkets. I don't tip people anywhere, really, apart from hairdresser. You tip the hairdresser, and you tip a taxi driver if it's a black cab. But if it's anything else, you don't tip, do you? Why do we not do that? I've got no idea. It's ingrained in us. In America, it's standard. You take money for tips. They expect tipping at everything. Literally, somebody brings you a drink, you give them money, the change will come back on a little saucer thing, and the idea is you take your little bit and then you leave some for them. It works the same on the cruise ships as well. Cruise ships are built on tipping. All of these, and yet you get on an aeroplane, they bring you a packet of nuts, if you're lucky. You don't tip them. So why do you tip everywhere else? I've never heard of people tipping on an aircraft, but it's gone completely out of hand. And now they're naming and shaming the companies who keep the tips. They're not meant for them, thieving little so-and-sos. They're meant for the people who have to work for peanuts to bring you the food to your table. Although why, I can't imagine. Tell me where it is, I'll go collect it. But we tip, don't we? I went for breakfast yesterday, tipped £2.50. Well, work that out over 100 customers. You're looking at a bit of money. You're looking at a fair bit of money. And it's not taxed, I believe. I don't think they actually tax things like that. It's meant to be, but I mean, most people shove it in your pocket. But I never give money. I mean, if I go into a place where it's actually written on the bill, I cross it off. I'm really quite awful about that, I'm afraid. What have we got? I'm annoyed with Pret-a-Manger. I'm really annoyed. In fact, I'm more annoyed than I can ever express to you that it took them 2 years to send a letter of condolence to a girl who died because their food was improperly labelled. And it took them 2 years. Shame on you, Pret. Shame on you. That really is not... I mean, how you're explaining to that family the fact you couldn't really be bothered to get off your arse and do a letter for somebody. How long does that take to do a letter? We're terribly sorry. We're doing our very best to try and make sure we rectify the situation. Shame on you, Pret-a-Manger. Really is disgraceful. It's like, where was that other place that we had a lot of trouble with? And I remember thinking, shan't be shopping there ever again. It's another one of these sort of places. Oh, Prince William's on holiday. Sorry. He's on an official visit. You knew it's an official visit because they take his old army uniform so he can play football with impoverished kids in Africa. I don't understand it either. What's the point of it? Well, I mean, what possible use does that do? Nothing. These kids can never come here. They can't afford it. But you do get to play football with him. Whee! The acid attacker, the ex of Towie's Fern, asks for a reduced jail sentence. Let's hope not. And Kate's brother, Kate Middleton, is becoming a tour guide after his gift firm flopped. Debts of, I believe, $3 million. Can't be the same one, can it? How do you lose $3 million on marshmallows? But obviously not the brightest penny in the book. David Beckham's bought his own pub. Well, it's with Guy Ritchie. I shouldn't imagine David's got the faintest idea. So that's 2 pints and a gin and tonic. £3.50, £3. £6? You could just see it, can't you? Poor old Dave wouldn't have the faintest idea. Also, the Michelle Keegan, again, another useless story in the paper about apparently she's trying to keep her marriage going because people are saying it's collapsing. Where they get this rubbish from, I've got no idea. But they all seem to get a bit excited, don't they? They sort of go, oh, yes, so she's got a career, she's doing this, she's doing that, and I go, is she? What, she's just doing what she's paid for? But apparently she's keeping the marriage going. Whoopee! Thrilled. Steve, did you tip John Lewis's staff for their excellent customer service? Nope. Why don't you do that? Why don't you tip people in a shop? Why don't you tip... I mean, there's loads of people who don't tip. You don't go to the off-licence and buy 3 bottles of mild or something, and then and then you sort of get... And there's a shilling for yourself there. You don't get on the bus, do you? And go, and £1 for that journey. That was really good value, thank you very much. You don't do that. You don't tip. I don't tip the producer at the end of each programme and go, well, that's another crappy job, wasn't it? I don't sort of go, and here's start introducing the tipping. Well, you're not going to make any money, are you? How are you going to make money? You've broken the light, the television's still not working. Well, what do you want to do in here? I'm going to tell you what, shall I just throw the microphone in the air and we'll have done with it, shall we? See if we can bring the ceiling down, just to add to the interest to it. No, we don't. There's loads of people who don't tip. And I don't understand. You don't go into the fish and chip shop and go, OK, that's £4.50 and 50 pence for yourself. You know, we don't do that. So why do we tip? Explain to me why we tip taxi drivers, because I don't know. I know it's steeped in the annals of history, but why do you? I open the door myself, I say where I'm going, and then I have to pay at the end. Why do we tip? What's the tip? To be allowed to sit on a seat? It's like taking your friends out in the car and then going at the end, that'll be £1 each, please. You've sat on my Connolly hide. It's very expensive, this leather. You must pay for it. Susanna Constantine, what a horrible person she is. According to the papers today, she had a meltdown backstage, complaining, didn't mix with anybody. Apparently a very inflated ego. Well, there you go. That could be fake news. It might not be fake news. Either way, if you're a rubbish dancer, and she was a rubbish dancer, get rid of her and Tony Beak. She didn't want Tony Beak either. She thought that he was always given the joke people. Which is right, actually. He's always been given the hilarious one. Rob Goldstone says there's an interview with me in the Telegraph today about the Trump book. He says I get to use the P word. I think I'm not saying it. I can't say it. It's a rude word. It's a rude word. What, you think I can say it? Well, be it on your own head. There's an interview with me in the Daily Telegraph about my Trump book. I get to use the word pillock, says Rob Gold. Oh, God, we're all going to be drummed out. The brownies now, aren't we? Somebody's going to complain. Ofcom will be down there going, listen, we're dealing at the moment with the loose women complaints. There's 25,000 of them, but unfortunately, pillock goes right to the top of the list. OK? So it beats bully any day. So there you go. The word pillock has now been introduced into the... I'm sorry to mention it so often, because it's probably people haven't heard it before. So in other words, if you can say pillock, can you use all the other words? Oh, right, you can't use the other word, but you can use that one. What's the difference between the P word and the B word? There is no difference. They're both the same things, aren't they? Unless, of course, you've had an operation. In which case, I mean, I don't know what the singular is of pillock. Pillow, I suppose. I don't know. I never thought about it. The singular of pillock. God, how many times... That's one for Magical Hour. Perhaps that's one we could offer to Dave. Dave would know that one. But people tip black cabbies as we struggle to live in London on our basic money, says Johnny, of £23,000 a year. Also, my regulars know I have to pay my tree surgeons to look after pineapples, the oranges and the lemons, and the lime tree at my Shooters Hill home. Why? But, I mean, nobody can ever explain to me why we tip taxi drivers. Why? I don't know. Is it because they're doing what they're paid to do? If LBC presenters had to survive on tips from their listeners, who'd be the best paid? Me. Without a shadow of a doubt. I don't even need to think about it. It would be me. OK, it would be me. It's as simple as that. I know it sounds terribly egotistical, but I would be the one to say... If all of a sudden, you know, I sort of had been ripped off and over there, everybody would sort of tip me. It's as simple as that. There's no... Well, it's not going to be anybody else, is it? I'm trying to think who would even come close. Who would come close? Dave, you think, would come close? Well, I don't know. He lives in a posh house in Chiswick. He's had chickens. You see, the only chickens I've had come in a little polystyrene dish with a piece of plastic over the top of them. Dave's apparently moved. Well, they didn't until the fox got to them, and then they didn't move no more, which was a shame. I was watching a programme the other day, and I don't know why I was watching it, and I can't remember. It was on sheep going to the abattoir. I know. It's a long distance shot, this, and I can't remember. There must have been some story in the papers about how they were offering, I think it was guided tours of an abattoir. Why you'd want to go to an abattoir, I can't imagine. It's all, you know, and they go, oh, it's all done very decently, and I thought, I wasn't sure. Apparently if sheep go to the abattoir, if they're killed within 24 hours, they just get water. As if that's going to make any blooming difference. But if they're there longer than 24 hours, they feed them. It's kind of like the Last Supper, isn't it, really? But they don't know it's the Last Supper. And then they pour water on them before they electrocute them, which stuns them, and then they can go through the due process. All very odd indeed. Steve, Will Pupper and Nicole from the Car Ads be appearing in the Celebrity Jungle. I've given up. Have you seen the latest people in the Dancing on Ice programme? They managed to sort of persuade Gemma Collins to squeeze herself into an outfit that'll look ridiculous. And then they've got somebody from EastEnders, and now they've got Jane Danson from Coronation Street. Some bloke from Love Island. called Was or Waz or something. I can't remember. Who knows? And Rob says, my mum and dad used to tip the paperboy a £5 at Christmas and the postman too. Yes, well, in those days, people did. But if you remember and you think about it, most people now live in flats. Nobody tips. You used to tip the dustman. You'd always tip the dustman and the paper boy or paper boy. I don't know. Most people don't know who delivers their papers now, so that's why. That's why you just do it. I don't know. I think that's the Christmas box, isn't it? But you tip taxi drivers every day. Grace says I don't tip anybody. I'm glad people have a lot of money to tip in America. Sometimes taxi drivers charge me too much anyway. Well, in America it is built on tipping. Bars in London, you go to Stringfellows, they'll always give you your change on a little silver tray. So you take some off and leave it there. Because I believe it used to be that they didn't get paid, the bar staff in there. It was a case of they survived on their tips. But, you know, after people have had a few drinks, have a fiver. Go on, have a fiver. They can make a lot of money. Take my word for it. Dennis is having a bit of a long day, working in Hartlepool. Oh, Lord, another long week, he says. Best part of the day, though. Left home in Essex. Lovely time to leave home, isn't it? Isn't it a lovely time to leave home? I think it's brilliant. I love it. Would you tip Davy Boy Beckham if you visit his pub? Says Jimmy. No, I wouldn't be going to his pub. I really wouldn't. And my new sofa wouldn't fit through the door. They had to take it apart in the drive and rebuild it. Once in the lounge, I tipped the delivery guys 20 quid each for their efforts. I would do that. My mother, when she had furniture removed from a flat they had in Knightsbridge, oh God, that makes it sound rich, they had to take the window out. They stood on the roof of the delivery van and took the window frame out, and then the sofa went straight in there. It's good, isn't it? Which is clever. Would the plural of pillock perhaps be a Burke of pillocks? Says Sarah. A Burke of... Yeah, it could be, actually. What do you tip the hairdresser for, says Paul? Spit and polish? Conversation. Hello, conversation. You know, because most people don't want to talk to their hairdresser, do they? Because they always say, if you're new in there, they go, so, how have you been? And you think, I always say to people, if they say that to me, and it never works because it's so British, they always go, how are you? And I go, are you medically qualified? And they look at you and go, no. I go, I'm not telling you then, am I? Why would I tell you? You know, when you ask how I am, I assumed you would understand all of my sort of breakages and collapsings and all sorts of things. But no, it's just being nosy. How are you today? Well, I'm fine, aren't I? That's why I'm standing upright with my hand in my pocket. That's the old Mike Dickin. Mike Dickin used to say, people say, how are you? He said, my health is not in question. Then he died having a heart attack at the wheel of his car. And this was the one who hated caravans. And what did he have in his drive? A caravan. He had a caravan. Good old Mike Dickin. There was a man who liked an argument. Actually, most of our sort of people like a good argument. Over the years, we've had the Brian Hayeses and the Mike Dickins and people like that. They've always enjoyed a good argument. And then occasionally I hear other people having a good argument. And I quite like that, actually. I like listening to people arguing, especially when the presenter appears to be the person who has more information at their fingertips. It's when you listen to somebody and they're quite clearly just saying something that is so stupid that they're just complete and utter idiots. And you tend to get a lot in the early hours of the morning. That's why I don't do phone-in. It's no point in you listening to me discussing the finer points of Brexit with somebody who doesn't even understand how you spell it. So there's no point. It's a lot easier just to, you sit down, and it works beautifully, I promise you. It really does. I never tip self-employed people, which includes black cab drivers. Oh, I never thought about that. Well, in fact, surely all the waitresses and waitresses would be self-employed, wouldn't they? Would they be staff? I don't know. I really don't know. Peter says, I wonder if Mr. Loophole gets any tips. We just got a huge one, didn't he, from David Beckham. Yeah, he did very well there. I wonder, actually, if Katie Price is going to be... You know, she's driving a brand new Range Rover. And I'm thinking to myself, how much is her insurance? I'm assuming she does have insurance. Because, if you're nearly a bankrupt... very nearly a bankrupt, and she hasn't made any effort, but she's spending money like there's no tomorrow. I can't help feeling that they need to take the car away from her. She's due at the police station, I believe. If she doesn't do it, she's in big trouble, and that's good news as far as I'm concerned. Why should there be two laws? Why should there be one for a sad old ex-page 3 girl, and one for the rest of us? Ridiculous. I'm in a wheelchair, says Mike. You're very right in your views. Why can't a tip be given if the staff member goes over and above? My black cab driver helps me out and helps me indoors with the shopping, deserves every penny. Yeah, you see, that I can understand. But if I'm just hailing a black cab in town, which I do, reasonably regularly, and I open the door, I'm doing it all myself. I'm not standing there going, sorry, can you open the door? You know, and yet if you get out and you wouldn't tip, I should imagine you get a mouthful of abuse. I wouldn't even like to risk it. I would have thought the only person worth tipping on the plane would be the pilot, says Jim, and perhaps your private hire driver if they decided to make a detour to Beachy Head. I just don't understand why. You see, you don't tip on an aeroplane, and here are people doing something. You don't tip anybody in a shop, be it, you know, Selfridges or John Lewis or Mars. You don't tip any of these people. It's ridiculous. Why don't we just stop it? Jane says, I don't tip my hairdresser. She charges me way enough anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know why we tip. You don't tip people in Paul Cooper's shop when they put the food in the bag and they say, would you like a free bag? It's a free bag because they're only just one shop. And they don't get tipped. Sometimes some of their customers who cook for a living bring them in food and things like that. But it's not every day of the week. I don't charge. You don't have to tip me to do a programme. I get paid by the company. Am I going to tip the bus driver? Yes, I am. I'm going to go at 3:30 at Enfield. Round the rugged rocks, the ragged rascal ran. What have we got? Ronaldo. English National Opera. If you're going to the E&O, that's what they call it, E&O, they're banning bringing water bottles in. Apparently, the OKR types, okay, that's Felicity and Sebastian, they apparently empty out the water, you know, like one does, and we fill it with vodka. And so the E&O have gone, you're not bringing booze. I mean, to be honest with you, that is not to say that you need to be a bit tiddled to watch the E&O, but it's quite useful on some particular shows where you say, I have a little drinky poos. You know, I mean, you don't think at the Royal Variety Performance, Charles and Camilla, all the other ones are sitting up there without a bevy in front of them. I mean, you can see old Harry sticking his hand down, can't you? A little fumble around, and then, you know, then he pours his book, little drinkies. You know, last act was rubbish. You know, and that's what people, but the E&O, they do it, so they're confiscating water. So if you're going to the E&O tonight, you have to don't take in a water bottle, or if you are, stick it in your pocket. But I have a feeling they might do a rub down. Do you think they'll do a search? Fantastic, I'm going to go to there. That's the place to go to if you haven't had anything for ages. You know, the chance of being touched. Whoopee! I know some people wouldn't enjoy that kind of thing, but, you know, when you get to my age, you're grateful for anything. Somebody brushing up against you in Oxford Street is tantamount to a relationship as far as I'm concerned. So the very idea of actually getting on sort of the E&O and they go, okay, we're just going to have a little pat down. Go round twice, me. Go round. I'm just going to go to the toilet, and you rush round the back, and then you come in the front door again. Have we just seen you? I don't think so, no. What a brilliant idea. So don't take water because they're going to empty it out in front of you. They compensate. They do that, though. That's quite normal at concerts and things like that. They want you to buy their water. And I'm assuming you can probably buy water inside, but you're not bringing it in. I always take water. Whenever I go to... They blame it on security, but I always take water and a packet of Frutellas. Because you've got to have something to munch on, haven't you? and so, but I wouldn't take booze in. I know that young children, school children, on a Saturday evening, you can find all sorts of half-empty bottles around Twickenham and everywhere else, which have quite clearly had booze in. They've either put Bacardi in there or something, and then they just put Coca-Cola in, and that's it, because they have drink problems. Still to come. The council who told the motorist who fell in one of their holes should have driven around it. They're very unsympathetic councils, aren't they? And the death threats, which forced a shop owner to shut down after 4 weeks. What was she selling that made people so antagonistic? Fur. She was selling fur. It was coats and jackets and things like that. It wasn't actually... I think she was doing rabbit and things like... Either way, I thought we got over that. But 4 weeks, she had death threats. Now, of course, as you know, totally illegal. She should pass them on to the police. These people should be arrested and charged and thrown in prison, which I think is a brilliant idea. Most tips I get are on American dollars, as they come from Americans landing here who didn't have time to change the currency. I'd take anything. If I was looking for a tip, I couldn't care less whether it's US dollars or anything else. Steve, when you're getting charged $4.50 for a bottle of water on a flight, there's no chance I'll give a tip. Is that what they charge for a bottle of water? I mean, I can go out for £4.50, okay, for £4.50 I can buy 40 bottles of water in Costco. They do a case of Costco water. It's about £3.40 for 40 bottles, and they're charging £4.50 for one bottle, I tell you. Sorry? Well, I'm stuck. I'm going to have to buy... But then we go, I'm on holiday. So that doesn't really matter, does it? But you're right. I mean, to be honest with you, if I was... when we had the hot summer... down on some of the roads out of London. There's a couple of enterprising people. They take down a tin bath filled with huge blocks of ice, and they put all their cans of drink in there, and, you know, and they charge, I think it's £1. Whatever it is, on a boiling hot day, sat in the car, and you see a big ice cube with lots of cans of Pepsi and all sorts of things, and they're charging £1, you're going to go for it big time. As far as I'm concerned, that's value for money. £4.50 for a bottle of water is what I call rip-off. A rip-off, it's just not good enough. I always buy cases of water, because for some reason, don't ask why, I'd never drink out the taps. I'm sure it's fine, but I just don't fancy drinking out the taps. I just prefer to drink bottled water. I'm sure it's sort of better. Still to come, the rescuers in the race against time as the tsunami death toll rises to 1,200. That's a huge amount of people who've lost their lives. And the experts who claim foxes can't be responsible for the Croydon cat killings. I don't know why. And if you're a flower arranger, I've got something for you this morning. If you're a flower arranger, I'm going to offer you the chance to do flower arranging for our charity Make Some Noise. That'll be coming a bit later. We take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Plus we do the papers. Ronaldo's in all of them, although there's been two sides to this story. He's apologised to a model, so it was claimed. He says it's fake news. And there is one picture of them in a nightclub in Vegas. Apparently she's saying that she was a victim of rape, and he's saying this is lies. Because unfortunately, whichever way you look at it, and you should have listened to Andrew Castle on Saturday, he was saying, believe it or not, some people do tell lies. Especially if it's somebody famous. You know, if it's somebody famous, people will make something up. They go, wait a minute, I can make money out of this. This happened. And we've had more and more cases proven to be downright lies. This woman has made her claims. All he appears to be doing is just looking on. I don't know, it's Vegas. I don't know what goes on in Vegas. I couldn't care less, to be honest with you. But if he's guilty, he'll pay the price. If he's not, he apparently has paid her £290,000, or dollars, or whatever it was. Well, that shouldn't be too difficult to prove, should it? The X Factor lurches from one disaster to the other. It's turned into like the busking show now. We had a busker the other week, one this week. It's the biggest pile of rubbish on the television. It really is. It hasn't improved at all. It's no good putting Robbie Williams and his dreary wife, Ada, whatever she's called, on the television. It doesn't help the programme that has no talent on it. You know, they've got somebody here who sort of fell off the stage, highlight of the programme, as far as I was concerned. The week before, they had another woman who turned up with her, was it her dogs or cats or something in a basket? I mean, really, honestly. Where are they getting them from? I've got no idea. There's some home somewhere missing a few residents. And then Sharon Osbourne has been fired. Not because she branded the show's contestants effing karaoke, but because basically she's had enough of it. She called him a fat-faced mother, what's it? But that was nothing to do with it. It's the fact that, you know, Simon thinks that, you know, the programme's better with Robbie Williams. Well, it's not. We've seen the audience figures. It really isn't. Him and dreary Ada and funny little Louis Tomlinson, a man who doesn't know anything at all. I mean, seriously, where does he get his expertise from? He was in an assembled boy band. That does not give you the right to judge other people. Put this way, he couldn't make it in any musicals if his life depended on it. And are you one of those Brits who got lots of pictures in the paper today of Ant McPartland, suited and booted for the night out, no tie, and a suit he's obviously had for some years, taking his girlfriend, Anne-Marie Corbett, out. A little bit of advice for Anne-Marie: if you don't want to go out, dear, try and at least pretend that you're having a nice time by smiling. I've never seen anybody look so miserable, and what the outfit was, I've got no idea. Probably looked nicer than the model in the catalogue, but not for you at all, I'm afraid. So he celebrated 6 months of sobriety. That means no booze. As I say, she looks as miserable as sin. I've never seen anybody look so unhappy. You think they're coming out. Somebody says, I've never seen him looking so happy. Really? I'm obviously looking at the wrong picture here. She looks like she's just sort of lost a tenner and found a penny. And he just looks, I don't know, obviously enjoying not working, I should imagine. But neither of them are working at the moment, are they, really? Also, a British couple. What would you do? What would you do? Jessica Frank and Edward Gibson found a bag whilst holidaying in Greece. Inside it was £6,200 in euros. £6,200. So they handed it into the police, who reunited it with the shopkeeper. Their kind act gained them celebrity status, earning them a hotel upgrade and a free taxi trip. And they also got a huge hug from the owner, who had dropped her takings of €7,000 in Crete. Council worker Jessica, little Jessica, of the Midlands says we found it and we decided to hand it back in again. Edwards, a trainee engineer, he says we were watching thinking, oh my God, the amount is what some locals earn in a year. We kept getting called heroes. Well done to you, because other people might have kept the money. But you were honest, so good for you, and I'm glad you got the upgrade. 6,200, blimey. Could we all guarantee we would be as honest? I don't know. I'm not too sure. Stone Roses, not really interested. And lots of pictures of Cheryl with somebody else's hair stapled to her head. And she's doing a Paris Fashion Week. Well, I mean, they say she's leading L'Oreal. Well, she's paid by L'Oreal. They make it out like she's doing a charity gig. She's not. She's paid by L'Oreal. She's an ambassador. Well, she's an advert for L'Oreal, because you're worth it. And they've stuck her in this ghastly outfit with thigh-length boots. As I say, looks like she's about to start working the Champs-Élysées. But she arrived at the fashion event, and she will belt out her single. She'll mime her single, Love Made Me Do It, live on the X Factor. It'll be her first live performance in 4 years. Expect a disaster. Apparently it's about her relationships. Who cares? Who cares, ladies and gentlemen? The University Newbies on tips on how to be prostitutes. This is Brighton University letting the sex workers outreach project called SWAP have a stand. Lovely. Want to be a hooker? This is the place to go to. They can teach you the ins and outs and, as if it really is a job nowadays. Well, I suppose it is, isn't it? World's oldest profession, so they're constantly telling us. And a TV experiment. It's an old one, this. This is taking young people in to mix with old people. And it's company for just about everybody. So it seems to work, doesn't it? Seems to work for them, seems to work for the elderly people. They end up with some nice company. Plus this morning's stars on the tears, the tantrums and the unknowns. No, another blooming whole-page picture of Cheryl modelling. She's not a model, though, that's the trouble. It doesn't really help. If you're not a model and you're a bit wooden. But luckily she's not too tall, so nobody's going to notice her anyway. Telly veteran John Nettles has vowed never to play Bergerac again. I didn't think they wanted him to. It's one of those sort of things, is it? And here she is, little Miss Misery, Susanna Constantine, dancing with poor old Tony Beak, who looks like he's been embalmed. And it was rubbish. She was absolutely dreadful, and so she has to go. If you're not going to make the effort, darling, and you quite clearly didn't make any effort, then off you go. All right, if you don't like it, kind of tough. That's the way it goes. Here's two men named as prime suspects in the IRA pub bombings in a special documentary to be broadcast this evening. Michael Patrick Riley and James Francis Gavin are as identified as allegedly being involved in the attacks. One was confronted in a supermarket by a film crew. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course he did. He spent time in prison. He must know what they're talking about. It can't be that stupid, surely. Philip and Holly celebrating 30 years of this morning. Kim Marsh made her first TV appearance. John Turode. Simon Cowell didn't know what he was doing there. He says, I don't know why I did the show at all. And Jamie Oliver appeared there when he were young man. And Richard and Judy started it all. Judy doesn't appear anymore on television. Eamon, that's the one with the false hips and all the rest of it. It's been stuck together by sticky tape, I think, and sticky back plastic, and he's there with Ruth. Of course, Eamon, you can't believe that they're actually the same age. She's looking so much better than he is. So much better. Light exercise, good for you. It improves the brain. Light exercise for just 10 minutes can ward off dementia. Whee! That's good, and you don't want to see a picture on page 19 of the Daily Mirror. It's the killing of badgers. They cull badgers. They catch them in a cage and they just shoot them. And they're supposed to do 2 shots. Apparently 40,000 will die. Didn't know there were that many. 40,000 badgers. Because they want to... I think it started, didn't it? It's 2013 or something like that, to halt the spread of bovine tuberculosis. 35,000 animals have been killed since, and there's another 40,000 to go. And so they've got this secret bit of film where it shows a badger in a cage being shot, but then he doesn't give it a second shot. It only does the first one. Wendy in Florida says, I was in New Zealand earlier this year and restaurant waiting staff refused to accept tips. They say they're well paid, they don't need tips. Likewise with petrol garages. When I asked a member of staff to fill up the hire car, he refused a tip. Oh, I wouldn't tip somebody for filling up the car, would you? Oh. Here in America, though, 20% tipping is now expected at many restaurants. I stick at 10% and do get some dirty looks. Yeah. There used to be a guy who used to hand a card out. He was anti-tipping in America, and the card used to say, I haven't tipped you because I believe that your boss should be paying you a decent wage. I refuse to substitute it, but let me tell you that you're an excellent waiter. or waitress, or whatever it happened to be. Interesting, isn't it? I tipped them when I came out of hospital. I went back and gave them tins of Quality Street and toffees and chocolates and things like that. And the surgeon for my heart, I gave a bottle of champagne to. Cheap at half the price, I would have thought. When I was a waitress, says Louise, says I would earn between 3 to 10 quid a table, but I wasn't allowed to keep my own tips. Anytime I was caught with one, I'd have to put it in a pot, and at the end of the month, it would be shared. Oh, I don't think you should have to do shared tips. If somebody's tipping you, they're tipping you. They're not tipping other people. Connie says, be careful. At the Royal Albert Hall, you're not allowed to bring water in. They found a small bottle of water in my handbag. When I showed them all the tablets I have to take, they said no more about it, and my son's still happy to set up the TV for free of charge. Thank you. I'm going to manage it today, don't worry. It's going to happen today, he says. I got home yesterday, I thought, I'll do it today. I thought, I can't be bothered. I'd rather lie down, and I had a nice lie down, and then I did my invoice, because they have to be in today, so I did that. Always make sure that goes in. I'm not stupid. And then I thought, well, I'll do it today. Because I did have one interview this week. I did have, coming in, John Bon Jovi. Very excited, very excited. Unfortunately, he's still in America. He hasn't left America yet, so we're hoping it will still come off. Looking forward to doing that. David in Wilson, very cruel. The whale seen in the Thames was actually Gemma Collins in a grey wetsuit. Now, come on, that whale is much bigger. Much, much bigger. And Ian says, one of my colleagues is learning English by watching The X Factor, saying phrases like, you've made this song your own, and you literally owned the stage. I know. You can use that in so many different things, can't you? You can sort of weave it into most conversations. Long weekend, says Shane, listening to you whilst I walk along the headland from Bondi to Bronte Beach, then fish and chips. I couldn't eat fish and chips. It's funny, I was talking about the booze earlier on. I've completely lost the taste for alcohol. Much makes me feel ill thinking about it. I've got loads of booze. Seriously, I've got a fridge full of booze. I've got Prosecco. I've got any sort of booze you think of. I've got it, but I just don't want to drink it. I don't care anymore. I think that's good news, actually. Hopefully it might last, with a bit of luck. Another one, Zach says, we never imagine to tip nurses or doctors. Well, I do. See, I'm one of those odd ones. I take in tins of toffees and everything else. When I underwent 6 weeks of chemo, I left the whole water hamper of goodies. Oh, I'd never go that far. I would leave tins of toffees and chocolate, things that they can share out. I would definitely do that. Definitely. Panicking retailers have started a series of early sales which could last until Christmas. Next, Marks and Spencer's and Debenhams have been struggling with a double whammy of high business rates and huge price wars from websites. Well, there you go. So we got sales on now. It's just in an effort. They'll always moan about it, won't they? They'll always go, oh, no, well, you aren't spending as much money as you should be and all this. And you think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. It is just shopping. It is coming up to Christmas. If this was any other time of the year, I could understand it. But I just sort of think that come Christmas, because you're going to do all the shopping before Christmas, by the time you get to Christmas, you won't have to buy any shopping, will you? Lee Ryan, shocked fans. Yes, we're all shocked fans, actually. And he's been getting close to his sexy partner. I keep saying, watch him. He's trouble with a capital T. But unfortunately, she's as bad as he is. So, Lee Ryan's sort of 35, but mental age playing about 11, I should imagine. Who's had a picture of Tommy Fleetwood? Right, do you know, up until now, I had no idea who any of the Ryder Cup people were and cared precious little. They play golf. That's all I care about. And so here he is. His wife, Claire, is 20 years his senior, and he's down to his birdie at home, blah, blah, blah. As I say, I couldn't care less. Golf, the dullest thing on the planet. Why do they insist on trying to sell it to me? It's just not working at all, is it? And here's a picture of... I never don't know half these people. Who's Cardi B, for God's sake? Performed her first major gig since giving birth to daughter Culture, spelt with a K. Who are these stupid people? An American rapper. The rapper flaunting her incredible post-pregnancy body in a red bra and matching tassel trousers. So your daughter's called Culture with a K. Oh dear, I don't think your career's going to last that long, love. Really quite ridiculous. David Beckham's bought his own boozer. Well, he's bought it with Guy Ritchie. But Bex, whose London home is in nearby Holland Park, plans to give the pub a makeover. He doesn't know diddly squat about makeovers. He just knows pants and whiskey. He doesn't know anything else. So put some chairs in here. Yeah, all right, Dave. We'll put some chairs in for you, love, OK? Do you want table tennis? No, we can't, but that takes up valuable space. Football? blow football? No, you can't have any of that at all. Okay, we'll just take the money. It's called the Walmer Castle. Apparently, somebody says he can't wait to get stuck into making it as he wants it. How stupid. He's not intelligent enough for that. He's not an interior designer, please. Goodness sake, honestly, might as well ask the wife to do it. And here they all are. Sugar Sweets, past winners. And it's the people who've sort of, got through the lies and all the rest of it about how successful they are. And Michelle Dewberry. In fact, the last saddest thing for her was looking for love on Tinder. That was it, really. Tim Campbell, Series 1. And he started his own male grooming business, a trust for budding entrepreneurs and a digital marketing agency. Lee McQueen, the milkman's son, famously phoned in sick with food poisoning on what should have been his first day. But he's since gone on to found his own recruitment company, whatever that is, who knows. Simon Ambrose fought off Katie Hopkins to win and work for property. He's now set up his own restaurant and bar enterprise. Again, risky. Stella English, gone on to date snooker player Ali Carter, whoever. Tom Pellereau, he's got a style file, nail file, which is widely sold in shops. Seen it? No, me neither. Yasmin Siadatin, none of these people have you ever heard of, but she's condemned her half-brother after it was revealed he went to fight for the Islamic State. She works for a financial technology company. Mark Wright, not that one. He's had on-off relationships with other people. And what do we got here? Joseph Valente. He expanded his business, opened 4 more offices around the UK, and while he's no longer with Lord Sugar, they're on good terms. Yeah, right. We've got Joseph on the phone. Who? Joseph. Don't want to talk to him. Thank you. End of phone call, that's it. And Leah Totten, apparently. She's a doctor, now 30, and she's had 2 of her own branded Dr. Leah cosmetic skin clinics in London and Essex. Best place for them, I think, actually, dear, but of no interest to most people. Also in the paper, the plague of rats, which is on the way. Oh, that's all we need, apparently. Do you know how many rats there are in the UK, apart from the ones on reality shows? 120 million. That's what they reckon. They always reckon in London, you're never more than 6 feet away from a rat. So I'm looking round here, and I'm thinking, anyway, you should block any gaps in brickwork, clear out stair cupboards, and avoid leaving food where rats can get it. And believe you me, they can get it from anywhere they like. Okay? It must be dead easy to design a collection. It must be so simple, because even Michelle Keegan can do it. She's designed her own range of clothes. She says, when I'm designing, she says, I like to think what my friends would like to wear. So she's gone from being a really busy actress, so busy, to jetting across the Atlantic, probably doodling on a little pad there. And she's designed her own range of clothes. The collection is very versatile, with great knits and separates. Do you know, I'd like to put you to the test, actually, dear. I'd like to stick you on this morning and go, right, here's a big sheet of paper. Design a new outfit now. I bet you'd be sitting there till hell freezes over. Or she goes, well, they actually design it, and I just put my name to it. I just get paid for it. I can't see her designing it. I mean, seriously. I've never seen Posh sit down and actually do a drawing of anything, but I'm sure they have to, because you can't sort of turn out clothes without it. But most of these things, on Very, which is the one that she's got hers on, the Michelle Keegan, loads of people have got them. All the third-rate Z-listers have got those sort of things. Where they say, oh, this is my collection. And I'm led to believe they just go, do you like this? You do it in 6 different colourways. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, we'll put your name to it. The very idea that they sort of sit down and go, oh, I designed this. I want to see some sort of evidence, please. Thank you. But what would the Steve collection look like? I don't know, actually. I don't know. What would it look like? About what? Bin bag chic. I don't know. Never thought about it, actually. I just go to the wardrobe and go, oh, that's quite nice. Or I see a shirt. I'm taken with quality of shirts nowadays. I sort of touch the fabric. If I don't like the fabric, I don't bother buying it. I don't want anything too thin or something like that. And I've had a look recently, and of course that's what they do in Marks and Spencer's. That was something. I was going to bring them in. Have I brought them in? I must do this for you now, because this interested me. This really interested me, because I did it. I didn't do it to sort of trip them up. I did it because I was fascinated. Messy. Oh, you've eaten them all. Have you eaten them? You've had one. They're quite nice, actually, aren't they? So I'm in Marks and Spencer's yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and I saw 6 mince pies, and I thought, Oh, 6 mince pies from their Marks and Spencer's The Collection. So, of course, that comes in a gold box which has got a sticky label on it. And it says here, try not to salivate. 6 mince pies, melt in the mouth, all butter, short crust pastry pies, deep filled with plump vine fruits, cranberries, clementine, cherries and brandy, delicious served hot. And I thought, how exciting. I'll buy some of those. And I thought, well, it's got brandy, and so the sell-by date must be, I should imagine, next year. No, it's in 16 days' time. It expires, which is very odd. How much brandy is in there? So I turn the box over. Here we go, and it says again, in fact, it says it in about 3 different languages. 6 all-butter short crust pastry cases filled with mincemeat, containing dried vine fruits, glacé cherries, brandy, clementine juice, and cranberries, topped with an all-butter short crust pastry star and a sweet dusting. For best results, serve hot. Whoopee! So I go through the ingredients. Wheat flour contains gluten with wheat flour, calcium carbonate, iron, niacin, thiamine, dried vine fruit, 17%, sultanas, currants, raisins, butter, milk, 14%, sugar, glucose fructose syrup, apple puree, glacé cherries, glucose fructose syrup, sugar, again, colour from black carrots, acidity regulator, citric acid, and here it is. Brandy. 2%. 2% brandy, it says here. So, is that 2% of the whole... in which case, is it like sort of a thimbleful in each one? 2% must be really, really piddlingly small. And you can tell how small an amount it is. I didn't notice that first time round. Didn't notice the amount. Is because the sell-by date is only 16 days. If they had a serious amount of whiskey in, or Glenfiddich or something like that, the sell-by date would be next year. But they're not, so you realise that they've just basically opened the top of the bottle and waved it over it. I don't think you get very much at all. Annual holidays in the Costa del Sol are going well, but afraid to say a little sunburnt this morning, says Donny. A minor mishap with an area where sun cream was not applied to the inferior aspect of the back. A little sore this morning. Oh, I've had that before. I got burnt to pieces. And David says, I used to tip my local betting shop at Christmas with chocolate coins. Never got a free bet back from them with no winners. Disgusting, isn't it? I love all those programmes on the telly. You know, go on, have a go at roulette, or whatever it happens to be. Invest £10 and we'll give you £10. And then you read in little letters, it's not real money, it's pretend play money. It's to get you hooked. So I'm very good. I don't. Good deed to tip better, serving amiable staff who've got a smile on their face as a niche. Yeah, sometimes smiles can be a little bit misleading. You tip if you've had good service. I'm not tipping somebody just for bringing food to the table. I'm looking for a bit extra. A little bit extra. Steve, the 6 feet from a rat thing in London, less than 6 feet below you is the sewer system. Says John the cabbie. I don't think so. I'm on the second floor. Second floor? Third floor? What am I on? I don't know what floor I'm on. I'm on 3, aren't I? Oh, listen, you'd have to go down... to find the sewers in this building. You'd be going down 60, 80 feet. Easy. More like 100 feet. So, you know, less than 6 feet. I'm not on the ground floor. I'm up in the air. Underneath me are loads of other radio stations. They wouldn't be pleased to know there's rats wandering around there at all. I've counted 84 neon lights in wagons already this morning, says Dan, driving from Manchester Andover. We discovered a short while ago. You remember that if there's neon lights in lorries, gay, signifies gay lorry drivers. And apparently there's quite a few out there. You keep reporting it to me on a daily basis. So they're all out there, the gay lorry drivers, and they've got neon lighting in their where you get it from, probably a gay neon lighting shop, I should imagine. Also, of course, it's at Tory Party conference. It's be very interesting. Also, despair for Tony Beak after the Susanna disaster. She can't dance. And she's quite miserable. What a miserable, mizzing old face, isn't it? Really dreadful. Here's Cheryl, all 2'10" of her, sort of wandering up and down in Paris. Also, Len Winch and his wife Mary worked hard, never relied on the state, nor put money away. However, today their life savings being eaten up by the cost of their care. It's £1,035 a week each. Each! Wow. She sold her bungalow for $260,000, with savings of $100,000. Her parents had a £360,000 pot. However, 18 months on from moving into the home, $120,000 has already been swallowed up. Oh, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? These people who run these care homes, they must be laughing. How does it cost £1,000 a week to look after somebody? It's cheaper to book into a hotel. Much cheaper. Here's a baby elephant rescued. That's nice, isn't it? And it was caught by one of these wires. And so they lifted it up again, the rangers, and sent it back to the herd again. So that's nice, isn't it? I like that. I like hearing a good story about things like that. As I say, Prince William kicking a football around with some sort of deprived African youngsters, I'm afraid, is of no interest to me whatsoever. We've seen Harry do it. We've seen you do it. Can't you do something else? And also wearing an army uniform because he's apparently Colonel-in-Chief or something. What does that mean? Colonel-in-Chief. Doesn't mean anything at all, I don't think. Brian McFadden doesn't think much about moaning minis, complaining about online abuse. Don't zero your own lame. Because it comes after he came in for online criticism for joking that next time he'll make sure he's doing 50 miles an hour after complaining about a 6-month suspension and a £450 fine for driving at 39 miles an hour in a 30. Well, there you go, you're a silly boy, isn't it? That's why, of course, Brian will not be taking part in the Westlife reunion, because he can't get to the gigs. I have to say, can you get the bus? Oh, probably not. Probably not. 7,000 British women might have to give back the compensation they got for botched boob jobs because the company says they never had them in the first place. It's the 1st of October, so we can do pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. We can do, is it white rabbits? I can't remember what we're supposed to do now. Depends if you're superstitious, doesn't it? If you think you're sort of very superstitious, well, then you won't go anywhere today, but I mean, we get ever nearer. So if you remember how quickly September was through, October's going to go even faster. Then we're going to have Halloween. The Halloween stuff is already on sale everywhere. You can't move for it. Mind you, in Costco, you've got Halloween and Christmas. And Christmas cards. So I might have to go and get Christmas cards at some point. And what else we got? Oh, I don't know. It's gonna whiz by so quickly. Christmas. They've already got sales on in the shops. Sales in the shops because they're so worried that you're not going to be spending coming up to... Why are they worrying now? We always spend coming up to Christmas. It's Christmas. That's what we do. I just don't understand why they go, we better have the sales on now. So, there you go. It's one of those things. But I know you don't want to get up for work today, and I'm telling you, you have to. I know you don't want to, and it is cold. You will discover when you get outside it's a bit cold. So maybe a hat, maybe a scarf. But, of course, later on, when it warms up a little bit, you can look ridiculous walking about in a big overcoat. So something in between. Hat's always useful. You can pop it in your pocket. Steve, talking about water. Food warehouse in Wolverhampton. Oh, please, for goodness. Wolverhampton. Have a reverse vending machine. You take your empty bottles to get 10p a bottle. Case of 24 bottles costs £2.79, meaning the 24 bottles of water only cost you 39p. I think you're just cheap. How cheap do you have to be? What, you take the bottles back? Wow. It's unusual. I mean, I can get 48 bottles for about £3 in Costco. Which is, I think that's actually quite good. It's only water. And it comes from the heavens originally. It comes from God. Just that if you stood outside with a tin bath trying to fill up bottles, you'd be there forever and a day, wouldn't you? I had a taxi driver, says Shane, a while back, rude and arrogant. I didn't tip him. I was halfway out of the taxi, put his foot down, and then he fell in the gutter. Missed the number plate. Ooh, that's nasty, isn't it? I've heard of things like that. I tell you what's getting worse. Buses. Bus drivers who live on the brake every day. I'm not sure if it's some sort of competition done between them to see if you can actually manage to make a pensioner fall over. I nearly became rude yesterday. There was a couple sitting on the bus, young couple holding hands, obviously deeply in love, and luckily it didn't actually occur, but they were sitting in the seats reserved for people for whom it's more difficult to stand. And they seem to be blissfully unaware of anything else apart from themselves. You feel like sort of saying to me, excuse me, this is not for you. Can you read signs? It's like, you get on the train and you get people who are quite good at not using their telephone if it's in the quiet carriage. And they're also quite good at not doing their makeup because they didn't get up in time. And they're quite good at not sitting there eating smelly food. And then you get people on the buses, they're on the phone all the time. Who they're talking to, God alone knows. How important does it have to be to talk to somebody on the bus? Dreadful. Have you ever taken on the challenge, Steve, to eat enough mince pies for the spirit to take effect? No, I don't do that, actually. As I say, now I've lost the taste for booze. It's funny, isn't it? I'm more than happy to drink milk and water, and I've started taking some other drinks, which are health drinks. They're called Wow, I think. I found them in Waitrose. They're not cheap. I've got to find a case of them somewhere. It's got to be cheaper by the case. And they're £2.50 a bottle. And they've got all sorts of different, not juices in there, but things like pomegranate and stuff like that. They're quite delicious. And I'm quite enjoying those. I feel how I keep those in the fridge. Today I'm going to go out and get a load. I put 20 in the other day. Drank 3 of them just on the way back on the bus, which was good, wasn't it, really? But it's Wolverhampton. We have to go to Food Warehouse to go and get cheap water. Can't be bothered, actually, for the sake of 2 or 3 quid. I'm not mean enough to not want to spend the money. Pinch punch, first day of the month, I need a coffee, says Iceman. And Dean says, didn't tip the staff when Mum and I went for lunch yesterday. Food was excellent, but waited too long. Care homes are so expensive to pay the shareholders of the big companies. They all seem to be owned by these days. I saw a thing the other day. This interested me, because I met somebody years and years ago, LBC listener, and he worked in a funeral home. And on it had the name of the funeral home, and he said, well, actually, he said, that's a bit misleading. He said, what it is, it's owned by a big insurance company. Like lots of them. And they had a thing on the television. You know where you see these adverts where they go, oh, look, something's fallen through next door's letterbox. Oh, and if you pay so much a week, they pay for your funeral costs. And all. You see lots of these adverts on the television. And this particular one, obviously the thieving old bloke in it, has been next door, picked up their post, and then he tells this woman, oh, you should call them. You pay £1.74 a year or something. Anyway, so it went on. And they said, verified or something by independent funeral directors. And I thought, well, how many of those exist? Because most of the funeral directors now, even local ones, they're affiliated to big insurance companies. They bought them all up. But they've kept the names to make you think you're dealing with a family. So I was quite curious to discover which independent funeral directors they'd managed to find, because we haven't got any round our way. I think they're all affiliated to big insurance companies. Big business dying, as they say. Not that we'll be worrying about it anytime soon, excuse me. Quick slurp for the first day of the month. Ooh, delicious. Went down the wrong hole. Typical, isn't it? You try and do something so classy and all of a sudden it goes pear-shaped. So it's the Tory party conference today, where the good and the great will assemble in one hall, and people will tell you fibs, and we've had it before. and then we'll all come out, and then people will say, will you be voting for this person? And of course, coming up, you know, as we are sort of heading in that kind of direction, they'll promise you anything. They'll say, definitely, you're going to be working a 4-day week, but getting paid for a 5-day week. Where do I sign? You imagine, in my business, oh, by the way, Steve, you're working a 4-day week, but we'll pay you the extra 5 days. I don't think that's very likely, is it? Like a lot of people in my business, you get paid for the days you work. It's not going to work any other way, no matter what Corbyn says, or his cannabis-loving son, who's opening up a shop. He's made some names up with him and his girlfriend, and apparently his father is aware of it. Oh, I do hope so. And then I turned on the telly the other day, and they've got The Chase. Who was on? Diane Bewildered Abbott was on there. And I thought, oh, God, we're starting going down this route, are we? And then, lo and behold, on the panel as well, with Diane Abbott on The Chase, Denise Van Outen. Flip over the other side, there she is on Tipping Point. You're turning into a bore, dear. Okay, turning into a bore. I realise there's not a lot of work around, but I mean, for God's sake, can't they check on these places? You know, I'm sorry, what else have you filmed recently? Okay, I've done Dancing on Ice, Splash, Strictly Come, Love Island, and Love Island with Bear Grylls, and I've just done Tipping Point as well, and I'm doing The Sooty Show. Right, nothing for you for the next year. It's as simple as that. Steve, I just had notification on my Heathrow app that T4 has a problem with the power cut. Probably best to check if anybody's using it. Well, you're not flying on T4, are you? You just so you can walk it. Take candles or a torch. That'll be fine. And love the Costco water, same as you. Stop drinking tap water. The bottles are a handy size. I haven't drunk tap water for ages. I just keep bottles of water in the fridge, and I alternate. You know, when you're paying £2.30 for like 48 bottles of water, why don't you bother taking it out of the tap? Not for me. Jonathan says, have you tried on the bus pretending to call somebody on the phone and loudly describing the girl who's been continually talking loudly on her phone? Just don't look in her direction. Good entertainment. Oh, I'll tell you, there was a woman the other day. She was obviously something to do with a court case. because she was discussing it with her friend in a loud voice, and they were right next to me. Yes, well, I mean, quite clearly he isn't prepared to do that. The jury will see through it, though, and I'm thinking, I felt like leaning over and saying, you're not supposed to be discussing court cases, dear. I could actually work out, if I chose to, because they were Australian, going into Kingston, I could probably check that out and find out which court you were in, because you must be around here somewhere, in which case you're going to look very silly, aren't you? Like jurors, you're not supposed to talk about anything like that. Steve, the people constantly on the phone on the buses, they dial their own numbers and talk to themselves. Why is it that, I mean, I've heard all sorts of people who quite clearly got some sort of sickness, wanting to discuss all sorts of things. Just driven from Seaford to Heathrow at 3am, got a tenner tip. It's good, isn't it? Just dropped passengers to Gatwick, 4 to 7, is Steve Allen for me, always. Thank you. That's the way the figures are showing. Thank you very much indeed, and that's the way we like it. Parents out-drink students. I've so gone off booze. You couldn't tempt me with anything. I think about, what was I thinking about the other day? I thought, which booze would I want to drink? Somebody asked me, they said, what booze would you drink if you were drinking? I said, there's nothing, absolutely nothing that appeals to me. I'm more interested in having, I mean, I would love to have, I bought a drink from Waitrose in Kingston, and their fridges must be really good chillers, because this drink I bought, it was a health drink with pomegranate seeds and all sorts of flax and all sorts of strange things I wouldn't normally touch. And it was ice cold. And then it did another one, which was lemon and lime. Oh, that was so good. I nearly went back and bought more of those. I bought it inadvertently because the eyes hadn't settled from the cataract operation. And I thought, that's what I want to... I'm not interested in booze. Isn't that funny? You know, me, who could drink his way through a paper bag and backwards. You know, and people always go, oh, I bet you look forward to Christmas. Christmas, of course, for me, is the only time I never drink. Everybody else drinks, but I can drink any time of day or night, but I haven't bothered. We're into week 4 now. Week 4 and a little bit, and I just haven't got the taste for it. Thank goodness. Boss doesn't believe me. I'm sure he doesn't believe me. I told him, I said, I've not had a drink. I don't feel any differently, but somebody said you will notice the weight falling off. Huh? When will that be? Do let me know. You're 4 months, are you? I don't feel any different, but on the other hand, I don't feel a craving. Not that I craved it before, it's just that when I opened a bottle, I would happily sort of drink it like it was water, which of course is what mostly it is. And then I gave up. And so now, I don't class myself as teetotal. I'll just say, I'm not drinking at the moment. So if I went out to a pub, I thought about it last night, actually. I thought, if I go out to a pub with a group of friends or something, they go, well, you're going to have to drink. I'd have a bottle of ice-cold water with ice. You know, a glass full of ice and a bottle of water. I'd be quite happy with that. Quite happy. Or a glass of milk. Why don't they serve milk in pubs? Not as much profit, I suppose. Not as much profit. Okay, more of your texts and email. Did you know that Michael Jackson wanted to be James Bond? I know, I couldn't quite see it either, but I like the idea. And the woman who's had to close her shop after 4 weeks, she's had death threats, which of course is totally illegal. You get those people arrested, into court, because it's totally illegal to do anything like that. In fact, that's not the first one in the paper. This woman had a fur shop, but I'll tell you what sort of fur she was selling, but they had all the animal rights people sitting outside it and all the rest of it, and so she decided to close down. It's funny, isn't it? Other countries, go to Russia, you can't move for fur shops. Go to Austria, go to Germany, you can't move for fur shops. Come here, and you've got people issuing death threats, if you please. They can't even be bothered to do a constructive piece of criticism explaining the error of her ways and why we don't want to start wearing dead rabbit or dead fox, thank you very much indeed. But no, people issue death threats, and those people you get arrested and you charge them, and we throw them in prison. Wait a minute, we've got no room in prisons. All right, let's build new prisons. Much better, isn't it? And still Pret a Manger, in all the papers today, they didn't send a letter of condolence to the girl who died for 2 years after her tragic death. Not one bloody peep. It really annoys me. It really annoys me. Honestly, how uncaring do Pret a Manger have to be? Couldn't care less, could they? Really couldn't. Apparently, David Beckham's Hey Club whiskey might tempt you back, says Alec. No, absolutely not. I'm not a whiskey drinker, actually. I was never a whiskey drinker. Morning, everybody. Coming up 20 minutes past 5. So I'm watching the television yesterday. Must have been afternoon, actually, because I went out, did the shopping, bought me bits and pieces, popped back in, then went out to do more shopping, then I popped back in. And I settled down, and with my little drink, no alcohol. I'm becoming quite smug about it, actually. I'm beginning to annoy myself. And I'm watching The Housewives of Beverly Hills. And there was somebody in The Housewives of Beverly Hills. There's the woman, the English woman, who's actually got a couple of restaurants, and they live in a fabulous house, which I think they're going to downsize. They might have done it already, but nevertheless, they sort of do their little charity bits, and they do all sorts of bits. This particular time, they go to one of these women's houses, and they're quite flash compared to the rubbish that you get in the Housewives of Cheshire, who really are the nastiest group of people. I'm so glad we don't live anywhere near Cheshire. What a horrible bunch of people. There's a few of them. Frankly, they really are trailer trash. I mean that because that's what they call them in America, where they stick them on shows, and you sort of look at them and you think, why are you so horrible? Anyway, and so I'm watching the Housewives of Beverly Hills, and they've got these lovely houses, and one of the women decides to invite the girls. They call themselves the girls, but yet they're all late 50s at least, and they've all had surgery done and hair extensions and all the rest of it, and they have this sort of party where they're all going, oh my God, your table looks great, the flowers are fantastic. They do this kind of thing, and they all sit down, and they introduce this woman who's been brought by one of the other women, and she's a medium. She's a medium. Well, quite clearly, you've never heard so much fraudulent flim-flam in your entire life. She sits down, and she's obviously drunk, because she keeps sipping these alcoholic drinks. They're huge glasses. All looks very nice indeed, but she doesn't work with drinks. She's vile. I mean, I can tell you, she says to one of these women, she's also got one of these, what do they call, vaping cigarettes. You know, and she looks at them where she lives in a little bedsit nowhere land, and they're all living in multi-million-dollar houses, and she says to one of the women who's been questioning her validity, I've been tested on the Oprah Winfrey show, she goes, and I'm thinking, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. You can't test this kind of thing. You're either a liar or you're not, and you are a liar. She claims that she's sort of talking to the spirit world. Okay, so we get as far as the spirit, and she says to one of the women who's been, saying, but I don't believe you. You know, she's making out that the husbands are having affairs, and she said, your husband, you're with him because you're just with him, but there's no love there, and you think, to be told by some old nobody. And then she says to this woman, I know when you're going to die. I can tell you how you're going to die and everything. Because she thinks she's contacted with the spirit world. She came over as mad as a barrel load of mad things. She came over as one of those peculiar people that you call the police to and have them removed. She was vile. I've been on the Oprah show. Billions of people have seen me on the I'd never even heard of her. Because they're fraudulent. All these people are telling lies. There is no the dead are talking to you from somebody else. There is no spirit guide talking to you from somewhere else. It's just made up twaddle. Okay? We had two the other day. Diana's speaking to us from beyond the grave. She's got some advice from Meghan Markle. Oh, shut up. Go away. Believe in your delusions if you must. But frankly, 99.9% of people in this country think that any of this rubbish on the television with ghosts and all the other rubbish that's on there is just fraudulently made up. Okay? Simple as that. You must try, Steve, Fentiman's Curiosity Cola. If you like, it tastes like cola cubes. I didn't do cola cubes. I never did. We used to think cola cubes were a bit trash. We did pineapple chunks. I don't know why they were called pineapple chunks. They were just little cubes of pineapple, whatever it was, which were quite nice. Just got in from a hard night taxi driving, says Johnny. I was servicing the O2 Arena taxi rank as Soft Cell were in concert. I know. My friend David Millwood went. And Catherine from the Magic Circle would have gone as well. She said, I can honestly say every fare I picked up were lovely people, all genuine people of a certain age. No trouble from anyone. I might even let them sing in the back. Might get my nails done later with the tip money. Get your nails done. A nice idea. But no, I saw pictures. Catherine Rhodes, I think, put pictures up on her website saying that she went there, because I think she's known Mark Arman's a listener of ours, but I should imagine he's probably fast asleep in bed. Steve, I don't understand the issue with the woman who's a medium. What's her dress size got to do with anything? I'll get my coat. Good idea. I mean, she was vile. I mean, she was a nasty piece of work. Somebody dared question her. And then the woman who was hosting the party said, I don't think people should expect her to do something. What do you invite her here for and tell us what she did for a living? It was all orchestrated. You're stupid people. But very luckily, all the people left the party and left the saddos to their own undoing. Bob in Walthamstow was a coalman for 30 years. Most people gave tips. Well, you would. At Christmas, you wouldn't give tips weekly, but Christmas time, you'd do the Christmas box, wouldn't you? That's what it would be. And Kate has retired from 37 years as a nurse in the NHS, still awake for the spike. And thanks to Joe for looking after me this weekend. Looking forward to the next stage of my life, Berlin on Friday with Mum and Dad. Have a great... You've retired and you're taking your mum and dad to Berlin. How old are they, for goodness sake? Goodness knows. Goodness knows. But we were talking about tipping at the beginning of the programme, only because Darren was talking about it earlier on, and we can't understand why people tip. Nobody's managed to explain to me why people tip. You don't tip somebody in the supermarket. You don't tip somebody in McDonald's for serving your meal, or Spudger like, or, all the other... You don't tip any of these people. Why do we tip a taxi driver? What's the point of tipping a taxi driver? Unless, if you're in a wheelchair, they're helping you get in and out, and stuff like... You don't tip the bus driver. He helps disabled people get in and out by moving the ramps out. You don't tip him. What is it with this thing of tipping? I don't tip the producer, for doing what he's paid to do. You don't tip loads of people. I don't tip the people in the canteen here. You don't tip anybody. There's a lovely lady who brings all the food round to all the people who've ordered breakfast and stuff like that. Nobody tips her. So why do we tip taxi drivers? What is it? And it's only black cab drivers. We don't seem to tip any other taxi drivers at all. I don't understand how it is. Liz Hurley and her son, he's already been in the Royals. He's sickeningly good-looking. Two of them sickeningly good-looking. I think mainly it's because he's got the right bone structure and he's got long hair. He looks exactly the same as me. If it wasn't for the right bone structure and long hair, we should be fine. Isabel Hardman's talking about her electric car. She said it'd be great if you could find a charging point that actually works, especially at night. And here's Tom Daly with he must be doing something Desert Island Disc with Lauren Laverne. God. Never quite understood the appeal of Lauren Laverne. She's one of these people who sort of systematically hangs around, the BBC. I'll do that. Lauren Laverne can do that. And they sort of give it to her. It's like, how many people have they got reviewing films on the BBC? There seem to be loads of them. Why don't they just use the same person? Have one person who's a film critic, Commode, or whatever his name is, and then get him to supply a piece, and he could do a film piece, and you just submit it on a tape to everybody. Why do they have to have... I've never seen a place with so many different film critics. We have a film critic. Oh, is it Mr. Commode? No, it's somebody else. Oh, why are you not using Mr. Commode? It seems to get... You don't need all these people doing film reviews. Who cares? Who cares? Seriously, there's of no interest in a film reviewer. They're almost passé now. Seriously, they are passé. So-and-so's got an opinion on a film. Well, it won't be your opinion on the film. You see no end of people. They go, oh, this is a really good film, and everybody else is going, it's a pile of rubbish. Pile of rubbish. Oh, which reminds me, I must tell you something. Just remind me film in a moment. Also, the Queen's footman quits after a gay magazine row. Here he is, Ollie Roberts. A bit odd, really, isn't it? He's been demoted because he was in a gay magazine and he placed stories about himself. They said he was courting publicity. He's a former RAF serviceman, and so he suffered a reduction in rank. He could no longer, wait for this, because he's courted publicity, God help him, because he's gay, and there can't be that many gays working for the royal family, he could no longer collect Her Majesty's mail or walk her corgis. What? What's that got to do with it? I mean, to be honest with you, is it not, Your Majesty, and it's probably not your decision, didn't one of Mountbatten's family just come out as gay and just got married? Was that not... Is that okay in the Mountbatten family? Obviously not in some servant. Perhaps they're just... perhaps they're a bit homophobic down the palace. But anyway, he was told he would lose special privileges, such as accompanying the Queen across the UK. He thought about it and then decided he should quit. So there you go. There's no suggestion they say he was forced out because of his sexuality. In fact, gay members of the royal household are nothing new. Exactly. A veritable fairyland, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit like Vatican City. You can't move for it. But anyway, so Prince William has appeared on the cover of Attitude magazine. He says nobody should be bullied for their sexuality. Buckingham Palace declined to comment. Well, there you go. Who was the Queen who made that decision there? Probably not the Queen, I should imagine. Just go, oh, don't bother Her Majesty with stuff like that. But no, you've been courting publicity. He's gay and he works for the Queen. He's obviously very proud to do it. I don't see what the problem is. Perhaps there are strange things going on under. I remember when they had a black person working for the royal family. It was a bit of an event for Prince Charles, and they were shoved in every paper. I don't think they work there anymore now. It's almost like they sort of do something for effect, but so he did some interviews or whatever, talking about what it's like working. What's the matter with that? What's the matter with that? Why should his sexuality come into it? Of course it doesn't, say Buckingham Palace. I, of course, think, liars, liars, pants on fire. Don't believe a word of it. Still to come, the beluga Benny, and it is a killer whale, apparently. We discovered the other day a beluga is a killer whale. I didn't realise. But it's still there. It spent 6 days hunting fish and crustacean. Well, how many fish are left? These are whales. They eat loads of stuff. But I mean, at least he's still alive. At least he's still. I'm assuming it's a boy. You don't really know, do we? Really? They've called him Beluga Benny, and they were hoping that he would drift out to the North Sea, 2,000 miles away. You're joking? He's going. I'm not moving. This is nice. Hello. I'm waving to you with my flipper. But he's not budging from the Thames. He's staying exactly where he is. So I suppose there must be enough The fish there are going, don't swim down there, don't! Oh, too late. Beluga whales eat a lot, I'm telling you. And crustaceans. I see a judge has just praised a brave homeowner who knocked a burglar's teeth out during a break-in. I thought we were always told not to get involved, and they always say, don't get involved. And there was a burglar the other day, a potential burglar. He climbed onto the roof of a house or something, fell through, died as a result. So you're never going to find out the end of that story. Belugas are not killer whales. Killer whales, orcas, are. Well, this one won't go, will he? They were hoping, every time the tide drops, but he's obviously quite happy there. Hello, I'm waving. You watch, there'll be a book out. I'm sure somebody's writing a story about Benny the Beluga. It's probably been copyrighted already by loads of people. Black and white. Belugas are all white. So is this one all white, or has he got bits on him? I'm not sure, actually. Who knows? Matt the trucker says, I think the tipping cabs are more than just leaving them change. So if a fare was £4, you probably give them a fiver and say, keep the change. £1? What, on a £4 fare? You're joking, aren't you? Blimey. He says, I only tip in restaurants if I had a particularly good meal. But why do you give it to the waiter? Why do you not go into the kitchen and go, who cooked my food? There you go, there's the tip. Why does it go to the waiter? I don't understand it. On my visit to New York last year, it was seen as an essential culture to tip. They even put the expected tip amount on the bill. Yeah, the Americans are well into tipping. I've told you before, Copenhagen, you get a taxi from the airport. It says in it, do not tip the driver. They don't expect a tip. They earn their money out of the thing. Yet still being British, we'll just round it up. They don't expect tips. Do not tip. But of course it's in our nature to tip, isn't it? Not as much as the Americans. And one that says, it annoys me so much that so many people walk in front of your car on a busy road or have no patience to wait for the green man at traffic lights. I think people do it for compensation if they get injured. Well, I think it's unlikely. They don't sort of give compensation now, because when you've got bicycles riding about on the pavement, it's a bit of a pain in the rear end anyway, isn't it? My mate drives a dust cart. He tips every day, says Simon. Thank you. Old ones are the best. And here's the woman called Faye Rogers. She sells luxury fur-lined coats. It's all totally legal, I have to tell you. This is all. She's not selling anything that is not illegal. Anyway, and in the past fortnight, she's been inundated with messages from internet trolls, which include death threats. She opened the boutique 4 weeks ago. It became a very successful shop in Strood. Is it Strood? I think it's Strood. So she sells gilets, high-end jackets and scarves, around a tenth of which are lined with fur from foxes, rabbits and raccoons. Okay, so she's had death threats. Now she's had loads. In 4 days, she had 1,000 threats from people. And then she had a few people sitting outside there. And she was worried about the safety of her staff, of which she has 4. She says it's relentless. She said somebody said they wanted to burn the shop down. Well, then you have these people arrested, because it's totally illegal. This is part of the abusive or threatening messages. It's the Malicious Communications Act, which we've talked about before. So you must get these people arrested. On Saturday, 50 protesters held up banners saying fur kills. She's selling it legally. Who are these stupid people? She's selling it. If she was selling illegal stuff, I could understand it. But it's sold legally. She's completely above the law. So get rid of these silly old... I mean, she's been described as sort of fur kills, fur trade, murder trade in front of a fake gutted fox. She says the town is full of weirdos and vegans. I mean, because that's a choice, isn't it? But she's totally legal. Totally legal. She says the trolls are hiding behind a mask of being vegan and animal loving, so they can be nasty. They've got nothing to do with their lives. Well, perverts, a lot of them will be. She's totally legal. The police need to get a message of complaint, and then you get them arrested. It's simple as that. They've called her all sorts of things, but the messages have come from everywhere. Australia and America. Very easy to sort of drum up some sort of interest on the internet, but it is illegal to send anything like that. Anything that looks vaguely like a troll, straight to the police. I have no hesitation in that. I would advise her to do exactly the same. No hesitation at all. Somebody writes something like, we are going to... burn your shop down, you go to the police. You have them arrested. There is a bloke in the paper today, actually, who I'll tell you about a little bit later on. Oh, by the way, I must tell you, cutting the drink-drive limit has failed to reduce accident numbers. Doesn't make any difference at all. Doesn't make any difference at all. But people are like that, aren't they, nowadays? They go, we have to cut down the booze, and that means that people will then be a lot safer on the road. Doesn't make any difference at all. No difference. So, Susanna Constantine in all the papers, basically a flop. She can't dance for anything. And, of course, she has a bit of a tantrum. She didn't, apparently, according to the backstage gossip, which you believe or you don't believe, she didn't talk to anybody. She didn't mix with anybody. She obviously thinks she's something clever. Not really, dear. You're the cart horse out of the relationship, aren't you? Susanna Constantine and the other one, Trinny Woodall. It was the tranny and the cart horse, and they used to joke about it in the newspapers. And now it turns out she can't dance. So there you go, something else she can't do. What else we had? Bridget Jones. I don't know, I'm not bothered about Bridget Jones. It's very popular, though, wasn't it? And it's time. Also, Simon Cowell has axed Sharon Osbourne. Not really. They've just come to a mutual decision that, she doesn't want to do it anymore. And he's moved on. He's now got dreary old Robbie Williams. God, blimey. Monica says it's hard to be a beluga whale tourist. So many paparazzi. Alan in Garstang says, have you seen the new baubles for Christmas trees filled with gin? Good grief. What's this rubbish, says Alan, about ducks can't eat bread these days. Pretentious little things want quinoa, seeds and couscous. Very millennial. Wasn't like that when I was a kid. They flocked around my bag of crusty mother's pride. Oh, I know. And you'd eke out the last little bit, breaking it, and think, oh, there you go, have some bread and all the rest of it. They love bread. They love it. But now we have enough people around our way, the mad ones. We really have mad as a toothbrush people who go around feeding the pigeons. They become so fat they can't walk anywhere. So, always drop a little bit of liquid fertiliser on it. Duchess of Cambridge's brother has swapped his business suit for country tweeds after becoming a tour guide. James Middleton, bit of a waste of space, is working at Glen Affric Lodge near Loch Ness in the Scottish Highlands. His marshmallow business has sort of basically lost a fortune. 3 million over 3 years it's lost, which is lovely, isn't it? The estate that he's on is owned by David Matthews, Sister Pippa's father-in-law, and James is already appearing in publicity shots. Lovely. Company's house records show 4 of his companies have dissolved, but he's still listed as a director of Boomf, which is the one that's lost an absolute fortune. Your reminder film. Oh, it wasn't for you, Gareth. No, I'm sorry, it was nothing to do with you. Okay? Mind your own business. Nothing to do with you at all. Okay? It's a private thing. Me and the producer. Okay, we have private conversations, and I was coming up to I didn't have a break, so I had to tell him, just in case I was going to forget, and then I remembered it. It was very good. Thank you for reminding us, but nothing to do with you. All right, Beaky, keep it out. Another picture of Miss Misery. This is Ant McPartlin's girlfriend, Anne-Marie Corbett. I mean, I don't know what the outfit is supposed to be, but it's holy. It looks like the kind of thing you wear when you've climbed out of the bath. Very inappropriate. Very inappropriate. I'm sorry to say that. And also the hair. You obviously got heated rollers or something like that. That didn't work either. And he just looked... The funny thing is, because we see him and we think he's young, you tend to forget he's 42. She's the same age, but she's obviously in a bit of a rough life. And it didn't make too much of an effort. But it doesn't matter, does it? That's what people are comfortable with nowadays. More on the dream diet. A reality, they say you can think to get thin. No, you can't. No, you can't. I've been thinking thin for the past God knows how many years, and it doesn't work. I've been thinking a few other things as well, and that didn't work either. So, you're probably the same. You sort of, look in the mirror and you go, one day I'll be thin. And that day never comes. We've all got a pair of jeans in the cupboard, haven't we? And you go, I'll fit into these. I'm going to slim down so I can fit back in. No chance I can't get them on past my knees. We've all got them there because you think at some point in your life you're going to lose it. And that's why the diet industry is worth a fortune. It's worth billions in this country. They'll always find somebody. You watch January. They'll be looking around for them now as sort of the people going, and if you eat this, the weight's going to fall off you. So they'll find a few dreary people to shove in. There'll be lots of diets in the newspapers, in between the fitness DVDs. Already doing them. I can practically name 6 people who'll be bringing out diet DVDs. Lindsay Lohan. God, she's not still around, is she? But anyway. And... another one here. Cher will send her pals and relatives to Paris when she dies, so they can party. Well, you're not planning on going now, are you? Oh, don't do it now. We're far too busy to start dealing with Cher. I was born in the wagon of a travelling show. I liked all her early stuff. Gypsies, tramps and thieves, we hear it from the people of the town they call us. And they say our love won't pay the rent before it goes, our money's all been spent. And then, bang, bang, I shot you down, bang, bang, you hit the ground. I mean, that's great. Let's glamorise guns, shall we? And then, you believe in love at first sight. You know, we like that one as well. I mean, to be honest with you, for somebody nearing death, she looks amazing. Looks amazing. Very, very good indeed. Gwyneth Paltrow is married a TV producer. Lovely. Thrilled to bits. And Janet Jackson did the track What About? She co-headlined the Global Citizen Festival in New York. She was lovely. She was lovely. Really nice. Dear me. A cancer clinic has been forced to tighten security to keep out a visiting cat. Because it's a health risk, so they're trying to get rid of the thing, but it just won't go. It obviously is quite used to being there. Jenna Coleman, pictured as Queen Victoria. We love these things. So the Americans love us doing these things as well, because the Americans are very into the British costume dramas, because they go, oh, great, it's all Charles Dickens and that kind of stuff. And the Loose Women's bizarre TV column today, very boring. Very boring. They all turned up. Andrea McLean, weather girl. Nadia Sawalha, just lovely. Jane Moore, lovely. And somebody called Chizzy Akadulo. No idea. Not a clue. But she turns up, and they're off to Vegas. Gemma Collins, telling lies about how badly she was treated. They don't treat anybody differently on that show. They all do it together. As I say, unless it's Kim Woodburn, in which case they bully. And that's why Colleen Nolan has taken a break. Andrea says Colleen will definitely be back, but hasn't given a date. How about 2030? That'd be quite good enough for us to forget just how awful she was. Because she wasn't very nice at all, was she? And that's why they cancelled the tour. I don't know why they cancelled. I couldn't quite work out cancelling the tour. I assume they hadn't sold many tickets. Because you can't sort of put it back on again now, can you? A locomotive that hauled British Rail's last steam-operated passenger train is to repeat the historic journey. 50 years later, it's called Loco 4487. Don't make it sound exciting. 4487. I like locomotives. I've told you about my experiences with steam trains and things. I love it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Really good. Still angry at Pret a Manger. I'm afraid that one's not going away anytime soon. They didn't send a letter of condolence to the family of the girl killed, Natasha. You remember, she died in 2016. Her family have blasted the food giant for doing too little too late. They basically couldn't give a toss. 2 years it took them to write a letter of apology. Isn't that just disgraceful? That she fell ill, because you all thought it was recent, but it was a few years ago. She fell ill on the flight. Do you remember they couldn't be bothered to get the defibrillator out because they were landing? So lots of red faces. But she was highly allergic to sesame seeds, which were in the bread. But 2 years for Pret a Manger. Well done, you. I'm sure you must be absolutely delighted the way you've treated that family. Absolutely delighted. Philip Schofield, 30 years of success. He's not been with it for 30 years. But it's amazing that they're still going. And I think the idea is they're still going. I think Eamon Holmes is on there because I feel sorry for the old bloke. And they say, would you like to do a job, Eamon? Hey? Do you want to do it on the show? Because the only two people who are covering Eugenie's wedding to the barman is this morning with Eamon and Ruth. Nobody's interested at all. Apparently Prince Andrew went down, so they say, to see the BBC, and they went, don't be silly, it's a ratings loser. And so you've ended up with Eamon, who will brown-nose his way around to one minor member of the royal family and a barman boyfriend. Fantastic. Who cares? Nobody. Will they do biscuits? Well, for Eamon, well, I have to put food on for him. He's not going to sit there and not eat food. Ridiculous. But isn't it funny that you would have thought that, as it's ITV, it would be Holly and Philip who would do it. But, of course, it's happening on a Friday. And they don't work on a Friday. They've said, no, we don't have anything to do with it. That's what they've said. Because otherwise they'd have oisted the other two out straight away. But it must be private, so they must be doing it on a budget. Because otherwise this would be an ITV production with all the singing, all dancing. I reckon it'll be some bloke with a phone down there going, this is what I'm looking at the moment, Eamon. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Oh, aye, yeah, great. Just see it now, can't you? Oh, dear. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And I'm a London taxi driver, says Richard. I find the Americans are one of the worst tippers, which is bizarre. Because they expect a tip all the time in their own country. They do, actually. They do. And, I mean, I don't understand how that works. I still can't get to grips with the tipping thing anyway. But the Americans are well well up for it. It's just that the Brits are going, well, we do it, but we're not too sure. Pretty nice to have your company. Oh, you know the line. It's been used endlessly. So, surprisingly, the BBC, in keeping with everybody else, apart from This Morning, who are going to be stretching their budget to cover Eugenie's wedding, or Eugenie, or whatever they call them. Just Bone Idol, I think. Nobody cares. Seriously, we don't care. So the BBC have said, no, it's of no interest. It's a ratings crash. However, they are celebrating a one-off show to celebrate Take That's 30th anniversary. What? Apparently. Entitled Take That and Us, the programme will feature fans sharing their stories of how the boy band touched their lives. I don't want stories like that, do we? I don't want to be seen being touched or something. The band, who are currently down to a threesome, there used to be 5 of them, but we're now down to 3, which is great fun, will share their memories and previously unseen footage which they've shot themselves. Oh, God. So great for all this sort of out-of-focus shooting and, yeah, woo! Who's singing live today? Howard, do you want to have a go? That's how it'll be. Fans can share stories for possible inclusion. In other words, it's not guaranteed. You go to mytakethatstory.com, and the singers have said, has it really been 30 years? Yes, it has. And feels like every blooming minute. Thank you. Kate Phillips, controller of entertaining commissioning, whoever in God's name she is, seem to put up different people all the time, don't they? They go, and here's the entertaining commission. Well, who was the one who was on the other week? She says the programme, listen to this is BBC speak, the programme will shine a light on how everything changes as we celebrate the band and the music they've created over an incredible career. No, they haven't. Gary Barlow created it. What are you on about? Take That formed as a 5-piece with Robbie Williams and Jason Orange all featuring in the original lineup. Jason decided to go off and sort of paint clouds or something, I don't know. And Robbie Williams went off up his own rear end, I think, to discuss sort of, strange things that he's into. So the BBC are going to announce a one-off show that's going to be so lovely. Probably no end of money thrown on it. And it'll be great. But they don't want to cover the wedding. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm with them on the wedding. I don't want to cover the wedding either. I wouldn't be remotely interested. I think it's just dreary. Very, very dreary. Police are forcing tube travellers to have weapons scans at stations. Good idea. Yeah, I'm with that one. I don't want to be sitting next to somebody. Mind you, I don't do tube trains. I've decided if anything's going to happen to me, it's going to be above ground. I'm not going below ground, thank you very much indeed. Because there was a man stabbed on the Central Line between Stratford and Mile End at 12:50 a.m. yesterday. Stabbed in the face. I mean, you never understand. These people must have mental illnesses or something. It's ridiculous. She said it happened so fast. He was stabbed on the left side of his cheek. Blood was all over the jumper. Paramedics treated him, but it was not said to be life-threatening. Well, that's a mercy, isn't it, in itself? Otherwise, we're all very worried about it. So here she is, the next grand designer to rank Dior and everything else, and her acting to rival anybody in the National Shakespeare Company. Yes, it's the multi-talented Michelle Keegan. I thought for a minute she was with the Beckhams, because that's a multi-talented family as well, isn't it? And your show, says Guinevere, is our ray of sunshine, the light preceding the dawn. First of the month, always a frisson of excitement, hoping for a win in the latest premium bond draw. Yes, I don't think I have any actually anymore. I think my brother's got them. So, and he's just gone on a holiday, so there you go. Sally says the lady may be legally selling the furs, but there are many other synthetic furs you can buy now. Well, she doesn't want to sell synthetic, does she? That's why she's got a fur shop. She's going to move it. She's going to move it. She says, let's keep real fur on animals, or should we begin skinning people? Well, that'd be a bit stupid, wouldn't it? Unless it's, somebody who's particularly hairy. They're going for fur. And they're legal. I can only tell you what the law is. I can't tell you. I have seen footage of animals being skinned alive to supply the fur trade, but these didn't come from that. They aren't the same sort of animals at all. She says, revolting business. Of course it is. But if she's doing it within the law, what would be the problem? I don't like it. You don't like it. But it's not going to stop it. You can go into certain places. You can get fur. There's an advert that's been running for years in Country Life, where it was up until a while ago, saying we can turn your fur into something else. And every woman over a certain age had a fur stole. They really did before people started becoming, dead animal kind of thing. But, it's legal. If it's legal, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just that you can't. The one thing that's illegal is the people threatening her life. That's the one thing you can't do. That's the thing that's illegal and can get somebody locked up. Because otherwise, if we don't have that, we have nothing. Somebody can just post something through your letterbox, basically saying, I'm going to come round and murder you. And you go, oh, that's okay then, pop round any time you want. Because I was going through the papers earlier on, and I was finding this story, which I found actually, and then strangely enough, I moved over the story and sort of missed it. and it was to do with, I don't know, must be in here, with somebody who lives in a village. Well, they did live in a village. They're currently residing in prison because they started writing horrendous letters to people about what I'm going to do to you and all this kind of thing. Again, it's very sad, very, very sad, but it's people who are out there in the real world. I see we've got a boozy mum. She's swigged from a vodka bottle in her Mercedes with a 2-year-old. This is Joe Newbury. Shop witnesses reported her to the police, who found her smelling of alcohol and slurring her speech. She was 4 times the drink-drive limit. Wimbledon magistrates banned her from driving for 3 years. She comes from Tooting Bec. She must also attend rehab. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. A bit dangerous, isn't it, really, when sort of people go out there 4 times, and she had a youngster on the back seat of the car. These people don't care. They really don't care. More worried about the Take That party. Are they going to... Is it... Ain't no party like a Take That party. But they don't want to... As I say, I mean, I'm quite interested to see how much money they're going to be sort of pumping into it, but they never tell you things like that. It's always kept very, very quiet. Very quiet. A restaurant owner... This is a sort of story I quite like, actually. Stormed into a rival's premises and grabbed chairs from beneath diners. The two got into a feud over £50,000 worth of equipment they both claimed to own. Scott Matthews and members of his staff entered Claudio Maresca's Italian diner and took tables and chairs. I mean, they then tried to take a pizza oven. And all the way, anyway, one of them's now filed a civil case. Oh, look, front page of OK Magazine. Thug Dan Osborne, Jacqueline Josser. Dan Osborne gets little tiny letters under Jacqueline Josser. Really, I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Once it's all worn off, I've been on the television, then he goes back to being his usual sort of person. I'm going to tell you after the news the story of the poison pen writer. We've had them before. This one had a reign of terror in which he said he would rape women. And we've had a few of these in little villages where people write... There was somebody writing about cats. I seem to remember, I'm going to kill your cat. And he turned out to be an old man. Remember the woman we had before, threatened the McCanns? She wrote thousands of emails to them, and then the press turned up on her doorstep, and then she killed herself. Because you can't do that. She wrote tweets, didn't she? I mean, it was thousands. Whatever it was stacks and stacks of these things. And apparently, churchgoer, which is not a good idea. Went through the horrible station and barking. And with scanners and lots of police, young people being questioned while they were hanging around, says Billy. I think it's a brilliant idea. Yes, having scanners on stations is a very good idea. It's getting a bit desperate, though, isn't it, really? A scanner on a station. Normally, you just sort of go down, you get on, you find the right platform, if you can manage to do that in this day and age. Then you wait for the train to come in, you edge yourself on there, and then you pray nobody touches you, and you manage to make it to the next stop without passing out, because there's no air conditioning. Coming up to the news at 6 o'clock, the experts who claim foxes can't be responsible for the Croydon cat killings. It's Tory party conference. The good and the great and the speechwriters will all be there. It'll be very exciting. The rescuers in the race against time as the tsunami death toll rises to 1,200. More Bergerac. Oh, yes, please. John Nettles says never again. And a gold-plated bling Ferrari on offer. Only 450 grand. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? If it was real gold, it'd be lovely, but it's not. And the 10-minute walk, which can help fight dementia. Plus the English National Opera banning bringing water bottles into performances in case the OKR types have substituted the water for vodka this October. So it's pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. And I hope that if you had a bad September, let's pray, shall we, that October is going to be brilliant. And then it'll see us. I think it's going to be a bad winter this year. Dallas says, if the rabbits are farmed and the meat is also for human consumption, I can't see any difference to farmed beef and leather coats and shoes. Oh, don't start that one. Goodness sake. But you're quite right. I mean, that's what people do. They farm beef. And we do have shoes. But, of course, when it actually comes down to fur, people don't seem to like it. There is obviously a basic difference between fur and shoes, which are made out of leather. I don't get it either, but there you go. I'm sure everybody else does. So here is a poison pen writer who's been jailed over a reign of terror in which he said he would rape women. Paul Hicks even threatened to keep one neighbour as his rape doll. Then he danced naked, apart from a pair of socks, outside her door. The 32-year-old, quite simply of special needs, told this woman after she turned him down for a date, "Let's do it, otherwise I'll rape you." He also wrote, this is what's convicting him, it's writing it, "If you don't react to this letter, I will get you, rape you, and keep you as my rape doll." The woman was so scared she had to move out of her flat in Saltburn by the Sea in North Yorkshire. The prosecutor at Teesside Crown Court said that Hicks also sent letters to 2 women. This is Paul Hicks. He targeted a dad claiming he'd stolen pictures of his baby girl to fuel sick fantasies, and he sent racist notes to a black man who complained about him playing loud music. He admitted malicious communication, was jailed for only 20 months. See, I'd have made it 20 years, teach him a lesson. Well, perhaps not 20 years, that's a bit of a gross exaggeration. So, but I mean, even so, you know, for what damage he caused to these other people, I would think actually it was worth at least 4 years. 4 years in prison. Not think so? The army's been blasted for bringing in a fitness test for troops that's impossible to fail. They do work them hard in the army. I mean, they really do work them hard in the army. You know, if you choose to go into that as a profession, be prepared to work hard. Not everybody makes it through. They really don't. Double celebration on the television. Holly Willoughby wants to make the show's 30th birthday this week a double celebration. And she said when she turned 30, she never got to party the night away. Eamon Holmes can't remember anything like that at all. I mean, he's got no idea. Such a long time ago that nobody can remember what they did for 30. I can't remember what I did for 30. Why would you remember what you did for 30 years old? Absolutely, well, nothing at all. I know, presumably a birthday cake or something. Can't remember where I had it. I can remember one a bit further down the line. But that's only because it was round the corner from here, and I remember it very well. Because, again, I didn't have any drink. I think I had a couple of drinks. Turning into a right old Mary, aren't I, at my age? It's ridiculous, yeah. Well, would you like an alcoholic drink? I don't think so, no. Would you like sort of, you know, like one of those chocolates that's got liqueurs in it? I don't want that. No, don't want that either. Just doesn't interest me. Just does not interest me. What else we got here? Somebody says if Wembley's going to be sold, what next? Tower of London? Oh, God, I hope not. The Ravens would definitely leave, and that means that the country would collapse. Oh, that's more truth than we ever realised. Thrice divorced comedy star John Cleese announces, "My wife suggests I explain why I'm getting married for the 5th time. She's agreeing to this as she's a great fan of Alison Steadman." He goes on, clarifying that he and actress Steadman's TV character are tying the knot in the sitcom Hold the Sunset. Added, "I would like to thank Charles McEwen, the writer, for his help in arranging this." Oh, look! Oh, how funny. Michael Fabricant with his hair. He's known for his blonde barnet. Well, he's known for something that's stuck on his head. Whatever it is, it doesn't suit him. And he's not fooling anybody at all. And actor Donald Sutherland, who suffers from a smoke allergy, recalls an encounter with the TV mogul Lou Grade, seated next to the smoking section during a flight in 1983. Sutherland remembers, "I was on Concorde and Lou Grade got on and sat beside me and lit a cigar. They had to put me in the cockpit with the pilots." Funny, I suppose. In one way, probably not in another way. Texts and emails, 84850. Fred says, "Do you think Mr. Smug Beckham will get his knighthood now?" They're saying no. They're also saying that because of Dave and his attitude, basically sticking 2 fingers up to everybody. All legal. But they're saying, you know, he should have paid the price for his speeding, which he admitted. But because of this legal thing in place, I admit to call it a loophole, because it's not a loophole, it's just something that's in law. If they want to change it, they can change it, but of course they're so wishy-washy at the moment. They've got enough trouble trying to work out who's paying for all the things up in Blackpool. And so I'm beginning to wonder, really, whether or not he has blown the knighthood. Most of the columnists are saying he has, and also probably Brand Beckham, because her clothing outfit's not doing as well as it should be. And Dave sort of, where's the stadium gone in America? We're still waiting for that, aren't we? Aren't we waiting for Brooklyn to be attached to some photographer? Well, he's still taking rubbish pictures. The Prime Minister says she really does believe in Brexit. It'll be interesting, won't it? What are they saying at the moment? Better get used to eating vegetables. There might not be much meat coming in after Brexit. Every time I read something, there's another thing. I thought I might start stockpiling peanut butter in case there's a world shortage of peanut butter. Tony's despair at being first off strictly. This is Tony Beak. And Mr. Smug, we're dancing with Miss Smugness. That's the Constantine woman. I mean, to be honest with you, absolute pile of rubbish. But somebody's got to be first off. He didn't like it. She didn't like it. She apparently didn't talk to people or mix or anything. Perhaps she thinks she's better than people. I don't know. I don't know her. That's what they're saying. Also, what have we got here? Asthma drug fear. Tens of thousands of Britons with asthma are suffering debilitating side effects from their drugs, including weight gain and difficulty sleeping. Oh, blimey. I don't know. Dale never had an asthma attack since he was like 11, but he was addicted to the Ventolin inhalers. In fact, when he went to France, he discovered you could buy them over the counter. So he'd buy loads over the counter because you could. Oh, look at this. This is interesting. Oh, this is close to me. Very close to me. This is Marble Hill House. I did a documentary on Marble Hill many, many years ago because it was the King's mistress at the time, who lived in this Georgian mansion and wandered through the gardens of her dreams. The story behind Marble Hill in West London that English Heritage has earmarked for a £6 million restoration. The only problem is that critics claim the romantic tale of the mistress's garden is just that, a tale. And so people are arguing about it. They say it costs $300,000 a year to run, and English Heritage say the refurbishment is essential to generate income. Is it? Well, they used to have concerts there. They don't seem to have the concerts anymore. But one of the lead researchers says all the evidence points to a simple landscape similar to what we see today. Yes, I don't think, looking at the early pictures of Marble Hill in 1749, there was no laid-out garden at all. It was just grass. I don't know what they think it is, but there's a bit of a row. We like a good row at the moment. We love a good row in Twickenham. We're rowing at the moment. The council are just being particularly pedantic. They don't want anything to take place on the green. I've got no idea why. There's just obviously some reason for it. The Duke of Cambridge promoting efforts to save the black rhino at a national park in Tanzania. He went to visit a school where he put on his pretend army fatigues and kicked a ball around. And here he is feeding a rhinoceros. And that apparently is sort of work in this day and age. I want to be in that job. I want that sort of job. Do you get paid for it as well? You get paid, that'd be nice. Also, robot furniture fits 4 rooms into one and gets your wine. I like the idea of this. You can sort of push a button and all these units move and they become different bits. I like that idea. Also, the guide horse for the blind man who's afraid of dogs. What if he's blind? Tell him it's a rabbit or something. I've never heard of anything so stupid. This is the blind man scared of dogs, hoping that a horse will guide him on his commute. Where are you going to take that, for goodness sake? You can't take it on the train, can you? He's a BBC journalist. What do you mean he's allergic to dogs? Well, don't give him a dog then. Not every blind person gets a dog. To give him a horse is quite ludicrous. He's afraid of dogs. Why? Why is he afraid of dogs? Well, don't give him anything at all then. Just give him a white stick. I mean, I've never seen anything so stupid. What does he do? Take it into work with him or something? A BBC journalist. I remember once the BBC took on a blind cameraman. And I was sort of thinking to myself, how does that work out? He's a blind... Somebody's going to have to say to him, little bit to the right, little bit to the left, little bit... Oh, up. Oh, no, he's messed it completely. That just doesn't work. I can understand people going, oh, I wanted to be treated the same. I mean, you know, a joke's a joke, I think. Monica says, I love people convinced I earn below the minimum wage. All these tips, £10 on a £5 fare, I won't correct them. Shame I can't convince HMRC about the same. How nice would it be to pay tax on 5,000 instead of 50,000? This is incidentally, in case you're wondering, this is the tipping debacle, which has come up again, where the Prime Minister is saying they're going to make sure all these restaurants who thieve the tips meant for the staff, they keep it for themselves. Some distribute at the end of the month, but you've only got their word for it that they do it, and they're all high street chains. They're all well-known places. You know, if I was a staff member there, I'd be out the door so fast and go somewhere where I keep my tips. Why should they take it from you? And then it goes and then it's shared out among people. I mean, in theory, as I pointed out earlier on, if you go to a restaurant and you have a really nice meal, you're not going to reward the waiter or waitress, are you? You're going to go to the kitchen and thank the staff in there for turning out the food. Not the person who brought it. Just put it on the hot plate. I'll come and collect it. And it takes 2 minutes. You don't need to do anything else. You know, the people who actually cook it are the people who should be getting the tip. And presumably in some of these restaurants where they share the money out, that's how it works. But I think the tipping's getting out of hand. I can remember once going to a well-known nightclub, having dinner, and not only did they charge 12.5% on the bill, but they then left it blank on the credit card for you to leave even more money. I mean, dear Lord above, it's got to stop. Got to stop. It's not good. I'm going to find out more about this bling Ferrari in a moment. Gold painted, 450 grand. Do I have 450 grand? Not at the moment, no. But it seems quite nice. But I mean, I should imagine people would be just scraping the colour off. Don't you think so? Wow. Steve the Milkman says, "Re Christmas tips, Steve. The good people of Muswell Hill are always very appreciative. I'll say no more. Are they very appreciative? I bet they are. I know some of the ladies of Muswell Hill. They can be very appreciative. And Dan in Essex says, I agree, tipping's getting out of hand. So I've come up with an idea that covers everybody equally. I don't do it. Let's get employers to pay people properly. I don't get tipped. People don't go, at the end of each programme, that was very good, Steve, we're going to send you £1. Nobody's ever done that in my life. I get sent things quite clearly because people are very generous. Jan says, talking about travelling on the train, granddaughter Jess travelling to Baker Street to go to college, standing near the door, and as the door started to close, a man pushed her off the train onto the platform. I asked if the train was crowded and perhaps he didn't have enough room. She said there was lots of room, but obviously he didn't want her in the same carriage. I said, well, that's a bit dangerous, isn't it? Oh, I'd have reported that to British Transport Police. They don't have enough to do at Transport Police. So I'd definitely get them to check the CCTV, which is operating at all stations. Miriam Margolyes, they call her the veteran actress now. She's quite a delight. She does tell the rudest stories. I mean, seriously, the rudest stories. She's 77, and she's launched a bitter attack on how the British view the elderly. Now, I've said this for donkey's years. If you go to Asia and the subcontinent, you know, elderly people there, if one partner dies and you've just got your mum or your dad left, they move into the house. They become part of the family. In China, it's quite normal to have members of your family living with you. They then become part of... Over here, we go, how much have they got? House is worth what? About 600,000. Bung them in a home. Bung them in a... That's what we do. We bung people in homes. Not everybody. Not everybody. It's not a sweeping generalisation. But she travelled with Age International to India, the subcontinent, China and everything else. She says, we see old people as a burden. We don't see them as wise, experienced people we should respect. We've got to be more human. And they do. You know, when you've got families in... I've seen it on the television and documentaries in China. And the mothers there helping to cook and do the cleaning and doing their bit. They're sort of earning their way, but they're a respected member of the family. Wouldn't do it any other way. Our horrible capitalist system, she says, makes us only interested in money and what people leave us. And, you know, she's not wrong. We are influenced by money. We're very influenced by, how much they got? How much is the house worth? You know, that's what it comes down to in this day and age. I told you when my mother was dying, it's a case of she was sort of trying to work out, you know, she'd done her will and everything else. And we split what we had. But I never ever worried about what was going to be left. I never thought about how much money was going to be there because I couldn't care less. Because given the choice... You know, would you give all the money back if you get your mum back? Of course. Of course. But other people feel differently about it. And so they want the money. And if somebody's living in a house that's worth 600,000, because it's quite perfectly feasible in this day and age to be living in a house that costs, you know, anything from £400,000 or £500,000 upwards in London. And I mean upwards. So it doesn't go down. And people go, oh, that's nice, let's shove them in a home. But you've got that couple there, they saved 360,000. They've spent 120,000 already. It's over £1,000 a week each. That's £2,000 a week. That's 8,000 a month. That's 96,000 a year. So if you're living in a house up north, you know, your house might not be worth as much as you think it is. Down here, even little houses, seriously, little houses in Richmond, down the road from me, you wouldn't get much change. A little tiny cottage kind of thing out of, I reckon, between 800,000 and 1.5 million. Seriously, I've looked at some places, not obviously to buy, I just casually browse the websites, and you look at these places and you think, who on earth can afford to buy that? And also, what do you get for your money? There was one, it was a little terraced house in a nice road, and of course you're paying for a nice road in Richmond. They were looking for 1.4 million, so I clicked on to look at the interior, like living in a Wendy house. In a Wendy house. She says there's an old lady, this is Miriam Margolyes, an old lady next door, but I don't want to keep bothering her to see if she's all right. People are frightened to be a nuisance. It's a pity. I know, you ask a lot of elderly people. I don't want to be a burden. Don't want to be a burden. Also, I don't want to do charity. And you think, no, it's not charity. It's not charity. Watch the film Pollyanna to realise what she did was quite a nice thing. Intensely infuriating, but a nice thing to do anyway. What else we got? Parents out drinking students. See, I'm funny, I can read a story about drink now, and I feel physically ill because I'm just not doing a drinky person kind of thing. TV chef and former model Lorraine Pascal. They keep popping these people up on the television, apparently. She's doing cookery creations and things like that. There's so many people who do cooking on the television now, don't they? You know, they go, and here's somebody else doing cooking, and you go, what are they cooking? Because I like to watch. So with Jamie, I know he's doing Italian, and I still haven't bought the bow tie pasta. I'm determined today, if I've got enough time, to actually go and find it. And we've got Phil Vickery, who pops up on the television. His stuff always looks as though it's a good hearty meal. Jamie's just looks as though it's very healthy. Whereas, it sounds dreadful, doesn't it? Whereas Phil Vickery, I always think, oh, I could eat that, actually. What did I have the other day? I had a plum yogurt. It doesn't sound much, does it, really? But I promise you, I was so excited by eating this plum, which had bits of plum in it. I know, Kelsa Breeze. And I remember having it thinking, perhaps I might have another one. But I didn't. I had another one of my healthy drinks. It doesn't keep me away from the booze. It just means that I'm not thinking about the booze. And a yogurt, I keep thinking, oh, a yogurt's good for me. And somebody said, it's full of sugar. So I go, all right, I'll go and get some, they do those porridges in a thing and just add hot water. And somebody said, it's full of sugar. I went, oh dear, there's nothing I can have nowadays, because I should be losing the weight by now. Producer's been off the booze a lot longer than I have, and everybody keeps saying to me, oh, I bet you're losing weight. And I thought, well, I won't know until probably January, when I see you all at the Leicester Square Theatre, and you'll be you have lost the weight. That's what that's what I'm hoping people will be saying. But when you see yourself every single day in the mirror, you don't notice the weight falling off, do you? You don't see that. And yet other people go, gosh, you've lost the weight. I've seen a few people in this building who I've known for a number of years, and you go, God, you've lost weight. God, you've lost weight. And they go, oh, have you noticed? Can't miss it. Can't miss it. The UK set fair for a warm December. Oh, no, we don't want a warm December. Thank you very much indeed. There's a lovely picture of sunset over Ely Cathedral. I've been to Ely Cathedral, and they say temperatures this week could reach as high as 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 degrees centigrade, and they're saying more rain from El Nino. I don't mind. Rain I can cope with, it doesn't bother me in the slightest, but wet and windy weather arriving by next weekend. Who cares? It's Britain. That's what happens. It rains. It rains. If it keeps them off the golf course, I'm more... Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast. He'll be live from the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham, where he'll be joined by Philip Hammond on the day that the Chancellor has taken a swipe at Boris Johnson. Plus, Theresa May's former right-hand man, Damien Green, will also give Nick his views on the state of the government, and Tory backbencher Jacob Rees-Mogg will be taking your calls. Meanwhile, he'll get the latest on rescue efforts following the tragic earthquake and tsunami in Indonesia, how HS2 has evicted businesses without them getting any compensation, and how more austerity measures could be on the way. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. So Phil Vickery's getting himself, he's girded his loins, heading off down to this morning for a week of celebrations. 30 years, honestly. Doesn't seem possible, does it, really? In televisual terms, they sort of go 30 years or something. But if it's still working, why bother? I've always said to people, if it's still working, why bother changing anything? And Phil sent me another text, and he says, I did cook real food. I did the Michelin thing for years. Oh, very dull. You see, that's why he does what I call crowd pleasers. Crowd pleasers. Although, you know, when Jamie Oliver cooks his Italian thing, do you know what? I always think, oh, that looks nice. I could do that. And I think, I couldn't do that at all. It looks like it makes mess. So I can't do it. But he's very, very... very prolific in the kitchen. It must be good when you can do things like that. You just sort of pick things out and drop it in there. I just open a tin of beans and pour it. I did something the other day. It was very exciting. I got some mincemeat, and I put it in a frying pan, browned it off, and then I put a tin of beans on the top of it. Cordon bleu. What can I tell you? You know, you don't need to do anything else nowadays. My friend Callum sent me a picture of me and Carl the other day. Carl, who did the abroad thing, who was our special guest for In Conversation, Pilkington, and he said it looks like the Mitchell brothers. There was a picture of the two of them. I wrote back to him. I wrote back to my friend Callum immediately and said, "What do you mean the Mitchell brothers?" I said, "I've taken you off my Christmas card list immediately, immediate effect." And he said, "I'm still sending you a Christmas card." I said, "I shall return it." Never heard anything like it. Never heard anything like it. But quite nice. He says you sort of. That Mitchell brothers have aged well. Don't look anything like the Mitchell brothers. And I've got a new addition to the family, Jimmy Hill, who I think works for our sister station round here, and he's worked with Vic Hope. And can't make up what colour his hair's going to be. One day it's blonde, the next day it's another colour and things like that. But he's slim, so sickeningly bad for me, as far as I'm concerned. And then somebody says here, and I don't know where this quote is from, it's not me, but it's a good one. Radio is the theatre of the mind, television is the theatre of the mindless. Steve Allen. Now, this must be the American one, because they've spelt theatre the American way. So it's definitely, I know it's not me, because Keith says, could it be the same Steve Allen? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's the American one, because theatre, they spell Theater, whereas we spell it the different way. So that's how I thought. Although, to be quite honest, I'm more than happy to claim it as my own. Tom Kerridge, fish and chips, 31 quid. Apparently only, I think, 8 chips. A friend of mine was having Tom Kerridge's food in the garden, I believe, the other day. No end to the excitement, isn't there, in this day and age? And somebody else has picked up on... I'm really quite horrified by how people seem to think I look like part of the Mitchell brothers. I don't look anything like them at all. Absolutely dreadful. There's one here as well. I never know who everybody is, actually. I have to sort of go on and sort of find out. I'm looking at a picture of Vic Hope. She's so slim, honestly. I daren't stand near to her. If I stand near to her, I just feel so fat. I mean, she's so thin. She never seems to eat anything. Whereas me, you know, I know that at some point today I'm going to be eating something. But, you know, I can't manage it all the time. So a lot of people talking about tipping on the programme today. And, see, you're a cook. It's all smoke and mirrors. Says Phil Vickery. I've done that, actually. That's the British version, with the mincemeat with the tin of beans on the top. I do the Chinese version, which is exactly the same, minus the beans, substituted for sweet corn. And I do the Italian version, where I just put some bolognese sauce over the top of it. So that's it. I can't cook for toffee. Nobody could ever teach me to do cooking. I can't do it. I've watched enough television programmes over the years, as you can well imagine, being this great old age. And it just doesn't sort of float my boat. I love watching other people cooking. We used to have a programme years and years ago, and I was very lucky. I don't know how we came to do it, but anyway, the producer and Chris and Steve used to produce this programme. I think they only produced me because they could get the food, and we'd invite in a top London restaurant, and they would come in and cook, and the brief was they had to do it in an hour. And we had all the top hotels in London in, everybody. I mean, literally, I don't think there was a hotel that didn't come in. And one of them brought in ovens. They brought a lorry up to the back door, wheeled in these ovens, and cooked the food. And we had an hour of celebrity guests cooking, but they had to be done in an hour. And it was fantastic, because I was eating food that I'd never eaten before, but it's because I'd watched them cooking it. I was eating fish. I know, fish. And it was really lovely. It's a lovely, nobody's ever done it since. They do it on the television now. They nick it and call it Saturday Kitchen and then the Sunday Brunch. And it's exactly the same as we did, but we did it like 35 years ago. So that's it. What's the weather today? What does Nazanin say? Sunny and dry this morning, rain spreading dear. Not very good, is it really? I don't want any rain spreading anywhere. And a lot of people, I'm now being followed by all sorts of people today. I quite like the idea that I'm being followed in a roundabout, because I immediately feel duty bound to follow these other people. So people sort of follow me, and then I think, perhaps I should follow them as well. So I'm now following people off the television and people who work in this building. I don't see them very often, but I'm doing it. Steve, says Ian, selling my late father's house in the Lancaster area, totally refurbed, new carpets, roof, windows, 3-storey, huge pad, 2 kitchens, 3 ensuite bathrooms, walk-in showers and 5 bed. We'll be lucky to draw 450k for it. Oh, God. Won't even get a flat round my way. Terrible. Brian says, maybe we'll see your new body first at the Magic Circle show in December. Or is that the plan, having the body as part of the magic? I like that idea, actually. Yes, I don't think about that, actually, because the Magic Circle shows are taking place. We have 2, which is going to be great, and then I've got to do my flower arranging, then I've got to gear myself up for it. God, honestly, what a busy year. I haven't even got to Christmas. You summed up, says Greg, our general attitude towards the elderly perfectly. There comes a point in your life when you need to forego your own independence, leisure and pleasure in order to make sure your elderly parents are okay. I work in adult social care, and it's incredible how many family members regard their elderly relatives as an inconvenience. I can absolutely testify to that. Seriously, it's awful. It's awful. We go, oh, they're ill. oh, better put them in a home. And then you go, how are you going to pay for it? And you go, I don't know, we'll sell their house. And they go, yeah, well, perhaps they don't want you to sell their house. Well, I don't know. Important, you will find the Bowtie pasta at Sainsbury's in Nine Elms, Wandsworth Road. I could buy you a packet and bring it in. Would you like that, says Connie? No, I can manage. I have a Sainsbury's. Steve, at my Macmillan's sale at Wetherspoons, New Malden, do you remember on Saturday? Julie was there. We raised £801, 50p. People came in and said, we heard it on LBC. That's better than last year. She only got 600 and something, so £801. Brilliant. John in Boulogne, well done, Julie, says, I can assure you, you look nothing like the Mitchell brothers. Obviously, some people are in urgent need of Specsavers. And then, and Jan says, I don't know about you looking like the Mitchell brothers. However, I do think you sound like Monty and say yes to the dress, the wedding dress programme. He's got the same sense of humour as you. Love the sharp wit. It's summoning up that makes it interesting for me every day. Gary, we were listening to your podcast the other day, re Katie Price, and where her friends have gone. And I was wondering where her best friend, Gary, the makeup artist, has gone. Disappeared. You don't see them. I mean, we don't see them in any pictures of her now or anything like that. He was actually the one who came... Yes, I was eating patisserie Valerie, and he came up and said, have you got anything to say about us? I looked at this pair of old Marys, and I remember thinking to myself, no, I've got nothing to say to you at all. Because she used him in the programme, and then, like most people, she falls out with them. And so, you know, they kind of disappear. I'm assuming, judging by how bad she looks, she does her own makeup now. But she does appear to have a new Range Rover. How she managed to pay for that, I've got no idea. It's really very bizarre. My dear dad died after being married to Mum for 66 years, so we moved Mum in with us. Sadly, she only lasted 9 months after Dad's death, but I have to say, Steve, it was the most precious 9 months. Yes, my mum did a few years after my dad died. It's very difficult. Nobody understands. You know, no matter what anybody says about bereavement, we're rubbish at it. We really are, because you can say anything you like to somebody. You can say, oh, I'm really sorry, hope it gets better. But if you're that person who's been with somebody for a long, 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 long time, it isn't that easy. It's horrendously difficult. You know, my mum used to just burst into tears for what I thought was no reason at all. But all of a sudden, I think she suddenly realised her own mortality. She was getting on a bit, and she was lonely. And I don't think it's embarrassing to ever tell people you're lonely. That's where I think, you know, radio stations come into it. You never get the same on a music station, but on a speech station, it's completely different. Completely different. But, you know, if people ever say to me, how long does this grief go on for? I said, it goes on for as long as it takes. It's as simple as that. But the more you talk about it, I talk about it all the time. Still I talk about it. In fact, actually, it was odd because I went out with a friend of mine on Sunday morning and I went past Dale's old house and I said, it seems so bizarre. It seems so bizarre that he doesn't live there and he doesn't exist. He was cremated. There's nothing left. Nothing left at all. It's not like there's a statue or there's a grave or anything like that. And that I find really bizarre. Really bizarre. But as long as I find things bizarre, you'll find something to identify with as well. Haven't sorted out the television mark. I will get round to it today. I had to do invoices. Invoices much more important. Television should take 10 minutes. It'll take an hour, I can imagine. I've got to retune the television. It's Tory conference. Nick will be up there, and you'll hear from him in around 10 minutes' time. Trish says, I'm having a birthday party for my granddaughter Brooke, who's 5, on Saturday, and I've got a magician coming who's been in the magic circle, apparently, for 25 years. He's going to include a white rabbit out of a hat trick, and he says a flying carpet for the birthday girl to sit on. I'm very excited. Oh, that's very exciting. I love it. Dan in Chelmsford says it's a shame there's no permanent tribute to Dale. How about campaigning for a blue plaque? The trouble is they don't do it just for people on the television. Otherwise, London would be awash with blue plaque. Yeah, you've got to wait for some time as well, actually. It's one of those sort of things. But it does, to me, it just seems odd. Somebody who was here, and now it's like sort of losing somebody, you know, for any of you listening. It is very, very odd, isn't it? Then one minute somebody's here, then the next minute they're not here, and there's nothing to go to. There's no grave, there's nothing like that at all. So, I don't know, c'est la vie. But at least we've got television, I suppose, to sort of watch people back. The Sun this morning on the front page, Ronaldo rape victim scream, no, no, no. He said it's fake news. She's claiming that he's given her money, so she'll have to prove that. This goes back to 2009. I don't know if it's true. I have no idea. Not a clue. The Prime Minister's I'm flexible on plan for Brexit. Strictly Turkey, Susanna Constantine flew into a fury before being booted out. It seems that nobody liked her. And quite clearly she can't dance. So that's the way it goes. So they got rid of her and Tony Beak as well. You know, if you don't put your heart into it, you're being paid a fee, love, at least make an effort. She said, I'll have to go to doing something I'm better at. Like what? What would that be? The career had finished, hadn't it? I thought it was all washed up. Front page of the Express. The Prime Minister May, I really do believe in Brexit. Anton's despair at being first off Strictly, well, saved us a merciful series. The IRA leader stopped the army witch hunt. Even Republican commander says hounding of Ulster soldiers is shameful. We got the Ryder Cup. Nobody gives a stuff about the Ryder Cup. It's only recently they go, oh, there are women attached to it. Really? And so all of a sudden they've started putting in pictures of the women. They're going, oh, the Ryder Cup's really important. It even makes the front page of the Daily Mail. Nobody cares. I'm telling you, nobody gives a forex at all. The secret of a perfect night's sleep? Hum like a bee, apparently. I think giving up alcohol's fairly good. I get a great night's sleep. Maybe wake up once. And that's just about it. Somebody says, consider yourself as the younger and better-looking Alfred Hitchcock. You see, I class that as an insult. It's a terrible thing to say. I don't want to be like Alfred Hitchcock. Ghastly. The Daily Star, Ant's cosy date night, which he takes, obviously the photographer's out waiting outside to take a picture of him and his girlfriend, who looks so much older than he does, because him we're used to seeing over the years, so we still think he's 18, 19. Looks like he's taking his grandmother out with him, but of course you tend to forget he's 42, which actually isn't any age at all. Prince William's mother-in-law has been slammed for selling a blood-soaked Diana-style Halloween dress. Carol Middleton was branded sicker than sick after the item appeared on her party piece's website. Why do we bother with this Halloween rubbish? Get over yourselves. It's an Americanism. We don't want it. Thank you very much indeed. Holly and Phil's Sofa Secrets. The Morning Star's on tears, tantrums and unknowns who became TV legends. Also the Tories robbing the NHS of 2.7 billion. I love the Mirror. They're always good at doing stories like this. And more Bergerac? No. Also, Cheryl, not working, nothing in the pipeline. Doing Paris Fashion Week. And here she is. Ellie Fanning was there in model Winnie Harlow. Who cares? It's just sort of, she's had somebody do her makeup, somebody, comb her hair out and then stick it on her head. And the rest of it, as they say, makes her an entry for the papers. Ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, front page of the Times. Johnson dismissed as irrelevant in the backlash over the Brexit criticism. Graham Norton on life at 55. A child. Men, vanity and getting older. Well, everybody's getting older. That's the one thing you can guarantee in life. We're all of us getting older, whether you like it or not, and I hate to break it to you, but at some point we're all going to die. Murdered PC failed by the Met. This is Keith Palmer's family, accused Scotland Yard of blocking their quest for truth. Claiming that they've been made to feel worthless than the terrorist who murdered him. Also, the European Ryder Cup. Here they are with all the wags out there. Oh, God, honestly, it's so boring. It's golf. It's golf. And on the front page of the Daily Telegraph. What is this obsession we've got with it? Why is it on the front page of everything? Tech giants could stop child porn if they wanted to. Saving elephants. Says Boris Johnson would be better use of our foreign aid budget. Tsunami looting starts. Residents of Palu on the Indonesian island of Sulawesi turn to looting as they struggle to manage. I mean, that's inevitable. I can't condemn it because I'm not there and I don't know. The English National Opera putting a stop to audience members smuggling colourless spirits into the auditorium. I mean, what, do you need to be drunk to watch the E&O nowadays? Most theatres don't have any problem with you taking with taking water in. I always take a little bottle of water because I need it during the piece. It doesn't matter how long it is. I want to make sure I'm going to survive it and get to the other end. Thank you very much indeed. Front page of The Guardian, Nicolas Cage says, I can be very self-destructive. And the rescuers helping a woman caught in the rising waters in Palu yesterday. Plus, the number of admissions to hospital of young people with sleep disorders has risen sharply. It's not good, is it, really? The one way to get a good night's sleep is... Oh, blimey, what was that? Was the headphones falling on the floor? Frightened the life out of me. I thought all of a sudden there's spirit action going on in the studio. I hope not. We don't want any of that kind of stuff. Good Lord, where is Yvette Fielding when you need her? She's making another one of those rubbish programmes about people dropping... Oh, sorry, there it goes again. Oh, it's the spirits are moving stuff around. Sadly, no more time this morning, so I hope you're going to have a go for the flower arranging. If you missed it, I'll tell you again about it tomorrow. And what else was I going to tell you? Yes, it's going to be cold. Sunshine in London for this morning. This afternoon, rain. But we've had rain before. It's not some big surprise, is it? We like a little bit of rain. Well, I like a little bit of rain. You might absolutely hate it. I feel sorry for the car washes, because the whole idea is if it's sort of dry, then you go and get the car washed. And I had mine done the other day. And very nice it looks too. Morning, everybody. Welcome to... God, what a fabulous day it is. You know why? 143 million quid on the National Lottery. It only goes to prove that since they've adjusted it in their favour, there's no chance of winning the blooming thing at all, is there? 143... Have you ever heard of anybody winning any other small amounts of money? No. I mean, apart from, £3.33 and £6.70. That's about it, isn't it, really? Judy Finnegan's come out of retirement. Judy, over here. 30 years of This Morning. You did it. You know? Yes, you did. You're very good on it as well. But she writes books now, which is better. R.I.P. Jeffrey and R.I.P. Charles. Charles Aznavour was only about as big as that, but he got to plus 90 plus, and I think he sold like 180 million albums. Huge international star, lovely singer, married 5 times, and Jeffrey, best friends Bungle and Zippy and all the rest of the gang on the television. He was nice. We liked him. Do you remember years ago when they finished doing Rainbow? And they found out where he was working, and I think he was working as a minicab driver. And they went, "Oh, isn't it?" And you think, but people have got to do something. When you stop work, that's quite a big deal, isn't it? That you want to go on and do something else. And so he picked himself up and went on to do it. I thought he was great. And of course, people like that don't seem to age. Mind you, I heard a rumour. Today, actually. Was it today? Yes, on my... I've lost my phone. There it is. And it was of a friend of mine who somebody said had just died, an agent. I don't want to say his name in case he hasn't died. And, but somebody has put it out. Actually, it was a friend of mine who I've sent details onto to say, is it true that I've just heard this? But I can't find it. We have searched the internet and it's not there. Graham Norton feared that he would lose his job when the BBC made his salary public. He said because he thought people would be jealous. Why? Why would you become jealous? That's like sort of being jealous of somebody who cooks the Queen's breakfast. Because you can't see the Queen hanging around over a frying pan, can you, with Philip anytime soon? And little Ollie Locke, he was the campus Christmas tree one who didn't know whether he was Arthur or Martha, but of course everybody who knew him knew that he was Martha, quite definitely. And so he goes on that dating programme because he's desperately sad, and goes on it, and he can't find anybody because, he wants to go out with somebody like him. He's just not exciting enough. He's not sort of, he's got nothing going for him at all, but he's managed to find somebody who's known for 10 years. And so he's going to become Mr. Locke when he gets married. You sometimes wonder whether or not the more supposedly well-educated, the more stupid they become. And in his case, very stupid. Bad enough having to listen to Gordon Ramsay and his foul mouth on the television programmes, but I secretly love it. Now, Campo de Gino and the First Dates maitre d' take him on a road trip. What's the maitre d' from Road Trip going on it for? What does he know? Oh, you want to sit here? Yes, she's very beautiful. What a pile of rubbish is that? And 170 million quid up for grabs over 2 lottery jackpots. Lovely. Love it. 10 ways to get the perfect night's sleep. I slept like a top last night. I climbed into bed. I was out for the count. Brilliant. The Archbishop of York will retire in 2020. Anybody bothered by that one? No. Why would you be bothered? We live in London. Why would I care what goes on with the Archbishop of York? The BMW car, which can hold a conversation with you, costs 33,000 quid for the car, incidentally. The conversation probably comes free. And the homeless get the Pret allergy alerts, but Natasha didn't. Unfortunately, I've now withheld my business from Pret-a-Manger. If they can't be bothered to do something which they were well aware of, then I don't have any time for them. It's as simple as that. Just not good enough. I think it's about time we started voting with our feet, going, this is a 15-year-old girl. It took them 2 years to write a letter of apology, which I thought was awful. And then Dave O'Brien yesterday, sorry, I know you know him as James, he was doing a bit on the woman who had the fur shop. It turns out there was only like a tenth of her stock had fur on it, and he was trying to work out who these people were outside who hated her so much that they hated humans, full stop. Slightly weird bunch sitting outside the shop. He said it was the fact that she had to close it because she felt threatened. He said she shouldn't have closed it. Well, I think she's opening up again, really, because anybody who sends anything to her on the internet, the police are now intercepting. And as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we get you in court, the better. And we throw you in prison. I'm sorry, you can't, she's keeping to the law. some of these people are breaking the law, and you have to pay for it. You have to pay for it. What have we got here? The other one. Oh, scientist who told women they aren't suited to physics. He just lost his job, which is interesting. And Sir Paul McCartney says he sometimes forgets Beatles hits. Well, you would. You would, wouldn't you? He's written so much stuff. Of course he's going to forget the Beatles hits. There can't be every single... The long and winding... The long and wind... The long... No, it's not working, is it, really? When I get older, loses... No, when I get... The long and... No, you could be there for days, couldn't you, at one of the concerts. So they have little televisions, and they've got all the words on there. I was telling the producer, Hey Jude, yes. Na, na, oh, no, na, 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 na. Hey, oh, that's not my song. Hey, 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 no. Na, na, na. No, it must be nightmare. When you've written so many, I mean, literally, album after album, how can you be expected to remember all the blooming words? Heavens above, I have to remind myself who I am half the time. It's not easy. Esther McVeigh claims she was a Barnardo's girl. Well, she wasn't really. She was put in there as a baby, and then they went back and collected her a couple of years later. Also, Tony Beak isn't waltzing off Strictly after all. Bit sad, that one, isn't it? We were hoping he'd have gone, but we got rid of him and Susanna Constantine, so he can then go off and do his tour or something. Do you know we lose 800 pubs a year? 800 pubs a year. Didn't know we had 800 pubs. And the users of the new iPhone XS say it's automatically beautifying their selfies. Woo! It's nice, isn't it? I like the idea of something that smooths out your skin. I think that's a good one. And the Beckhams go out dressed badly. They were over in France with, I think, Tanner and Gordon Ramsay, and they're all holding hands, except the Beckhams aren't. In fact, you'd never know they were actually a couple, so don't spin us this old waffle that it's all that. Brand Beckham is severely damaged by Dave's last little sort of non-court appearance. And will he become a knighthood? Will he get a knighthood? Blooming well hope not. Blooming well hope not. We don't want people like that, thank you. Not people who speed and then admit that they were speeding, but because of a legal technicality, you get off so it doesn't go to court because it arrived a day late. Of course it did. It went to the blooming car company. Some shoddy journalism on this one. Dave driving his Bentley. It wasn't his Beckham. It wasn't his Bentley. It was loaned to him by Bentley. That's what it was. It was loaned to him, and he still put his foot down. Not the first time he's put his foot down. But there they are out in France. Oh, Victoria must be hating it. You've got to walk, dear. Huh? Walk. You know, and so she's wearing an outfit. I mean, he's wearing an outfit. He just looks ridiculous. What is it with sort of poncy footballers who start dressing as if they're sort of squire of all he surveys? You know, the trousers don't fit, he's real ankle swingers, and she's wearing what I thought was a shroud, but it turns out to be one of her items from her vast catalogue of clothing. It's sort of a rather ghastly, well, they called it, thigh length? Knee length, something, whatever it was, it doesn't seem to fit the description at all, and it looks ridiculous. She's wearing the glasses, they're not even holding hands, nothing at all like that, so what sort of marriage they've got, God alone knows. Asda wouldn't help a woman take her shopping upstairs, so she orders from Asda. I think Asda must be one of these multi-companies that sort of arrange to do your deliveries. You phone up or do it online. Anyway, she's young, she's pregnant, and so the groceries arrive, and she wants the bloke to take it upstairs, and he said, I'm not taking it upstairs. And so Asda have now had to apologise. I mean, God, people are bone idle nowadays. She's pregnant. Well, what are you living in a house for then, dear? Go and live in a bungalow. Make it easier. But no, she's done the moaning. Dreadful, isn't it, really? And sex slogans on jackets for 3-year-olds at TK Maxx. Well, they don't understand what a sex slogan is. Mind you, to be honest with you, I'm not too sure what I think a sex slogan is either way. The 10 ways, as I say, to get the perfect night's sleep. And Stefan Dom Parker front a Channel 4 documentary called Can Cannabis Save Our Son? It's they're obviously all trying to sort of jump on the bandwagon. Aldi are going to open 130 new stores because we can't get enough of shopping. I went out. Yeah, what did I buy yesterday? What did I have for tea? I can't remember what I had for tea yesterday. Can't have been that exciting, can it? If I can't remember. Oh, I know. It was spaghetti with meatballs. How excited! Didn't make it. I just buy it and stick it in a saucepan. It cooks itself, really, which is quite good. The other one, which I quite liked, was the Apprentice candidate. We had him yesterday holding a gun. Now turns out it's a convicted drug dealer. We don't want people like that, thank you. I really don't want people like that on my television. Do you think after this year's disaster, Anton will leave Strictly? No, of course it won't. You're stuck with that creep for ages. You know, he's like an oil slick. He oils his way around the floor. It's a great line from My Fair Lady, when they'd sort of taken Eliza Doolittle to the dance, and the bloke who was trying to suss her out, because they thought that they would find out she was a fraud. She was just a flower girl who'd been taught to talk proper. A bit like Anton Dubek, whose real name is Tony Beak, but for some reason this pompous little prune has decided to I can't think of another rude word about him, actually, because he's just annoying, isn't he? You know, with that I'm a bit like, do you remember when they put him on with Bruce Forsyth? And they were going, he's so similar. I thought, no, Bruce has got talent. Tony Beak just partners old ladies that he can't do anything with, and we have a joke about it. And so that's why Susanna Constantine was put with him, because that's it. But, of course he's not going to leave. What else is he going to do? Sad day yesterday, with the passing of Geoffrey Hayes. Thoughts with Zippy, Bungle and George. Goodbye. That was me. You never know, would you, seriously? I could have done all the voices for all the puppets. That was very good. I grew up watching Rainbow for many years, says Rob. Yeah, we've all seen rainbows. I've stood out there and gone, oh, look, a rainbow. We still get excited, don't we? Look, a rainbow. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, rainbow climbing high. And I thought it was a great programme. I thought he was good as well. It takes quite an art to be, you know, a man who works with puppets and to make it look as though that he actually believes that they're real people, and that's the clever trick. Don't ever think, oh, I think I'll be a children's presenter. I've seen so many ghastly children's presenters, but I've seen some really good ones, and they're the ones who are in the same level as the kids. Serious stomach trouble playing up on the journey. That's you out of the Martian trip, Steve. Will the moon do? No. And whatever happened to Rod, Jane and Freddie? Still around, as far as I know. Still around. They turned up for my birthday party when I was 40. Shows how long ago that was. And my friends and neighbours were very impressed. Very impressed. Rod, Jane and Freddie. Yep. Rod, Jane and Freddie. Loved Rod, Jane and Freddie. Still do, actually. Because, again, it's difficult. Doing what they do, it's very difficult. You know, don't ever think you just walk... That's why, you know, it makes me laugh when people say, oh, I think I'll be a television presenter. And I go, with what qualifications? You can't be a television presenter. It's like they've very unwisely given Dan What's-His-Face... I think it's Dan, the BBC new breakfast presenter, Dan Walker. They've given him a quiz show. He's chronically bad at it. You know why? Because they're going, listen, we need to get people on our side. So what we'll do, let's give them a quiz show. Well, they've tried it with the poor girl from the one show, the Welsh one. We can't get anything for her at all. She's just 0 rated. She's a bit like Eamon Holmes. Well, she's not like Eamon Holmes. He's like really fat and she's quite thin. And both of them don't rate. They just don't pull an audience. People go, oh, it's Eamon Holmes again. Ruth Langsford, everybody loves. I can't quite work out why you love one and not the other one, but it's like not loving Scarlett Moffat, isn't it? Everybody go, oh, we love Scarlett Moffat, and now they go, we can't stand Scarlett Moffat. They did a piece in the paper the other day on why we've fallen out of love with her, and I thought, because it's cheated the public, that's why. That's what it is. You know, oh, look, here's me, I've lost all this weight doing this. No, you haven't, you lying old bag. You went to Switzerland, you went to a boot camp, and somebody paid you money. You should give it all back to all those people who wasted it. Because it's being untruthful, I'm afraid, and the British public are very unforgiving nowadays. Very, very unforgiving. Which I find marginally entertaining. So, we've got this bloke who does the BBC Breakfast Time, and they've obviously said, oh, we're going to give you a quiz show, and that'll help you win over the public. It's something to do with how much money's in a case. It's the biggest rubbish I've ever seen on the telly. He can't present a quiz show. It's not his fault, he's probably very good at sport. But why do they go, oh, you're a presenter, so you can do that? And you think, well, he can't. I've seen it 4 times now, and each time it's a bigger embarrassment than it was the last time. You know, stick to doing something you know about the sport, because there's no warmth, there's no nothing at all. And if you seriously think you can, I mean, you should really have the courage of your convictions and opt out of this quiz show immediately. It's going to kill your career stone dead, if indeed it is a career. What do we have? Oh, I can't get over this amount of money tonight. Not going to make any difference. Millions of you will be buying tickets, and just remember that if everybody's bought a ticket in your road, it's got to find yours. No chance. No chance. That's why nobody's won it. That's why it's got up to 142 million or something like that. Really amazing. And I can't wait to hear, well, I can, Cheryl's new single. She's hoping to get some... so you'll see her turning up on programmes way out because I've done a single. Yeah, what else you done, darling? I've done nothing for years. But I've got a single. I've just done a L'Oreal thing in Paris. Oh, right. Was that good? To walk up and down in a straight line. It was really difficult. And I put on this outfit and the people go, oh, you're beautiful and gorgeous. Unfortunately, she's only about 3 foot tall, so it doesn't really help, does it? And so she'll be trying to flog this single to get back into the charts. Perhaps she thinks she's Kylie Minogue or something. Well, she's not. Any news on Kerry Coke Toner? Yes, Peter. She's got a new boyfriend. And her new boyfriend's called Ryan Mahoney. And she's 37, and she's had quite a few. The kids must be, as I say, used to the revolving door that's been put on the bedroom now. And so he's the latest one. He must be a bit desperate, mustn't he, really? And so here are all the children being introduced to him. It's fantastic, isn't it, really? It's so lovely. All these kids of the so-called famous, you know, and you go, oh, look, so what's she with him for? Because he's desperate. That's what it is. That's what it is. And so now I've got my own boyfriend. Of course, the conversation is so dead between them. He's pictured lying on the settee on his telephone. That's how dull conversation would be with Kerry Coke Toner. Mind you, I did, Katie Price's friend admits she's worried about her. She's off the rails. Of course, you're quite normal, are you, dear? I don't think so. Although, interestingly enough, we had a lovely picture of Katie Price's mother the other day doing the gardening at the house. Obviously, Katie Price can't be bothered. Your mother's terminally ill, but you just swan off to a wedding, darling. You do what you want to do. Bone idle old bag, honestly. I've never heard anything like it. Can't you even help your mother out? Apparently, her father's got, a landscaping business. Doesn't really explain why the house is a complete and utter shambles, does it? And he's living in a Winnebago. Obviously, he doesn't want to mingle with the stench of cat wee all over the place. Apparently, the house is so disgustingly filthy. But she's not bothering with anything like that at all because she's Katie Price, and the Pricey is always wrong. Every time she's been wrong. But I love the way she goes, oh, yes, I'm having a test to find out whether or not Kieran Hayler is the father of Jet or Bunny or whatever they're called now, Robinson Crusoe. And Martin says, the girl with the shopping lives in a second-floor flat. The delivery driver left her shopping at the bottom of the communal stair. Asda said he should have taken to her front door, even if there's not a lift. It's what the service is. Well, I don't care. Not bothered about that. Why can't she walk down there and pick up shopping? I'm sorry, I've got no sympathy at all. Fancy getting a flat in a block with no lift. Huh, how naff. Alan in Bromley says, loved Rainbow. Everybody did. It was like they all hadn't come out the 60s and 70s. Rod, Jane and Freddie were great. I thought they were great as well, actually, Alan. They were great. But you're right, they were sort of there. Leave Alex alone. I like her and the one show. And I also like that programme she does with that Yorkshire lass and how to save money. No, I'm afraid it's gone over everybody's head. Nobody knows what that one is. And also, she's chronically bad. She's bad. She's not as bad as the bloke from Blue Peter. He can't present for love nor money. He's very good on Country Fire, wandering about, Matt Baker. But when it comes to sitting in there and doing studio stuff, not good enough. Not good enough. Watch the DVD back, says Shane, about how the Beatles started with Stuart Sutcliffe, who died very young from cerebral hemorrhage. I don't remember that bit. I remember Stuart Sutcliffe. My brother's got a copy of My Bonnie by the Beatles, which is apparently quite rare. Dion Dublin is another one the BBC's trying to flog. Who's Dion Dublin? A former footballer. Homes Under the Hammer. I've never even heard of Dion Dublin. I thought it was a woman. It's a bloke, is it? Oh, wait a minute, Homes Under the Hammer. Is that the one he does with Martin with the fake hair and the girl who's got the blonde hair, who's sort of a little bit... In fact, dreadful. It's a dreadful... He doesn't know diddly squat, does he? What qualifies him? It's Tuesday morning, 2nd of October. You watch. We're going to race through this month, and you're going to get to the end of it, you're going to go, I can't believe October has vanished. Because it is like that, isn't it? What did I watch on television yesterday? I can't remember, actually. I seem to manage to get a few things done, and yet I managed to avoid the email from my accountant. I always seem to miss these things. It takes a friend of mine to go, he did copy you in on it, and I go, oh, did he? Oh, I'll have to go back and check today. And then eventually I should get the television assembled. I'm sort of getting there. Well, I'm not really. I haven't done anything about it. What else have we got in the papers? It's Boris Johnson. They say that he's running through a wheat field. I'm telling you exactly what that is, and nobody knew here. The picture is of Boris running through a field with his arms like that. It's taken from Little House on the Prairie, where the little girl runs down the thing, do it. When she gets to the bottom, she leaps in the air with her hand. That's what Boris looks like. That's what he looks like. He looks like he's wearing his pyjamas, to be honest with you. Very odd. Very odd. Corrie, that's Coronation Street. We always abbreviate because you're supposed to know what it is. Reveal their most dramatic week ever. I think it's 2 weddings, a murder, and somebody run over on the cobbles or something. David Beckham looking a bit uncomfortable and a bit of a buffoon. Victoria Beckham wearing sandals. Nobody else is wearing sandals. She's walking along a hard road in France, in the Porlic region, and wholly in it, she's probably standing there going, I don't want to do this. And Dave's going, come on, old girl, pick your feet up. She's wearing sandals. I mean, seriously, she looks like she's on her way to Jerusalem. Everybody else is wearing sensible walking shoes, except Victoria Beckham, who looks as unhappy as anything. He's got his hands in his pocket. What does that tell you? They're not holding hands. They're not holding hands. In fact, she looks so miserable and so unhappy. He's still wearing the Awujuchnipper, delivering Ovis bread, and that's about it, because he's got the silly hair sprayed on his head. Also, the confirmation of how many dead. This is in the tsunami in Indonesia, 844, and rescuers have been hampered by atrocious conditions. The city of Palu is, just even the top of the mosque is barely visible. It's dreadful. You don't realise the power, do you, that's under the ocean, and what can happen. 2 survivors have been pulled from the 80-room Hotel Roa Roa, and there were hopes that more could be alive after calls for help. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But they've got a lack of machinery. In fact, they've got a lack of everything. And it's a disaster. What do? Nothing. We just talk about the photo in the paper. Oh, it's awful, isn't it, without realising just how dreadful it is. Billy says, all your comments about Dan Walker also apply to Richard Osman. Nice guy, hopeless presenter, whose solo quiz shows bombed. Actually, I didn't think they did. I thought they did quite well, actually. I thought they did quite well, Billy, but there you go. Did you know it's not actually a rainbow, it's a full circle? So, unfortunately, there's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. There's always a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And there's leprechauns. Will Cheryl be rebranded with his new song as The Tweed? No, it'll sink without Who cares? It's Cheryl, isn't it? There's no way she's ever going to be a Kylie or a Little Mix. I mean, she just faffs around. She's sort of tried most things, and most of it she can't do. Court appearances she's good at. She likes court appearances. There's also the most violent jails named, and so good they've named it twice. These are countries which have changed their titles, which is lovely. The paper's talking about Boris Johnson now appears to be a bully. Listen, he's ambitious. He's ambitious, that's all I can tell you. Also, while your dog might just be a bird brain, they say dogs aren't as clever as you think that. Well, I don't know, all the ones I've seen seem to be quite clever. 2 weddings, a car crash and a funeral, the most dramatic week in Corrie. They're just going after ratings. That's all they're doing, and to be honest with you, I was amazed at the whole programme. Luckily, I don't catch it. I catch little bits, and then I've completely forgotten it within about half an hour. Well, there you go. Meghan Markle's half-sister. In other words, she's another dreary old bag who, for a few quid, will send, any old message to you. So Samantha Markle arrived in London, hoping to make contact with the royals. Dream on, fat bird. No chance. No chance. I mean, I could have told you that before you got on the plane the other end. And so she goes on to Jeremy Vine's show and was challenged on why she's been so insulting to Meghan. Samantha replied, my father was being ignored. We were hoping that private channels would be used. When they failed, we went public. And she claimed she was attacking the Duchess of Sussex in a bizarre bid to bring the family closer. You're more stupid than you look. They're not going to see you. They don't want anything to do with you. You're a half-sister. Like the Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtles, heroes in a half-shell. You're a bit half-baked, aren't you? How much money did you get, dear? How much money did you get for that? I'd love to know. Lindsay from Leeds says she should have been stopped at border control. Chris from Kent says, all we've seen is the hate you've spewed. If you loved your sister, this shouldn't have gone public. Well, she's doing it for money. You don't seriously think that the Vine show didn't pay her any money? Defending her attacks on Meghan, who's not spoken to their father Thomas since she wed Harry, she said the bottom line is you should reach out to Dad. She can do what she likes. What's going to do with you? Mind your own business. Beaky. Keep it out, all right? You're not getting the message, are you? She doesn't want to talk to her father. She doesn't want to talk to you. She doesn't care about you. So why would you care? You're not even her sister. You're a half-sister. For that, read nothing. Nothing at all. But you're not helping, because the more you do, the more distant and reclusive, although they actually say that Harry's become more aloof since he got married. I suppose because it's the first adult thing he's ever done, really. Tributes flooding in after Geoffrey from Rainbow. That's what he was known as. He was Geoffrey Hayes, and he just looked great. So he drove a taxi after the show ended. Why not? Why not? Good for him. Brought pleasure to loads and loads of people. He was an actor, born in Stockport. I know Stockport quite well. And he said the reason for the show's enduring popularity is it was full of magic, innocence and imagination. That's exactly what it was. He went on Pointless. He was a Pointless celebrity. Bit of a pain, isn't it, if you'd booked with Primera Air, which is an Icelandic airway. They've been running for about 14 years. Or was it 14 airlines they had? Anyway, whatever it was, they were doing flights to New York and then all over the place. And then they've just ceased operation. So you've been told, don't go to the airport. There are no planes for you. Also, unless you paid on credit card, and you're not even sure then whether you get your money back, they're only offering refunds to people who've done package holidays. So you've had all the usual bunch of people turned away at the airport going, you're not flying anywhere because the planes are not flying. And I think people expect that if all the aeroplanes are affiliated. So if you lose out on one, you wander to the next terminal, they go, and here's the plane for you for the plane. No, there's nothing of that. You have to buy another ticket with somebody else. They're not going to give you a free ticket. And there's one couple there. We're trying to scrounge together some money so we can get home. Well, don't go on holiday if you really can't afford to go on holiday. You must have enough money to get yourself home in a flight. But they've ceased all of them. But if you paid on credit card, the usual rule of thumb is that if it's over £100 and it's on certain credit cards, they will offer you your money back. There is a guarantee. But because it's not affiliated to the Civil Aviation Authority or anything else, or ABTA or anything like that, there's very little chance of anything at all. It's disgraceful. How dare Iceland have its own airline? But well, they haven't any more, have they? Mind you, there might be a few. I don't know how many airlines Iceland have. I just know they've got bubbling springs. There is Icelandic Air. So that just sounds like it's very cold on board, doesn't it? Very cold. David Walliams to give Robbie extra advice. David Walliams will help Robbie Williams whittle... What for? What does David Walliams know about pop music? Absolutely nothing. Robbie Williams is far better qualified, but I mean, to be honest with you, he's mad as a broomstick, which is a bit of a shame. David says, I've always loved watching X Factor. I've always wanted to do Judge's House. Yeah, but you don't know anything about pop. What's the point of asking you? You'll just flirt with all the boys, and we'll all go, oh, God, David Walliams being a bit embarrassing again. Somebody says, if you can do better, why don't you co-host the One Show? I'm not stupid enough to fall for that old garbage. Why would you want to... Don't need to prove anything. Heavens above. I have a track record. They don't have track records at all. Still here with my associate, the girlfriend on the Costa del Sol. Why don't you come here with your Auntie Enid? We're not allowed to take her out the home. She's been... we tried that, if you remember... last time there was a solstice, because she's a bit into the occult and stuff like that, and then it's a case of she's not allowed. Matron says no. Matron says no. Yeah, and also the passport application was turned down. I mean, I said to her, having a Lithuanian passport should be okay to get you the British one. Samantha Markle said on Jeremy Vine's show she's not getting paid. Vine says she's on travel expenses. Yeah. But travel expenses can mean all sorts of things. I mean, come on, Matthew. I know you're in Stevenage, love, but you can't be that naive. Travel expenses. OK, we're going to pay for you to stay in a top-class hotel, which will be £700-800 a night. We'll pay for the flights over, also all your transport, food and everything else. That's called expenses. Gone are the days of expenses where they go, OK, there's 38p for the bus. It doesn't work like that. You seriously think she's come over here for nothing? Come on. What's this? Oh, yo-yo dieting. More than doubles the risk of dying young. I'm assuming that'll be liquid diets, baby food diets, all these other diets, where it's called yo-yoing, because what you do is you do like Scarlett Moffat. So Scarlett Moffat, fat, and then all of a sudden diet, thin, and then they go, that's yo-yo dieting. You go from fat to thin, and then back to fat again. That's yo-yo dieting. People who've been to the juice sort of kind of side of the industry. Yes, you can just exist on drinking juice. No, you can't. You watch another year's time, all these people who've gone, oh, look how thin I am, and you wait. There's going to be a few, I bet you anything, there's going to be a couple of DVDs this Christmas, because you're going to start seeing over the next 4 weeks, I should imagine, all the people caught out in the park with their trainers. They'll be the people bringing out the fitness DVDs for Christmas. And what you have to do is decide which pile of rubbish you're going to waste your money on, because don't waste your money. You want a diet and you want exercise, go to the doctor. Do you have a diet sheet? Of course we do. We've got millions of the bloody things. There you go. There's one. That's what you eat for breakfast. Well, can't I have eggs, bacon, toast and fried bread for breakfast? No, you can't. Of course you can't. You're supposed to be on a diet. So that's why they have to have experts with them. But unfortunately, anybody old, any old person, I could be an expert. I could say, oh yeah, just eat boiled eggs and drink a bottle of wine every day. Or failing that, why don't you just send yourself to sleep, get sleeping tablets, sleep for the whole of the summer, and when you wake up, you're going to be thinner. No, you're not. No, you're not. But healthcare providers should pay attention to the variability of a patient's blood pressure, cholesterol and glucose levels, as well as body weight. Because you see people on the toes, you go, oh, look, thin, and you think they've been on a diet. No, they're naturally thin. Some people are fat, some people are thin. If you're a fat person, you're a fat person. You know, and they go, oh, look, I've lost all this weight. If you're a thin person, it doesn't make any difference because you're never going to change. You're always going to be a thin person. It's just that some people are prone to putting on weight. Holly Willoughby went to a tribute event for the 30th anniversary this morning. They went to the BAFTA auditorium. Judy Finnegan and Richard Madeley helped celebrate. Well, Judy did. And she was helping celebrate with Ruth Langsford. No mention of the husband, but we know he was there because I've seen a picture. Do you know that the drivers, that'll be you listening at the moment, drivers, and they turn the air blue 41 times every 100 miles. How many times have you been in the car? Come on! I did it yesterday, actually. I came up to a set of, it was a zebra crossing. And it was another one where people, there's people standing by the side of the road. What do you expect? Me to get out the car and wave you across the crossing? So, of course, I'm shouting all the obscenities under the sun. Come on, move your ass. Doing the whole bit. And there's a family, they've got a pushchair, and then there's another couple, and they're not making any attempt to get from one side to the other. They're just dawdling and chatting. And you think to yourself, do you know, I wish I just kept going. But I didn't, because I'm a good driver. Darren will be distraught, Steve, in Icelandic carrier collapsing. I don't think he flies with that one. I don't think so. He only uses BA. Because, you know, he's always sort of hoping that they're going to be able to use the defibrillator, provided they're not coming into land. Special club? Really? Oh, wow. I've been to the lounge on a few airlines, actually. I quite like Virgin. I've been on Virgin, and I did like BA. I remember we came back on a ship from somewhere, and I wanted to come back on a British ship. I don't want to come back on a foreign ship. I don't know why. I wanted to hear somebody speaking English to me. I just got bored with the holiday. The other day you were mentioning that Weight Watchers has changed its brand. No. It's all they've done is they've changed Weight Watchers to call WW. So their website is www.ww. Okay, that's it. I should confess, Steve, that I put on a lot of weight recently and felt it was time to call Weight Watchers. I said, it's an emergency. Can you send somebody round? They said, yes, we can. We've got loads of people like that. It's an old gag, but it's worth it. No, they're just called WW now, but it doesn't stand for anything. We had this discussion, didn't we, the other day, where they were going, so what does WW stand for? Nothing. Does it not stand for Weight Watchers? No, it's just WW. I've thought of a few, and I'm sure you have as well. Buying your lunchtime sandwich is about to get quicker. Marks & Spencer bring a no-queue shopping to more stores. You can scan items on the move, pay up to 30 quid on the phone without going to the till, so you can be out in 40 seconds. Well, round our way, the shoplifters can do it in 15. What's the point of that? It's like that's why you won't see motor racing in Liverpool. You know, work it out for yourself. Every time they call in for a pit stop, the thing can be rebranded, resprayed, new tyres and everything else, in and out in a minute 30. There you go. I love that. Dodge the till with pay to go. Dodge the till completely. Just nick it. They're not going to prosecute you. What, somebody's just nicked a sandwich, you've gone to court? No. They're not going to waste time. And there's never any staff in there. Seriously, you've got to go in there. Yeah, who would you... I mean, there's nobody to argue with at the tills, is there? You've got to argue with somebody. So can I have a 25p bag? I mean, there was a bloke the other day I went to... Where did I go? Robert Dyer's. I quite like Robert Dyer's. It's got those sort of interesting, rubbishy things that I feel I should buy. And so I go in there to buy something, and he was in the... Some woman had said, oh, can I leave my shopping here while I go shopping? I'm like, what do you think this is? It's not Selfridges, dear. Just pick up your bag and walk round with it. Oh, I'll come back in about an hour. Oh, yeah, don't worry, dear. We'll just look after it for you. Anyway, so because I'm standing there, I bought, what did I buy? A set of cutlery, I think. And a very good value, £16. And you got free steak knives as well, so I was even happier. So I like a bargain. And so I said, can I have a bag, please? Well, anyway, he was still busy trying to sort of get a till receipt off so he could stick it on this woman's shopping, which was sitting on the floor. There was no mention of, oh, sorry to keep you waiting, I'll be with you in a minute. Because what I wanted to do was go, I tell you what, I'll go somewhere else. I can't be bothered. That's the trouble with people. They don't care. They really don't care. Anyway, 20 things that make you swear behind the wheel coming up in a moment. Because I should imagine most of them probably apply to just about everybody. 4:45. Nice to be company, he says, sounding as cheerful as he possibly can at 12 minutes to 5 on Tuesday, the 2nd of October. So, motorists, we're all motorists, 90%. I don't know anybody who's not a motorist, actually. I've got a friend of mine who does drive, but he doesn't have a car. He goes and rents cars, because at the end of his road is where they put these cars. Anyway, 20 things that make you swear behind that we know when you go, oh, bother. Oh, that's a bit of a nuisance, isn't it? And number 20, somebody's speeding past you. Is it then that we all go, if only I was a police car, I'll pull you over. I saw you going past, and you weren't wearing your seatbelt. Yes, I'm a police officer. Number 19, undertaking on the motorway. That happens all the time. Totally illegal, but it happens all the time. Running late. Oh, God, I'm running late. Oh, there's traffic. Oh, God, there's traffic. What do we do? It's the people on the way to the airport, isn't it? You'll always be sitting in traffic going to Gatwick or Stansted, and somebody will use the hard shoulder. We've got a flight to catch. Yeah, like the rest of us. Stuck behind cyclists. Very popular one. Get out of the bloody road. Beep, beep! We always do that, don't we? Speed camera flashes. I don't see those so often now. That probably means I'm not speeding, but, and it was always 2. David Beckham sees them. Oh, sorry, Dave? Yes? Did you see the speed camera? I'd like to see it. I think David who wrecks his own Christmas tree. Anyway, only thinking about it. Cyclists ignoring red lights. Yeah. I've had a friend of mine, he's a cyclist, he's a very good friend of mine, and he said, what's the point of sitting there? I'm a cyclist at red lights. I know, don't get me going on it, please. Lorries slowly overtaking. Oh, I hate it when they pull out in front of me. I go, excuse me, I'm 0 to 60 in about 2 seconds. Get out the blooming way. Oh, dear. Middle lane hoggers. Oh, I flash them. Get out of the road. And then you look, and it'll be some little person, their head is barely visible above the steering wheel. Drivers who don't thank you for waiting for them. Come on. Thank you. Don't worry saying thank you. I don't know why we shout it into the windscreen. Parking across 2 spaces. Slow drivers. Drivers who drive with full beam on and blind you. Oh, I'm very angry with those ones. I'm sorry, have you learnt how to drive a car? The pedestrians stepping into the road. Tourists are the best ones, because they're looking the wrong way. They're expecting the cars to come from the left, and of course they're coming from the right. Drivers who don't indicate, don't bother indicating, strap your guide dog to the roof, he'll tell you what's going on. Texting and driving, all the time I see it. All the time. Nearly being rammed by a driver changing lane. There was a bloke the other day, we've got a big film being made in Leicester Square, and they're taking 3 days. I mean, we had to sort of fight. Excuse me, fight my way through there. Hello, Steve Allen. Yes, no, I'm not in the film. Thank you so much indeed. And you get through the other end, and it was a film, which we can't remember what it's doing, but they're filming at the bottom from 7 in the morning until 7 at night, 10 at night, something. They were using a drone the other day. Sam, who works with Adrian, was very excited. They gave him a flyer to say what it was that they were filming, and it's on his Twitter feed. And it's some film, and there were loads of them. There must have been 70 people there, all because I thought, honestly, listen, I'm never going to get around to signing 70 autographs, so I didn't. And we sort of walked through and missed the buses, or we always miss the bus. It's always within seconds. We go, look, what's that? Oh, it'll be our bus, won't it? And anyway, they put up a fake phone box the other side of the road. And the bloke said, don't, it's on casters. I thought, do I look stupid? I've worked in London for the past 40 plus years. And then they were all there, and so they brought in the drone, but they've changed all sorts of bits and pieces. The ticket booth down opposite the Garrick Theatre. Oh, it's Jack Ryan 2. Starring, who stars in Jack Ryan 2? Is it, oh, I'm not too sure, actually. They're obviously filming some scenes. It's an Amazon series. There's loads of them working on it. Seriously. We were joking about it. We were going, to make 5 minutes of a film, and this will be about 5 minutes, it takes about 100 people. 5 minutes on the radio takes 5 minutes and takes 2 people. If that. Sometimes you can get John Krasinski. Oh, right, yeah. Wow. Well, that's quite... Perhaps I could go out to get John, Steve Allen. We met. But it was filmed down here. They're using the stake and whatever it's called at the end of the road. So for three days. It's very interesting. When you watch it, you have to try and pretend you're sort of casual. And because they've got the drone, they've sought permission to fly the drone. So they're now using drones to film to get the aerial shots. Very clever. Because remember I did a thing with, was it Da Vinci Code or something like that? They were filming in St Mark's Square. And who did I have in? It was a bloke from Happy Days. Do you remember? I think it was Ron Howard. And I'm sure because they did a bit where they had loads of people. I can't remember who it was actually. But anyway, they're going through St Mark's Square, but nobody's looking at them. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you'd see it. And I said, how did you manage that? He said the cameras were all hidden. He said they were all hidden in sort of, we'd made up these fake boxes and covered it with black cloth and everything else. He said, so that was filming. He said, only when they stopped did people turn around and go, oh my God, it's Dustin Hoffman or whoever it happened to be. It wasn't actually. It was in the bloke who was in Big, actor, Tom Hanks. It was Tom Hanks. I think it was Tom Hanks. And he said that's how you do it. Nowadays, they've got the drones that go up there and film things. Terribly clever. Forgot to tell you the other things. Nearly being rammed by a driver changing lanes. Yeah. Beep, beep. Did you not see me? You're blind as a bat, old baggage. And somebody cutting you up. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. See, all those things that make you shout and scream in the car. It's good for you, though. Very good. Geoffrey Hayes made an appearance in Z-Cars with Brian Blessed before his Rainbow Days. Yes, he also turned up in the Is This the Way to Amarillo? You know, they had loads of people in it, and Geoffrey Hayes was on there. Lovely man. Mind you, so were other people. And but it was still good to watch. It was the first one. And then we had, and I would walk 500 miles, and I had all sorts of people on that one as well. Woke up at 3 a.m, Steve, completely unable to fall asleep again. Thank goodness for the spike to keep me going till I get my hospital app later. Do you know, I climbed into bed last night. It must have been about 5:30. I climbed into bed. I'm out within seconds. Seriously. Out within seconds. But I've got this new hot water bottle. Did I tell you? No, I didn't tell you. I told the producer. I went to a garden centre yesterday and I saw that and I thought, wow, what's that? And it's a hot water bottle. Now, we know what hot water bottles look like. You've never seen one like this. This looks like a doorstop. It's as long as a door is wide, and it's about 6-7 inches wide, and it's just a hot water bottle, but long, and so it's got a cover on it, like all hot water, well, not all hot water bottles, but these ones have, and it was 20 quid, so I bought 3, thinking they'd be ideal Christmas presents, and you just literally, it says just fill with hot water, but it means that the whole hot water, I mean, what a brilliant idea, because normally you just got your feet on it, this will do the whole body, which is fantastic. I'm trying to work out as well where to have my my birthday party next year. I was talking to a person who looks after my bank accounts. She now lives in the Bahamas, and I'm sort of speaking to her from here, having to reverse the charges. And I think I'm going to go back to where I had my other birthday party, because it's central. It's very set. We've just got to make sure. I thought I'm going to get my friend onto that immediately. We shall need to pull rank on this one. Paul says you're so refreshingly honest. No, just can't do anything else. And also because I'm not drinking now. No alcohol. I'm drinking healthy drinks, milk, water. I'm doing all the good stuff, and I don't feel any different at all. Producer's done 4 months, and you don't feel any different, but I am sleeping very well indeed. And I just don't like having to do things. You know, so when I get the accountant contacting me, I always think I need to pay somebody else to deal with the accountant, because I haven't got the time or the energy, and it puts me into a complete panic. I don't know why. Steve, thanks to LBC News, we found out that Prime Air went bust last night. Yeah, no email to say flights are cancelled. Spent a year planning the trip. We've cancelled hotels and car already. Why weren't they Atoll affiliated? They don't need to be. They don't need to be. That's the thing. They're not CAA or Atoll or anything like that. The handling makes EasyJet look like a luxury airline. But why did you go on them? Did you go on because they were offering the best value? Because if that's the case, you have no argument at all. You know, so if you go with EasyJet, you know what it is. It's a cheap airline. If you go with Ryanair, it's a cheap airline. If you go with Primera, you don't know anything about them, but you didn't. You spent a year planning it. They went bust. They've been going for 14 years. I mean, you don't normally think they're going to go bust, but the trouble trying to get your money back is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Very interesting, because you've booked hotels by yourself. So unless you've actually put it on your credit card, oh, please. Shane says, be careful with hot water bottles. They only last 2 years or they'll leak. Well, there's not really a lot that can leak on these things. It's rubber. It's rubber. I mean, I've yet to take it out, but what a brilliant idea. You're right, actually. There is always the danger where you're pouring hot water into something. You know me and hot water. Thank you very much indeed. So Charles Aznavour has died at the age of 94. He was born to Armenian immigrants, crafted his act in Nazi-occupied Paris. His biggest hit was She May Be the Face I Can't Forget. But he had loads of hits. He sold about 180 million albums. Some of them were very good. He did a great song years and years ago. It was almost a gay song, like a gay anthem, called What Makes a Man a Man. Each night and it's about a drag queen who works in a bar in a nondescript city in the world. And I thought he was excellent. I thought he had a lovely voice. But 94, what a good innings. He sang with Liza Minnelli. I think they'd also had a relationship. But I think he'd had quite a few. This is a she. This is from good Lord above, I can't even tell you the year, 1974. This was his biggest day. 2nd of October, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC, this is where the world comes out to play. You have to. And the reason you have to is because you're up at this time of the morning, to be honest with you. What you need is somebody who's reasonably awake as well. Because otherwise, if both of us are half asleep, you're going to get a very dreary programme. So we like to make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet this morning, which we are, because the papers are full of some good stories, some bad stories, some boring stories, and some, not that old rubbish again. It's the same old drearies, isn't it? It's a reality show star. It'll be somebody who's been on a reality show, and then all of a sudden they start thinking that they're actually a bit... bugger. They're actually of importance. I need some tissues, actually. Have you got some... I'm sorry, I've just sort of had a little bit of an accident. We need some tissues. I haven't broken anything, but it's gone onto the equipment. So, lest it sort of go bang any minute, I think we'll actually sort of not sort of worry about it too much. We just need some tissue paper. We should be okay, don't worry. Bear with me. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm spilling everything this morning. Honestly, how ridiculous am I? I'll take the whole roll. Thank you. This, honestly, we're so lucky, aren't we? Right, try not to blow anything up. If all of a sudden there's a bang and I disappear, you'll know that it's not gone as well as it could have done. How on earth have I done that? Do you know, every morning I manage to do something. Oh dear. I pushed a button there. I don't know what I've done on that one. I just inadvertently pushed a button. Sorry. I shall try not to do this. Oh, no, what have I done there? Has anything happened in there? We're still all right? Oh, we're still on air? We think we're on air. Okay. There's always something, isn't there? You know, you start the programme, we were going so well at the beginning, and now we're... Wait a minute, let me just do this. Do you know, I tell you, I bought kitchen roll the other day. Look at that, I've got a story for everything. I bought kitchen roll the other day. I went out there, and a friend of mine, John, he said, the Iceland kitchen roll is very good value. And so I bought 8 rolls of kitchen rolls. I'm now in the kitchen. I can't move for kitchen roll. So I'm doing quite well, actually. I'm doing quite well. Wait a minute. I've done delay dump again. I don't know what that means. I'm probably in delay or something. I've done... No? We're right, are we? Oh, well. That's good, isn't it? Oh, we think we're okay. Well, there you go. Honestly, look at me, honestly, being able to do things like this all by myself. Having to clean the equipment. I need one of those air cans. You know they do air cans nowadays. And you just... I bought a load the other day in Costco. Sorry for everything. And it takes everything away. So if you're cleaning your computer keyboard, which you have to... We used to have a woman who used to come in years ago. Used to clean... Sorry? No. But this woman used to come round and she used to clean the telephones. I think she was called Phone Tel or something. She'd come round, she had a little uniform on, and she'd go to all the telephones. And every phone that she cleaned, she put a little card underneath it. So you knew that, well, we haven't used her for years. I mean, she must be dead by now, I should imagine. But we used to like her. She was good fun, actually. Very good fun. Anyway, we think we've sorted that problem out. Just have a check there. Yeah, that's all right. There you go, back to it. Nobody would know the difference. Shh, don't say anything to anybody later on. Because if people come in here, they go, oh, what's happened to the studio? Nothing. Steve Allen was in here. Usual sort of Steve. Oh, still to come. Still to come. Where have I got that thing? I've got it. Oh, yes. I'm going to give you the chance to do flower arranging with me. I know it seems somewhat bizarre, but I promise you it's absolutely genuine. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'll tell you about that. It's a little thing that we're running to make some money for Make Some Noise, which is our charity, as you know, and I'll tell you about it a little bit later on. So, another one here, in great form today, says Hugh. Trying to get back to sleep. What's the point of going to sleep? What is the point of going to sleep? Listen, it's coming up 5:10 in the morning. Why would you want to go to sleep? Nobody goes to sleep. Ridiculous. Did you like Sacha Distel as well? I did, actually. I did. I mean, not as much as Charles Aznavour. Not as much as Charles Aznavour. There was something... I tell you what I liked. I liked Richard Clayderman. Used to play the piano and look vacant into television cameras. And then I discovered loads of other people. So anything like that, I'm actually very good at. Steve says, Lynn, my daughter bought me one of those long hot water bottles last Christmas. Wouldn't be without it. Well, I bought 3. I bought 3 because I thought there'll be an ideal present for various people. And so I thought I'd give one to my brother and one to each of his daughters. And then I thought I'd better go back today and get some more, because I can think that I've got some other people who might want a hot water bottle. They're only 20 quid. I say only 20 quid because that's like a proper Christmas present nowadays, isn't it? Definitely. Steve, somebody else saying that I've also got one of those I'd never seen them before, long hot water bottles. Emma's off with Dad Tom to Rome this morning. Lucky not with Prima Air. Well, Rome. So you've never been before? Okay, here we go. Let me advise you on going to Rome. You'll find it covered in graffiti. The whole of the ring road around there, I've never seen so much graffiti. You'll also get any of the restaurants around the tourist attractions, dreadful service. They couldn't really give a toss about you at all. And also watch little people on mopeds who steal. There are lots of thieves who operate in Rome. I thought I loved it because of the history, but I did think to myself, my God, it's dirty. Seriously, the Trevi Fountain, you'd be so disappointed. You think it's in a big square. It's in a little side street. I had a dreadful experience down there, but that's another story. Susie's in Milton Keynes. That's where they've got the concrete cows, isn't it? And just about nothing else. Oh, we did discover... What did we discover they had? Was it a theatre? They've got a theatre in Milton Keynes. We were so excited. So well done, Milton Keynes. But you're on air, my day ahead... When you're on air, my day ahead feels more positive, says Susie. Well, it can't get worse, can it? And let's face it, listen to Steve Allen on LBC. Donny says, if you're not drinking, what shall I do with the bottle of Vino Malaga that I've got you and your Auntie Enid? Well, you know she can't drink. No, she's not allowed to drink. But also, I'm just not drinking anything, and I've got loads of booze indoors, which makes me sound a little bit like, oh, you've got loads of booze, why have you? Because I was, drinking quite a lot of Prosecco, as you know. I mean, I've practically single-handedly looked after the market by myself. But it just doesn't interest me now. It really, I've lost the taste. You know, when you sort of go out and when you're younger, I used to drink, because I didn't drink till late. 18 I started drinking, which was very late. Never did pints, never did bitter, never did anything like that at all. I started drinking Bacardi and Coke, which was a bit wussy, I realise. Bacardi and Coke, ice and a slice, yeah, okay, yeah. And you try and make it look butch. And that was quite nice. And then I went off Bacardi in a big... I've obviously got one of those sort of bodies that goes off things. And so then I went on to Southern Comfort. And I drank Southern Comfort for years. For years. In the early days of LBC, when we were in Gough Square, my preferred drink of choice was Southern Comfort. The producer used to bring me in little miniature Southern Comforts for the show on a Saturday and Sunday. And it made the show go quite well, actually. Well, I thought so. Everybody else thought it was rubbish, but there you go. And so I got used to Southern Comfort. And Coca-Cola again. And then I went off Southern Comfort. Now I can't bear the smell of it. Then I went on to... I think I've tried most things. Pinot Grigio, very popular for a while. Then I stopped Pinot Grigio. Again, I lost the taste of it. Then I tried Baileys. Then I tried Baileys and brandy. Then I kind of gave up with that because I felt sick one night. Then I tried vodka. And then I tried cheaper vodkas. And I tried expensive vodkas. And then I discovered I didn't like vodka at all. So I've kind of got some nice bottles of Belvedere and stuff like that. And no, I'm not sharing it. And then I discovered Prosecco, and that was the turning point. And so for a few years, I sort of enjoyed Prosecco. I'd go out for dinner with people, and I'd drink Prosecco. They'd say, what are you going to have? Prosecco. And they'd say to me, how many glasses would you require? And I'd go, you're having a laugh, aren't you? Just bring the bottle. And so I could drink a bottle of Prosecco, easy peasy. And then all of a sudden, we go to get the cataracts done, and because I've got to keep the sugar levels down because it affects your eyes, and you end up with glucose in your eyes, and that makes it difficult to do the operation, I stopped, and then I started again, and then second time round with the cataracts, I stopped again. And that was, 3.5, 4 weeks ago. I told a friend of mine, she went, really? I said, yeah. I said, I'm not remotely bothered I'm really not bothered, especially as it's 11 and a half weeks till Christmas. I never drink over Christmas. Never drink. I mean, I think last year I might have had a little bit of, what do they call it when you have Prosecco and a bit of blackcurrant in it? Is it cassis or something? I can't remember. Anyway, I had a couple of those, but they did a whole bottle of it, which was sort of mixed, ready for you. And we had it for Christmas down with my godchildren. And I quite liked a couple of glasses of that, nicely chilled. Although, frankly, if we have a cold winter, as they predict this year, just leave it outside the back door. Much easier, isn't it? No point trying to fill up the fridge with stuff like that. And so I did all of that, and that was quite nice. And then I thought, I don't really want to drink over Christmas. So I stopped drinking over Christmas. I'd rather have, if ever I go to which I do every year, the godchildren or my brother and the family, then it's a cup of tea. I go for a cup. They all think I'm mad, because everybody else drinks. I don't drink over Christmas. It's the only thing I don't do. I do like to delve into a tin of Quality Street and pick out the soft ones. I only do the soft one. I can't do the toffees, and I always get a bit confused. But, so that's it, actually. My preferred drink of choice, as Donny, is port. Definitely a drink for the refined palate. Well, you can get awful gout with port, can't you? So you've got to be very careful. Very careful. And, Steve, I can't concentrate on the show now, because I can't get the thought of David Beckham peering over the top of the steering wheel, getting annoyed at slow drivers with that voice. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. David Beckham. Boom, 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 boom. Victoria, shout at, wind the window down, shout at them. I'm David Beckham. Lovely. We love him. Kevin the Brits in Rome, he says, I confirm all your statements. You forgot about the exhaustingly long queues for the attractions. The weather's great. Boiling hot. And also, you'll find outside the Colosseum loads. Over here, you get the statues that don't move, or people dressed as the Hobbit outside in Trafalgar Square. Yes, so five Yodas standing there. They're all part of gangs, organised gangs designed to rip you off, okay? If you choose to pay, that's your business. I couldn't care less. It's like taking one of those little tandem things around town. They're not insured, they're ripping you off, they're not paying tax, so good on you for riding with them. And so they've got people outside the Colosseum dressed as Roman centurions. And so you can have your picture taken. Well, of course, I told you, my goddaughter, who was very young at the time, thought you could just take pictures of them, so she did. The mouthful of abuse that he gave her was almost... I nearly went over and punched him in the face. Don't you ever speak to a child like that again. They're thugs. Again, we have it over here, so you might as well have it over... You go to Vegas, you've got people dressed up as sort of, immovable statues. I'll make them blooming move, I tell you. But that's what it is. But you're right, queues for going in. In Berlin, €5 to have your photo done at Checkpoint Charlie. I mean, it's quite amazing. Everybody does it, don't they? Everybody does it. 2 Eastern European blokes, one in a US Army uniform, one in a Soviet one. Have your picture... I mean, it's quite lucrative. And yet you go down to King's Cross Station and you can push a trolley through a wall to get to platform 9 3/4. No charge at all. Well, I don't think there was any charge. If there was, I've missed it. Martin says you're going to Winter Wonderland. You know Steve Allen and fun fairs. Big fan of fun fairs. And especially some of these big European rides. I nearly choked then on the excitement of the European rides. Cassis with Prosecco or sparkling wine is called Kier. Cassis with champagne is a Kier Royale, says Lorraine. Listen, how do you know that? You're in Manchester. You don't do things like that. You're doing pint of bitter, aren't you? Goodness sake. So we're having Kier Royale. Sorry? Kier Royale. I don't know what it is. I hear the most dreadful pronunciations. Little Julie says, I still like a Bacardi and Coke, plus the odd cocktail. I love cocktails. Christmas time, that's when I do... how are we going to manage this year? I don't know. Perhaps I might have started drinking. Probably not. I might just have a couple of... because there's hardly any alcohol in a cocktail, is there? But it's still nice. Still nice. Well, it's all going on this morning, isn't it? Having a nice day? Good. Day 2 of Tory Party Conference. Nick and the team will be up there in... Birmingham. I keep wanting to say Blackpool. I just know it begins with B. And I saw them all queuing up for something that I think... because I think Ian Dale's up there, taking his own tent. And so he's staying up there. I've never been to Birmingham. I just know it's famous for having Spaghetti Junction. And that's it. I can't think of any other reason why you'd want to go to Birmingham unless you're going to Tory Party Conference. But I can tell you... is the time up in Birmingham. They're all getting very excited. Tory Party Conference, arguments, and people sort of trying to convince you to vote for them when we eventually get round to that. Is Engelbert Humperdinck still alive, says Duncan? I bloody well hope so, yes. He represented Britain in Eurovision a few years back. He's 82. 82 is Engelbert, and I had dinner with him in Austria. He's a bit, because over on the continent, he's known as Engelbert. Only Engelbert. Over here, Engelbert Humperdinck. Abroad, Humperdinck is a composer. So that's why he's Engelbert. Okay? And he'd wanted to go to have a typical Austrian meal. And so, because I was working on the radio out there, I went over there. There was only about 3 or 4 of us British people. So I sat next to him. We were chatting about where he lived. And he's had a house in Vegas, which was the Pink Palace, owned by Jane Mansfield. He used to rent it out. He used to have a hallway, apparently, the size of a football pitch. That's how big the houses are, which is amazing. So, yes, he's still alive. And he's got a Christmas album coming out this year. Wow. Cliff's... It's called what? Good Lord. What sort of song? Has it got a list of songs on it? Is it traditional? Is it trad album? Has it got the usual, let it snow, I'm at one with the wind and the sky. Can be new songs. Woo. 82 and still going. Still touring. Seriously. Mind you, so's Tom Jones. Both still going, actually. And when I can't remember how the words of the song go now. Nothing rhymed. Gilbert O'Sullivan. I loved it. I thought he was fabulous. What a clever act. Steve, I stopped drinking back in 97, but when I did drink, my choice was rum and peppermint. Oh dear, rum and pep it was called, wasn't it? Used to be a bottle on the back of the bar and they'd give you a shot of pep, which was peppermint. Shane says, have you tried eggnog? No, it's horrid. You don't want to try it. It's an old lady drink, and even old ladies don't like drinking. It's terrible. Claire's been having something called Coco Loco, which is coconut milk and rum. Oh, that sounds quite nice over a lot of ice. I don't like it when they scrimp on ice. You go to a bar and you go, can I have a lot of ice? I mean, like a lot of ice. I mean like a glass of ice. Steve, also in Rome, says Anne, there are all the water sellers, the hat sellers, the selfie stick sellers, the list goes on, and they're relentless. Don't encourage them or they'll never leave you alone. Same Anne in Paris. Paris, exactly the same. The more people coming up trying to drape jewelry, get off! Really awful. A lot of touching going on. Were you a fan of James Last? Yes, big fan of James Last. Big fan of James Last. I loved James Last. You reminded me, Steve, of a time... Oh, that's it. This is the... Please Come Home for Christmas. Oh, look. Driving Home for Christmas. Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. Thank you. I'll Be Home for Christmas. Snowy Christmas. Winter. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas everywhere you go. Oh, Tannenbaum. I like that one. Oh, Tannenbaum. Oh, Tannenbaum. Oh, Tannenbaum. There's some new ones in some... Silently Falls the Snow. You can imagine that, can't you? You look out the window, and then there's my favourite song. I played it to myself the other day, and it's Dolly Parton doing Me and... Did we play that on the show the other day? Dolly Parton's Me and Little Andy, which is... It's a Christmassy type song, and it's so pretty, but it doesn't get the plays that it should do. Me and Little Andy by Dolly Parton, and it's one of those pretty songs. Barney says, Charles Aznavour, French or Spanish? Armenian. Which is easier to remember. Have you found it? Oh, right. I was outside the Colosseum on honeymoon with my wife. 3 guys dressed as gladiators. We had our picture taken with. After the picture, they wouldn't give me back the camera and wanted €20 to give me back my camera. I spoke to a policeman who pretended he didn't understand what I was saying, and I began to feel like he was in on it. Eventually, I got the camera back in exchange for €10. I mean, it's everywhere. It's not just there. It's here. Little Julie says perhaps Engelbert will be available for an in-conversation to chat about his new Christmas album nearer the time. Ooh. Do you know, I'm waiting. I'm just waiting for confirmation for John Bon Jovi, because I've been promised a conversation with him, which I'm looking forward to. Unfortunately, he's still stuck in America, so I'm still waiting on that, but it's lovely. Stephen in Montpellier says, my wife is a purser on Air France. During her 18-year career, she often carries celebrities in first or bit. Well, she mustn't get a trolley. Don't carry celebrities on. It's ridiculous. Sorry to disappoint you, but one of the rudest and objectionable stars was Charles Aznavour. His agent always bought him business class, and he insisted on being upgraded to first because he was famous. Well, you see, I mean, I would do the same. If I was Charles Aznavour, who'd sold 180 million... I taught my niece, Treasure, that song when she was a very little girl. She used to sing the Andy parts. Giddy up, Charlie horse, gone to the moon. Can we stay all night? If you don't, look, someone will. It's So exciting. Steve, morning from Kerala, goes Anish, and Peter says, I'm late. Hope you're wearing a warm coat. Beautiful in here. Just the right temperature for me, actually, this morning. Normally, we've got the air conditioning on, in which case I emerge from here looking like a small version, or big, depending on what you're looking at, iceberg. Jan says, you know what happens if you play country and western records backwards? The wife comes back, the dog come back to life, and it stops raining. I know. It's an old one, isn't it? But it's good. But everybody dies, and at the end of, me and little Andy, God takes little Andy, and they both go to heaven, little doggy heaven. That was an old Victoria Wood sketch, wasn't it? She had a woman there, sitting there, doing listeners' letters. Oh, here's a letter from little Mary. Little Mary says, do doggies go to heaven? No, they don't. That was it. And can I have 2 bunny hops? No, you can have 1. I'm not fat, I'm a Whitbread. Steve, in Shropshire, eggnog is amazing. No, it's not. It's horrible. It's really not. It's dreadful. We don't have stuff like that. We've moved on. But he says, Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer is a classic Christmas song. Do you know that bloke who does rude songs, the Australian? He's coming over here, Kevin Wilson, but he's got a rude word in the middle of it, which I'm not going to give you this morning. But he does a song to Santa Claus, where he's asking Santa Claus where his present is. Every Tokyo Winter Wonderland, says Kevin. Did you know it's exactly 1 month today? The showman's wagons can start to pull on. Read Tony Beak. Now he's been voted out. Where will the side-splitting comedy aspect of Strictly come from? But it's not supposed to be, is it? It's supposed to be a competition. The idea is, as a competition, you learn to dance. That's the whole idea. But, Susanna Constantine, to be honest with you, just looked like a complete idiot. When I was lucky enough, says Duncan, to see Dolly at Wembley some years ago, she thanked everybody for buying the expensive tickets. Costs a lot of money to look this cheap. Sings like a bird. Proper legend, and does loads for charity. Yes, she does. She's getting on a bit now, for goodness sake, but she still maintains it. Still does loads of concerts every year. It's like you look at David Copperfield. He's still working, I think, the MGM in Vegas. Still working it. And you think to yourself, he doesn't need the money, but there's something that people have to work, isn't it? Like Engelbert Humperdinck, like Tom Jones, all these people of a certain age that go on working because they love doing it. You can't help it. Did you ever interview Craig Cash? I don't even know who he is. Who's Craig Cash? Not a clue. Perhaps that's Craig Cash writing to me. Lorraine says the film is Who Will Love My Children. No, it's not. Craig Cash is a comedian and the Royal... No, Best Work In, Fast Show, Mrs. Merton. Oh, I know which one he is, actually, now. I know which one he is. Yeah. He performed uncredited duties as script editor on the Peter Kay thing. He moderated the DVD thing. So there you go. Nice. So now we know. He narrated the SofaWorks adverts featuring Neil the Sloth before the company rebranded itself as Sophology. Seems fairly good. He's been on the Brit Award. He's done loads of things. No, I haven't. So there you go. But I have to check. So what did we discover the film was called? The film is called All Mine to Give. If you find it on The Day They Gave... That's right, that's the US title. The Day They Gave Babies Away. Made in 1957. It's worth watching, actually. A drama set in the 1850s. A Technicolor melodrama. So the parents die, and the 6 children have to look after themselves. It's based on a true-life story set in Wisconsin, The Day They Gave Babies Away, by Dale Junson and Catherine Junson. And it was... They did the screenplay. The exteriors were filmed in California and at Mount Hood in Oregon. It really is. It's so All Mine to Give. You must get it. It's a wonderful adventure, and it's ever so sad. So I warn you now, if you're not into weepy stuff, Robbie stands at the door of the house and says to the woman, please, ma'am, I was wondering if you'd care to have my sister. And so off he goes on Christmas Day. He does break down when he's alone and sees the tree outside the homestead where his father had carved the names of the children into the bark. It's real weepy stuff, I warn you now. And then has to go out, and it's based on a true story. Mind you, how much of it is based on the true story, I'm not too sure. Seeing as we actually discovered all sorts of things about The Sound of Music. How did they get out of Austria? They got on the train, apparently. They didn't climb the mountains, but that would spoil a good film. That would spoil a very good film. Graham Norton, in all the papers, feared he'd lose his job when the BBC made his pay packet public. The chat show host pocketed more than £600,000 and is one of their highest earners. Yes, I know a few high earners at the BBC, which is quite nice. And a TV diet guru sparked outrage last night by demanding children should be taken into care if their lazy parents let them become obese. Steve Miller of a show Fat Families claimed the childhood obesity crisis needed urgent action. Must be dreadful if you're a child now. All the food that they've got nowadays, which we didn't have when we were little. We didn't, I think we had a fish and chip shop and that's just about it. I don't think we had anything else apart from... We did have a Chinese restaurant, the August Moon. That's all I can tell you. I think it's still there, actually. In fact, I'm pretty certain it's still there. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I thought yesterday's weather was good. Where was the rain? Did I miss the rain or something? I didn't... No, I can see clearly now. Lorraine has gone. Always amuses me now. I don't know why. I only thought about it when somebody sort of said it to me years and years ago. Here's Tony Beak. Very creepy, isn't he? Susanna Constantine didn't bother doing anything, actually. So, kicked out. And Beverly Callard hinted her character could bump off ex-husband Jim. Woo! David Walliams says he's the last person who should be hired to help Robbie Williams pick his axe. Yes, I agree. He says, I'm not a musician. When people start talking about vocal ranges, I haven't got a clue. He's now rooting for Robbie's boy band category to win the programme. Well, of course he is, because he always does that flirty stuff, doesn't he? Every time they had somebody on Britain's Got Talent who had their shirts off, David Walliams was like some dog on heat or something. It was embarrassing to watch. We go, stop it now. Stop it now. And then occasionally the papers throw up a girlfriend that he's been out with or something like that. Also, Francesco Molinari and Tommy Fleetwood celebrated the Ryder Cup. I don't know why they're making such a big deal about the Ryder Cup. Nobody gives a forex about the Ryder Cup. It's the most boring thing ever. Really boring. But also, what do we have? Ronaldo's girl stands by her man. Lover offers message of support for star. This one's going to run and run, as they say. And, oh, look, that looks like Rita Ora. She's going to work with somebody called Marshmello. I'm wondering how long it would take before they actually got round to doing that one. During an interview with the big Top 40... the Let You Love Me singer revealed she's worked with a mysterious producer. Well, it's a shame, actually, because most of us have never heard of him. Marshmello. Oh, how can he be called Marsh? What's his real name? Like Frederick or something ridiculous. Damon Albarn may not be invited back to Glastonbury after labelling it bourgeoisie. It's very bourgeois. You think so? I mean, I know it's supposed to be for posh people. You could tell that on the trains. Because they don't put their feet on the seats. And so, different going to the Isle of Wight Festival. Glastonbury is quite sort of, okay, you're going glamping? Yeah, okay, glamping. The trains are always filthy when they come back from there. Always filthy. Dreadful. Also, Aldi, they've announced that they're going to open 130 new stores in the UK and create 5,000 new jobs. I walked into... go to Waitrose the other day, and again they've got a girl who stands on the door. Hello, good morning, how are you today? So of course, I mean, normally I'd offer some sarky comment like, are you medically qualified? But I didn't bother. I went, I'm absolutely fine. She went, I'm so pleased. I went, oh, lovely. She doesn't really care. She doesn't know me at all. And Jeffrey Hayes died at the age of 76. Of course, the one thing you'll have seen him in is This the Way to Amarillo, which had all sorts of people in it. He's lovely. I loved him. I only saw one French artist live in concert, says Connie. I've never been to a Jean-Michel Jarre concert, so 2 years ago saw him for the first time at the O2. But to enjoy all of his greatest hits, I thought you'd need a lot more than 2 hours. I'd love to see him again. Would you like to come with me this time? No, I can't stand Jean-Michel Jarre. He did Oxygen, didn't he? That's all I remember. Dun, 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 dun. I think there's that one. Another one here that says, I've just watched this whole film about a poor family in Victorian times. I don't think they were that poor because of all the antique furniture they had. Exactly. They've got all this Victorian furniture. You know what they say now, brown furniture is not very popular, but there is one particular place where they like brown furniture, and I'll tell you about that later, because it's an old thing that they've done, but they've done it on a much bigger scale, and it's for elderly people. There's a programme coming up on the television, it might have started already, which has got elderly people with young people. Young people who've been traumatised, and then they meet elderly people. They suddenly realise life can't be that bad, so they all get on really well together. They play games, and it keeps the elderly people fit, and it's lovely. Rita Ora has visited a pub. Well, how lucky, Rita. That was good. You weren't doing anything, were you, today? So best you nip out to the pub. So she became their first celebrity visitor. First celebrity show-off. What's the point of going there? It's not for you, dear. Stay at home. decorate or something. It was bought a few days ago. Bex, who has a home in Holland Park, wants to give the boozer a Soho house-style makeover. Don't worry, dear. He doesn't know anything about makeovers at all. So it's really his partner as well who'll be doing it, Guy Ritchie. David Beckham hasn't got the faintest idea, but give it a makeup. What does he know? Shall I have some chairs? Yeah, we have chairs inside, Dave. I like table chairs. Yeah, okay, dear. Not going to happen. But anyway, his film director partner already owns a pub in central London and runs the Gritchie Brewing Company from his Wiltshire farm because he's very posh. Whereas Dave Beckham isn't very posh, but he aspires to being posh, bless his heart. Booking slumped, flights grounded. The strike which has sent Ryanair profits into a nosedive. And apparently they've blamed pilot and cabin crew strikes in September that knocked passenger numbers. And Michael O'Leary says, while we successfully managed 5 strikes by 25% of our Irish pilots, 2 recent coordinated strikes by cabin crew and pilots has affected passenger numbers. I don't know what with that one. And the Icelandic flights disappearing now. So then they're also saying don't go to the airport. If you're booked with this Icelandic company, they're not flying, okay? Your tickets are not valid. You have to go somewhere else to try and get some money back. If you bought them on credit card, you can probably go back there and see what happens. Steve, talking about there being more fatty food available than when we were young, this is interesting. Do you know that 90% of food in the supermarkets didn't exist 40 years ago? Well, we didn't have supermarkets. Do you know what the first supermarket was that I ever went into? Mac Fisheries. Macfit was the first one. I'd never seen it, and it was mainly in it was like sort of B-Jam, which then became Iceland. But no, Mac Fisheries was the first one I ever went into. But I think mainly people survived on corner shops. That's how it worked. Steve, the parents in your favourite film were played by Glynis Johns and Cameron Mitchell. Which favourite film? Which one are we talking about now? We're talking about giving away the kids. Was it Glynis Johns? We're merely soldiers in petticoats. Yes, Glynis was Mammy. Cameron Mitchell as Robert. Who else was it? Let's have a quick down the list. Richard Johnson, Alan Corby. No, nobody else. Nobody else at all. But that was it. Very interesting, isn't it, when you look at the people who were in movies years and years ago. But I always remember Glynis Johns, we're merely soldiers in petticoats, which is great. Did you used to watch the much-missed series Crown Court? Yep. It's available on DVD. There's box sets. There are box sets of Crown Court. And it's worth getting, actually. Worth getting. Must sort out that blooming thing today, honestly. My poor accountant's going to kill me. He just gets left further down the line. He really does. It's always amazing. I've always said that whenever they drag out, and drag being the operative word, the Apprentice wannabes, a bigger bunch of liars you'd be hard-pushed to find. They just stand there and come up with any old tosh, don't they, really? The latest one is called Daniel Elahi. And they said they were stunned that the BBC failed to uncover his secret past as a convicted drug dealer. Well, we got somebody like that on the television before. What are the BBC playing at? Kick him out. Listen, if you kick out somebody like Richard Bacon from Blue Peter and somebody has to go on television to explain to the kiddywinks that we've got rid of him because he was very naughty, and then you stick this bloke on The Apprentice and go, oh, that's all right, love. Doesn't matter. You actually pose with a gun and then you're a convicted drug dealer. He admitted intent to supply cannabis after police caught him with a drug stash. Soon after his trial, he stopped using his real first name, Gareth, and started using his middle name, Daniel. One former friend says, I really can't believe he managed to get through all the interviews for The Apprentice without them checking his background. They don't check their backgrounds. He apparently is now an analyst with Credit Suisse. He was caught with the cannabis in 2010 when he was a student. Not that long ago, is it, really? Apparently, the Bristol Crown Court trial was told police pulled him over when they spotted him using the phone whilst driving. And he's on the television. Kick him out. Kick him out. He's another one of these pretentious little nobodies. Ridiculous, honestly. But the BBC now face questions over its vetting procedure. Well, there can't be a vetting procedure. How difficult can it be? If the newspapers manage to pick up on it, how difficult can it be for the BBC? Very difficult. They just can't cope at all, can they? I don't know. TK Maxx has been slammed for selling a coat for 3-year-olds bearing slogans about sex, drugs and guns. Woo! Parents were appalled by lewd phrases on the lining of the pink puffer jacket. They include phone sex, 69, sex plus drugs plus hip hop, bang bang you're dead, pistol, and looking after number 1. The fashion chain is selling the coat, made for kids as young as 3, for 30 quid. Krishma Patel almost bought one for her 3-year-old daughter, because she probably thought it was quite good until she saw the words sex and 69. It's made by a fashion house. A spokesman for TK Maxx says, "We regret we didn't identify this design before it was sent to the stores." What, can't anybody read or something? What do? You just hold it up, we just look and go, oh, it's a box full of little puffer jackets for children. So they say, "We've already initiated a process to remove the coat." What balderdash you talk? Initiated a process. You just need to say to us, we've had them all removed. We don't need to be told you've initiated a process. I mean, the jacket is outrageous, but as the fabulous daily editor, Jodie Chilcott, says, how did it even get the go-ahead? I mean, they're actually pulling that, but they've been sent out to the stores. How did you ever get that designed for 3-year-olds? What sort of stupid store are you? Are we supposed to put up with this garbage nowadays? I mean, surely somebody's head's going to roll over it, aren't they? I would like to think so, but probably not. And one here. This is in Bradford on Avon, a 4-acre site. What do you think it was? Well, there was nothing on the surface. Underneath the surface, 30 tents stuffed with cannabis plants, a vast underground drug factory. 6,000 cannabis plants. Police there were a little bit lax at the time. Every time they drew past here, they went, whew, blimey, that's a bit strong today, isn't it? But anyway, they found 2 wooden huts set up to dry the illicit harvest. 2 Albanians accused of producing cannabis were remanded in custody. I couldn't care less where they come from. It doesn't matter whether they come from China, Vietnam, or Albania. It's totally irrelevant. They were doing a story in The Sun today about this woman who, as you know, wanted them to take her shopping upstairs, and he said no. And they put down, he said in broken English. What does that mean? That means it's a racist piece. It's got nothing to do with the fact that he could barely speak English. It makes no difference at all. First supermarket I went into, says Kevin, was called International Supermarkets. I don't remember that. Somebody says, do you remember Hillard's? Before it was taken over by Tesco. No. And John says, I can remember the Co-op. When I was young, get your groceries and your divvy. They used to have stamps. You used to get your divvy stamp, stick them in the book to get sort of discounts, wasn't it? I recently read an article, Steve, about childhood obesity and lack of exercise. This generation of children is the first in history whose life expectancy is 5 years less than their parents. Very sad. But the trouble is, have you noticed that people all of a sudden start doing things when they get to probably about mid-40s and they go, oh, I think I shall start doing exercise, or I think I shall start sort of not eating as much fried food. Given the choice, I'd have fish and chips and sausage and batter every day because oh, look, here she is again. Bake Off star Candice Brown. Go away. Go away now. Nobody's interested in your silly wedding or anything else. But she's married somebody in a kilt, all very sweet, and she obviously enjoys it. And she did it for Hello magazine. So obviously some money changed hands, I should imagine. Also, Francis Sinatra. That was Charles Aznavour, born 1924. Lots of hits, lots and lots of hits. Very nice. Everybody liked him. He also sang with Miss Piggy. There was something about him. And if you're kicked off first, it can seriously harm your career for Strictly. But of course, they're all doing it. Even Ollie Murs has gone, oh, I'd like to do Strictly. And we're going, why don't you concentrate on the singing? I mean, if that's not going so well, find something else to do. The Oldie must be opening in your area. There you go. There's a job for you. Could be a manager or something. I'm not sure what happens after you've sort of given up with a music career. But they've got Melvin Adoom, and he hosted Lego Masters, so that was a good career move. Ewan Thomas apparently worked for the BBC on its Paralympics, and then he was a guest on Dictionary Corner last year. Not really done a lot actually. Johnny Ball slowed down his TV commitments with age. Well, he's getting on a bit, for goodness sake. I mean, he's not young, is he? Brian Capron had flu. He was booted out in the 2007 series. Edwina Curry needed another reality show to boost her profile. I'm a celeb, get me out of here. Turned to Panto, playing the Wicked Queen. So, it's okay. Being done there. Quentin Wilson, now mostly seen on TV as a talking head on news channels discussing cars. You can book him as an after-dinner speaker, but I mean, that's very lucrative, very lucrative. Jason Wood, the late comic. I don't even know who he is. The late comic, Jason Wood. I'm looking at a picture of him. I don't remember him. He passed away age 38. He was 38 in 2010. He featured on the Underdog show, which saw celebs training their dogs. I didn't even know him. Siobhan Hayes, and She Never Beat Her My Family Highs, briefly appearing on EastEnders as Ricky Butcher's girlfriend. And Nicholas Owen, now a relief presenter on the BBC News Channel, and fills in. He's here, isn't he, Nicholas Owen? Is he here? I like Nicholas Owen. He's nice, actually. There you are. I thought so. He's got a Saturday afternoon show on Classic FM. Phil Daniels has popped up all over the place. Goldie. Why they ever bothered with him? Martina Hingis, Tony Jacklin, and Greg Wallace. Greg Wallace spends his life... And somebody called Chizzy Akudulu. Never heard of her. Never. She pops up on Loose Women. I think she's only there for a reason. And I can't remember what the reason is now, but not so good. I remember the early supermarket booths. Supermarket booths. I've never heard of that. Till it ceased trading. We had one in Twickenham. What was it called? I can't remember. It's on the site where Waitrose is now, and that was. And I remember talking to them about it. It just didn't sound very nice, but it's a big store. Used to love going to Sainsbury's in Wallington in the 60s. It wasn't self-service, so my mum had to go to different counters and pay at each one. I loved to watch the cheese being cut by wire and the bacon slicer. No plastic packaging in those days, says Jill. No, the bacon slicers, they used to look very dangerous to me. You turn this wheel, it was red, and it would slice it, and the cheese they would put on there and then pull the wire over the top of it. It was fantastic, actually. All those things that we don't really have nowadays. It's all pre-packaged, isn't it? All pre-packaged. You just sort of go and buy a piece of cheese. It'll be wrapped up. You either buy that size or you buy this size. Anyway, for Cheryl Fan, hope you're all right this morning, because the good news is she's going to release her first new music following a 4-year break. A 4-year break where nobody was remotely interested in whether she released music or didn't. So it wasn't a break. It was a case of the public weren't buying her stuff. Last record made it crept in at the lower end of the charts, didn't it? And when I say the charts, I mean the top 100. Nobody was interested, but apparently she's booked a central London studio to film the music video. Of course, she'll be rehearsing a dance by now. Different song. Gonna, whatever. Anyway, it's going to be called Love Made Me Do It. Sounds rivetingly dull already, doesn't it, really? But of course, if she doesn't get played on radio stations, what hope? What hope? I don't know. But apparently for next week's shoot, she's hired Daniel Landin, who worked on the videos for Oasis, Cigarettes and Alcohol, and Robbie Williams, She's the One. Well, it was donkeys years ago. But apparently she had a very painful split from Leanne Payne. You liar. You said it was all amicable. That's fine. We've just fallen out of love. He'd had his way. They've got a kiddie. He doesn't seem to be round there half the time. But, and then she got divorced from Ashley Cole, John Bernard Fernandez Vicini. She's said to be performing the track on the X Factor during the live shows. How dull. And anyway, she's hoping to be a judge on the new BBC show, The Greatest Dancer. What's she know about that? They just put anybody on there, don't they? Unfortunately, putting somebody like her on the television is mainly switch off. Nobody's going to be remotely interested. When I was 16, says Joe, in Heathrow, I worked as a cleaner. One day, Engelbert walked into the departure lounge with 4 minders. I got close and asked him for his autograph for my sister. We sat down and bought me a cup of tea. We chatted for about 10 minutes. Top man. I'm very surprised he's got minders. He doesn't need minders. He can wander from country to country. I remember Mac Fisheries becoming Mac Markets, becoming International Supermarkets, becoming Gateway, becoming Summerfield before being taken over by the Co-op, says Steve, who's the buy trucker. Tartan curtains. Yeah, no neon. Who has, really? Steve says Sue and Phil. I don't know what to do with that one, actually. No, I mean, I can't, actually. I can't at the moment. It has to go through... You need to write in. Okay, I'd say that makes it easier for me, actually. Before Safeway came along, they used to have Presto supermarket, says Kevin. See, I don't remember these things. I do remember the news, though. I always remember the news, and I know that it's coming up now on LBC, being Tuesday, the 2nd of October. Ollie Locke, he's one of the minor people on Made in Chelsea. He's going to marry another bloke called Mr. Locke, who he's known for 10 years. They've only just sort of got it together, so he's going to be called Mr. Locke. He thinks it's called double-barreled. More stupid than you ever imagine. Aldi are going to be opening more than 130 new stores, and if you want to make some money, tonight the lottery, impossible to win, is up to about £143 million. I believe we're racing through the month already. James Last, have you heard the James Last Christmas Dancing 66 album? Well, we used to use those as filler albums years and years ago because that's why it was non-stop. It was called Non-Stop Christmas Dancing, and it just all blended into one. No, I thought he was great. We would have done him. He came over to this country, and then he died. Very inconvenient as far as I was concerned. Cheryl will be happy to be on a panel judge on any TV show as long as it's on TV and gives her very much needed exposure. says Peter. Yes, I mean, well, she's got a single to flog, so she's going to be turning up on the one show. She'll be turning up on everything. And then eventually somebody will let her sing or mime it or whatever goes on. Jan says the first supermarket I ever knew was Budgeon's in Hatch End near Pinner. I know Hatch End very well. That's where Dale grew up, in Hatch End. My first Saturday job was there mid-60s. Wow. And Steve says our supermarkets were mainly Spar, then a minute Tesco, and Tesco Home and Wear separate shops, and then Safeway. Oh, right. So it doesn't exist anymore, Safeway, does it? There's loads of them. It's like B-Jams. I used to like B-Jam, but then it became Iceland. And you go into Iceland now, we've just had a huge refit in our one, so it's actually quite a big store. But they have a lot of own-branded stuff. I could be quite happy wandering around supermarkets. Some of them are too big, way too big for me, but love it anyway. Esther McVeigh says, my parents gave me to Bernardo's as a baby, and then 2 years later came and took me back again. Anton Dubek in all the papers today saying that the rumours I'm leaving Strictly are not true. Well, there we go. Disappointment for today for everybody. Also, homeless get the Pret allergy alerts. Natasha Disn't, and this is her parents. It says here, they've obviously screwed up inside the Daily Mail today. The parents, tearful, Mrs. and Mrs. Ednan Laperouse on This Morning Yesterday. I think you'll find it's Mr. and Mrs. Daily Mail, just in case somebody was bothering to check. But then apparently Sarah Ferguson comforted them on their fly back to Britain, which is one of those sort of things you don't expect to read very often. Price of stamps may rise to boost profits. So the stamp prices could. I mean, how much more can they go up for? They haven't. They said what 2p they went up last March. So I bet you don't even know how much a first class stamp is, do you? Because you buy a stamp and it's got 1 written on it. I don't know what it is. Go on, producer. Go on, tell me how much a first class stamp is. 70p. Okay. How much do you think a second class stamp is? No. I could tell you now that a first class stamp is 67p and a second class is 58. Close is not enough. Close is not enough. Phil Vickery is up this morning. Well, of course it must be. It's 30 years of doing lots and lots of exciting things on This Morning. And he says, my brother had, wait a minute, lost it, had a part-time job, come here, whilst at school at Price Right. Price Right? I've never even heard of Price Right. Isn't it amazing how many of these supermarkets or local shops that we've never heard of? Price Right. Part-time job. See, I didn't have any part-time jobs. I didn't do a paper round. All my cousins did paper rounds. I never did a paper round. I don't think I did anything, actually, until I because I left school at 15. I managed to get a job at 15. And very good I was, too. Thank you very much indeed. My father was posted to RAF Valley on Anglesey and went to school in Holyhead. I palled up with a local girl, Marilyn, in the 6th form. She was an orphan in a family of 4, younger brother, elder brother, just about to go to uni, and an elder sister had a secretarial job. When the parents died, they stayed on in the house and were totally supported by the local council, which topped up the sister's wage and allowed them to stay together. If Marilyn needed a major purchase like coat or boots, she went to the council offices, filled out a form, and they gave her the money. And of course, her brother got a full grant for his uni course. I think that's quite a nice idea. I've heard of that before, where they've sort of done things like that, and they don't want to split the family up because you just don't want to split the family up, actually. So an orphaned family and a happy ending, which is what we always like. So the price of stamps is going up. Oh, the BMW that can hold a conversation. I was amazed, actually, at what's in cars nowadays. My godson has got a car, and if it breaks down, it sends a message back to BMW that the car's broken down. They can get somebody. The car will talk to you. I find that amazing. Mine doesn't. If I break down, of course it's highly unlikely, but if I did break down, then I have to sort out how it's going to get from A to B and anything else that you can go to. Apparently, this Cristiano Ronaldo story, back in 2005, a woman accused him of rape in a hotel in London, and he was cleared. They said that there was not enough evidence to charge the footballer, who was then 20, after a 7-week investigation. So now we've got somebody else, his lover, says, no, it's not true. I mean, we have no idea, do we? We have no idea what's going on, but nobody from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police was available for comment, so we shall wait and find out. The apps, you know that John Lennon feared going bald by the age of 29? Isn't that funny? All that talent and you worry about going bald. Why would you worry about that? Good Lord, look at Beckham. Spray on hair. And I've noticed, actually, since he's had it done, it's obviously been done sort of properly first time around, now it's looking a bit peculiar, because you might as well just polish the top of your head. How do you make the world's scariest climb even tougher? Here is a bloke called Alex Honnold, and he has climbed El Capitan. Now, I think El Capitan is something like 3,200 feet, okay? Nothing new about people climbing mountains. It goes on all the time. This bloke, Alex, does it completely differently. He climbs 3,200 feet without a rope. He is literally clinging on with his bare hands. There's a picture in the Daily Mail today, and you can see he's about halfway up, and the little shrub bushes that you can see at the bottom are in fact fully grown trees. He is literally clinging on to the side of the mountain with his bare hands. He puts them into crevices, and, well, I felt ill watching it. Seriously, I mean, I'm not but 3,200 feet. All he's got is a red T-shirt, tatty grey hiking trousers, and a pair of special climbing shoes, a small bag of chalk to prevent his fingers slipping, because, I mean, if he fell, he'd be killed instantly. And that's why I feel quite got a shudder through my body. He's so far up it. But I've seen people, I mean, perhaps he's got a personality disorder. I've seen people climbing the outside of buildings, clinging on to say the glass becomes detached. I mean, I can't think of anything worse. This poor boy is here, and somebody above him has taken a picture, obviously with a very long lens, to prove that he really is this high up. I can't even look at it. I feel ill. I feel ill. It's not so good, is it, really? Call me Sir Rod Stewart, 73. He whipped out his 2016 Birthday Honours Knighthood Medal and ribbon on Graham Norton's show. He said it doesn't come from the royal family, it comes from the British public. I mean, only in the sense that Her Majesty or her Honours Committee recognise the public esteem in which he's held. Wither, Ephraim Hardcastle, writing in the Mail, says today David Beckham's hoped for knighthood. He didn't help matters by calling the Honours bigwigs a bunch of rude words when he didn't get it in 2013. Also, by making himself public last week, a picture of himself and Victoria celebrating with a £1,300 bottle of Côte de Nuit wine in Paris after dodging a speeding conviction. He didn't dodge it, it's perfectly legal. It's perfectly legal, it's just that they sent it out and it got too late, so it gets thrown out of court. What that's got to do with speeding, I've got no idea. Also, Naomi Campbell is fanatical about sanitary conditions when flying. She says she puts napkins down on the entire seat. I think there's something the matter with Naomi Campbell. I'm afraid they always thought there was something the matter with her years and years ago. Plus, on sale in the UK, a high-protein meal in a glass. It's called Soylent. It's got GM soy in it, and I don't even know what that is. But I'm quite into these things. And this one here, it's chocolatey. It's sort of like pancake batter. And there's enough vitamins and minerals in it to line a supermarket shelf. I don't know how much it is. It's got 26 vitamins and minerals. It sells for £39.99 for a pack of 12. You can buy it, believe it or not, on Amazon. I wonder if my drinks are available on Amazon. Love Pixie, who crooned his way into women's hearts and their beds. He was France's 5'2" Sinatra, who sang She and seduced countless beauties. Charles Aznavour has passed on at the age of 94, and I think he'd been married about 4 or 5 times. The smash hit She was written by the Mail's Herbert Kretzmer. He wrote it. So there you go. Imagine the royalties for that. He lived in a mansion. He also appeared at the Albert Hall, age 91. There's not many people can say that they've appeared at the Albert Hall, age 91, but I do have the ultimate Christmas present for you. I know that you're going to like this Christmas present, and if you choose to buy it for me, thank you so much indeed, bless you, it's a box of crackers. Now, the most that you can hope for is a lame joke, a paper hat, and a plastic keyring. Sometimes you get things that go, ooh, this is silver-plated, and you know, well, what the dickens is that for? Anyway, such as lottery winners, Arab princes, or Russian oligarchs, this year's could contain a 1-ounce gold bar, 24-carat bullion coin, or even an 18-carat gold diamond necklace. These are some of the gifts inside a gold pack of 6 crackers, which costs £5,000, or just over £830 per cracker. There's also a silver version for 500 quid with a sterling silver key fob, silver compact mirror and an olive wood honey drizzler. I don't even know what that is. The crackers are part of the Royal Mint's first ever gift range, which will initially include 58 pieces ranging from a sixpence spoon set to silver hallmark cufflinks and a teddy bear. Other products include silk scarves and wallets. Wow. There is something cheaper. It's an advent calendar priced at 25 quid. Or failing that, you could make your own Christmas crackers. I mean, that would be... No, that's quite... I mean, a bit time-consuming, admittedly, when Tom Smith does them so much better than everybody else. And you can go to most of the big jewellery shops and most of the big stores, and you can have crackers made up. But I don't think you can beat the tin of Quality Street with your name on the front of it. Seriously, I thought that was the ultimate. You're still not having any. And so I saved them. Mistakes in an award-winning film about the late physicist Stephen Hawking were talked about in a minute. They're being immortalised as fact, according to his first wife. I sense a rumbling going on, so we'll tell you about that in a moment. A friend of mine, Chris, says, my wife, who is half Armenian, is claiming Charles Aznavour as Armenian, not French. Does she have a case? Yes, he was Armenian. Cher and Andre Agassi currently head the Armenian Hall of Fame. There must be more. There's got to be more. But, yes, he was Armenian. He actually said, somebody said, how long are you going to keep going? And he said, well, as long as I keep going, I'm going to keep singing, because he was over here at 91. Herbert Kretzmer, who saw him a couple of months ago, says he dropped into my house for a cup of tea and a chat. He always said, the day I stop is the day I drop. He sold, he had 180 million records. He appeared in more than 80 films. And yet you might ask some people and say, Charles Aznavour, and they go, no idea. And you go, well, she may be the face I can't forget. Yes, he was married 3 times. And I liked him. I loved him. I thought he was great. I mean, he was the unlikeliest of sex symbols. He was a love pixie, apparently. His most famous song was She, written by Herbert Kretzmer, who went on to write the lyrics to Les Miserables, covered by Elvis Costello. She was the theme song for the film Notting Hill with Julia Roberts and Hugh Grant. Still a good film. I can still watch it. And the Kardashians are part Armenian. Well, there you go, you see. So we're just finding Armenians this morning for everybody, and so we should. So it doesn't. A Scottish boy here. Oh, he's Armenian as well, isn't he? Good Lord above. Riveting. And I forgot. So he's Scottish and Armenian. So like Charles Aznavour was Armenian and French, because he lived. He died actually in his house, which I think was somewhere on the Côte d'Azur. I think he seemed to have lots of different places. He's 94. He kept working. Lovely. So you do have a case there. That imagine having somebody who's half Armenian. Wait a minute, isn't who was the one who did the 10,000 bicycles? Isn't she Armenian as well? Or was she? There we go. I just thought of that just then. Actually, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm a bit rubbish on things like that. But I thought she was Armenian. Was she? The 10,000 bicycles in Peking, whatever it was that one? Oh, go on, tell me I'm right, tell me I'm wrong. I could win a prize. Katie, that's right, she's from Georgia. Oh, well, it was close, sort of close, but never mind. So we're bigging up Armenia today. Steve, what's going on? It's 6:10 and it's still darker than David Beckham's hair. Well, because I don't think he can do it himself. I think he has to sit down and all the kids come and have a laugh while she gets out the can and goes... Do you remember the film Solent Green with Charlton Heston and Edward G. Robinson? No, Carol, I don't. Doesn't mean a thing to me, actually. Perhaps it should do. Have you interviewed Philip Glenister? Yes. Budgeons, apparently. Oh, it's gone. You just take away the Budgeons story. I'm just about to read the Budgeon. Oh, there it is. Oh, you can bring it back. Good Lord. Yeah, we can't get the television working, can we, in the studio? Budgeon's in Hatch End, old-style J. Sainsbury's in Pinner, with all the tiled, staffed counters and regular sightings of Ronnie Barker. Locals knew how to leave him be. And Mac Fisheries in Northwood Hill, says Tony in South Norwood. Wow. Any developments on the Naked Man incident last Monday? No. Well, I mean, he's been around. Okay, that's all I'll say to you. He's been around. I mean, I'm trying to play it down. I've said to him, I really don't want to go through that again. I was very traumatised. It'll probably be something that'll sort of, wake me up screaming in the early hours of the morning. But no, I'm hoping to get there. Incidentally, Charles Aznavour. His father was a Russian actor and his mother was a Turkish singer, but they had to work as a cook and a seamstress to earn a living. And Charles left school at 9 because his father couldn't pay the bills. And Charles Aznavour and his family hid Jews and a number of people during the war. People who were persecuted by the Nazis. Amazing. So a year ago, he and Ada received the Raoul Wallenberg Award for their wartime activities, offering shelter to Armenians, Jews and others at their own risk. See? A star. An absolute star. And you just thought it was Schindler. No, there were other people who were doing their bit. Loads of other people, too numerous to mention. A first-class stamp, says June, is now 13 and sixpence in old money. For one stamp! 13 and sixpence. Good Lord, there won't be many of us who'll remember 13 and sixpence. I only remember it vaguely, June, as you can imagine. Steve, on my way to Bath again, as Dad has an appointment with the memory clinic. I remember a type of supermarket in the Northcote Road in Battersea. I used to pull the flower cart down the cobbles before school. My breakfast was a raw field mushroom and a fresh tomato. The market is still there, says Frank. Great childhood memories. Oh, I know. When you see these places, it jogs you, doesn't it? There is a great piece in the paper about a care home. And what they've done is, to help people with dementia, not the first time I've heard of it, they've turned back the clock. What they've done is they've put in a sort of a cobbled street, shops, with all the old advertising and everything else. And so a lot of people there, it's the Five Rise Nursing Home in Bingley in West Yorkshire, which has got 67 bedrooms. Blimey, that's a care home and a half, isn't it? And cost £6 million to build. And they've got all sorts of things. Their old cars are put down, and they've got tins of mustard, and just everything that would jog people's memory. Because the one thing you've got to do if somebody's got dementia is so they don't switch off completely. They can look in the windows of these shops. People with advanced dementia have very complex needs, and they know how vital it is to provide plenty of mental stimulation. So, fees start at £700 a week, rising to £950. No surprise to us here on this programme. We're constantly complaining about how expensive it is. But this has been done beautifully. It does look really nice. And listen, if that's what we have to do to sort of, make the end of our days better. It's owned by Damien Holt, I think. Terry is one of their clients. They've got all sorts of things, pictures, anything that jogs people's memories. And I think that's lovely. I think that's a nice thing. Here they are, the miserable Beckhams. He's sort of he's not even talking to anybody, and she's wearing an outfit, probably going, I don't like this out. They're not even holding hands. You'd think that, that David and Victoria could actually sort of pretend to be, an item. It makes it much easier. The gang's to be smashed in a crackdown on the slave trade that blights this country. A cruel Czech gang led by Ruzina Tanskova made a fortune while subjecting slaves. She's an ugly so-and-so, this Ruzina is. But anyway, her brother, their cousin, and their partners have been convicted and jailed for 20 years. Good, hope you rot in there. There's also another one. Slovakian brothers, Roman and Marian Raphael, funded a champagne lifestyle on the misery of slavery in Newcastle. They drove luxury cars, gambled thousands of pounds in casinos, but basically they left a paper trail, so they were caught, because they're generally a bit stupid, these people. So they've got jail terms up to 10 years, should be 50. Rosina, it's another one actually, it's obviously quite a common name, and Angelica were also found guilty. 2,118 suspected child trafficking victims reported. The annual cost of modern-day slavery, 4.3 billion. 4.3, you look at these ugly people and you think, I hope you get your comeuppance in prison. I'd feel a lot happier about it. A lot happier. More chaos in Coronation Street, death on the street after a check. It's just a soap opera, okay? It's not real, it doesn't really make any difference, but they've got to do something to try and keep up. Although there are only two programmes that we watch. One is Coronation Street, the other is EastEnders. They're consistently at the top of the list. Donny says, passing through the airport, need anything in duty-free? Do we still have duty-free? Didn't know we still have it, actually. I thought it had finished ages and ages ago. Many of us don't realise we have a small fortune in valid stamps in our homes, says Holly. Find unused old British stamps in the old stamp collections to stick on the envelopes. They're still valid, so long as they add up to the correct, or as I usually find, slightly more amount. They're not worth any more than face value. Because years ago, they had, written down 2 and 6pence. I mean, that was a parcel. Nowadays, you won't get that on an envelope. That won't happen at all, will it? Sister flies in to tell Meghan, I'm sorry for the insult. Go home. Go home, stay home. Nobody cares what you think. You're only a half-sister. You're not a very nice person. Go away. OK? Goodbye. And yo-yo dieting. Oh, look, there's a picture of Colleen Nolan. And when she was looking sort of slightly thinner, but unfortunately, of course, she piled it all back on again because that's what yo-yo dieting does. It means that your body goes, oh, look, I've lost weight. Oh, I put on weight. It happens all the time. But as I say, the first DVD we think you're going to be seeing this Christmas will be, what's her face? The one who's Michelle Keegan. That's right. So easy to forget these actresses to a penny. And I think, actually, she'll be the first one out because they were talking about, here she is with a trainer. I'm thinking, she doesn't need a trainer. She's always thin. Have you ever seen her fat? No, which means it'll be a load of old guff. But I bet you that's the first one. That'll be the first one. Also, the Lord of the Rings director telling one of the newspaper reporters how he's created a stunning new 90-minute documentary by taking jerky black and white footage, sharpening it up and converting it to full colour. Oh, my goodness. It looks amazing. I've got colourised films at home. One of them was... I think it was called The Priest Song or something like that. And it was a Bing Crosby film. I've got it in black and white and I've got it in colour. Because colorisation is just so clever. So clever. Sorry, at breakfast this morning, once again live at the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham this morning, joined by the Prime Minister, Theresa May. He'll also speak to the Conservative Mayor for the West Midlands. Bungle from Rainbow will also give Nick his reaction to the sad death of Geoffrey Hayes. Was Bungle... No, he wasn't the one where... Well, Yippee. No, that was the other one, wasn't it? That was, I can't remember now. Anyway, Nick will bring you the latest on the new crackdown on serious crime and ask if you think police officers should be allowed to use tasers against people with serious mental health problems. How can you tell if somebody's got a serious mental health problem? They did... oh, that's with Nick, sorry. At breakfast this morning, live... at the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham. They did one of those can't pay, we'll take it away. It was an old one, but I still riveted watching it. There was some bloke they were trying to get rid of out of a flat. He'd been there. He thought he had a contract to stay there, but he had no contract. It ran out. And anyway, he had mental health issues, and he was down as being violent. So they had to be quite careful. In the end, they had to call the police round, and he was arguing and shouting and screaming. You can't literally tell if somebody's got mental health problems. I mean, is it just somebody having a rant because they don't want to be kicked out of their house? I've got no idea. But they're sort of saying, should we... Well, Nick will discuss it this morning. Should we use tasers against people? What would happen? You use a taser against... It's 50,000 volts, isn't it? To be honest with you, they're going to probably kill me instantly, but I'm never likely to get into that situation. Julietta said, my first Saturday job was at Mac Market, Hounslow West, in the late 70s. We used to have the cheese wire and the bacon slicer and a handle to turn the till. I remember the tills with the handle. You'd pull down with two or three fingers, and then you'd turn the handle. It'd go zing, 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 and then the drawer would shoot out. Lovely. I like that. Sad, she says, to hear about Charles Aznavour and Chaz Hodges. Yes, and Geoffrey from Rainbow. And my friend Michael, I think. I'm waiting to be confirmed on that one, so I might have to do that tomorrow. Lee says, walked into Wilkinson's at the weekend. One side of the aisle full of Halloween items, the other side full of Christmas items. Let's get Halloween out of the way first. Absolute madness. By the way, your advent calendar's in the post. And Kevin from Dudley says the cost of a first-class stamp is actually 13 bob and 5p halfpenny. So 13 shillings and 5p halfpenny. And the worst thing is I don't even know what I'm talking about now. And yet I lived through that money. Then we went decimal, and it all changed. Everything went up. Everything started going up, and we didn't sort of have any sort of idea about it. Iceland will give you something to smile about. It's a nice piece. I wonder if Darren, when he comes in tonight, the Daily Express, page 30 and 31, is Cool Iceland, healthy holidays, they reckon. And they say here, flights from London to Iceland with WOW Air from £29.99. 30 quid! Good Lord. Grey Line transfer from 16 quid. Blue Lagoon £49. Hotel Borg, here we go, from 250 quid a night. That's where it becomes expensive. And Hotel Ranga from £320 per night. Good Lord, there's a Golden Circle tour, 120 quid. Seems ever so expensive. And there's a Super Jeep tour at £270. Seems like a lot of money, doesn't it? The flight getting there is cheap. Once you actually get there, you've got no chance of surviving. I want to go to Mexico. They've got a thing here. I'm fascinated by the Aztecs, but I'm not sure how bloodthirsty they were. I don't know if I'd probably like to meet them, or they'd probably like to meet me. I've got no idea. Very worrying, isn't it, really? Other stories in the papers we'll come round to in a moment. The greedy banker's diet, how to lose weight in the city, and a service. You like the picture on the front of the Times this morning, so I think it's actually quite a good picture. For senior members of the judiciary to mark the start of the legal year held at Westminster Abbey, and one of the people with the wig on, is holding his camera up. He's giving a selfie with all the other people there. It's quite cute, actually. Might as well just get a copy of the picture that the Times have got. YouTube gets a taste for Victorian values. They've got a woman called Avis Crocombe, brought to life on YouTube by Kathy Hipperson, and she had a cookbook, did Avis, and so what they're doing, they're sort of showing you how to make some of these things. One of them, okay, tell me if you like the sound of this, bacon and onion roly-poly pudding. See, that sounds quite nice. 380 calories, and it's got chopped mushrooms, bacon and onions. Victoria sandwich. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? 260 calories a serving, which is less than the bacon and onion roly-poly. And my favourite, have you ever heard of this one? Hope Jamie Oliver's listening, and Phil Dickory. Cucumber ice cream. Cucumber ice... See, that sounds... See, I think cucumbers are very refreshing. And you need lemons and cream, and then you put it through ice cream, bacon, cheese. It serves 6 people, 120 calories a serving. I like the sound of that. This particular woman, called Avis, became a cook to the Braybrook family. She replaced a male French chef, but received how much compared to his money in these days? We're looking back in 1838. £50 a year she got. £50 a year. He was getting, the chef, who they got rid of, £120 a year. And surprisingly, she left 3 years later to marry Benjamin Stride. Benjamin Stride was a lodging housekeeper in London. He died in 1893, and she continued to run the lodging house. Mr. Stride left her £496, 6 and 8 pence in his will, which actually would have given her a very comfortable retirement after a lifetime of home cooking. She died in 1927, aged almost 90. Do you know, I sometimes think, I wonder if, if you're sitting on a cloud up there, and, would you actually be pleased that they've got your pictures in the paper and your recipes? Cucumber ice cream sounds delightful. Absolutely delightful. I'm very intrigued by that. Steve, I got 3 exciting deliveries yesterday, says Winnie. My Andrea Bocelli tickets to the O2, my Sleeping Beauty tickets for Stratford Theatre, and my Highgate Cemetery tour. Oh joy, oh bliss. How nice. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I got tickets for the show to the Magic Circle. They came through the other day, so if you've got tickets for the Magic Circle show, there's a very good chance that they've probably been sent out. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you. I did something yesterday on the programme, which I thought was sort of quite a nice... It's certainly different to anything we've been doing up until now, where we've had, and still running, the holiday to Mexico, the car, very nice indeed, the shopping holiday to New York, and this one is something. And also, a friend of mine wrote to me the other day, my friend Jackie Gill, and she said, I tried to get tickets for your show at the sold out very quickly. So she's very disappointed. I didn't want to say to her, they sold out actually 2 days after they went on sale. We were about a day into it, and they're all sold out. But Bernice is listening from Cape Town and says, I'm visiting Robben Island later. That's where Nelson Mandela was, wasn't it? And then off to Dubai for 6 days. Do you know, honestly, Bernice, you couldn't tempt me to Dubai if you gave it to me free. Seriously, I'm not a Dubai person, I don't think. I think it's for younger people. I don't think it's for people my age at all. I don't know why, actually. It's just one of those things. And Jamie Oliver says, yes, I'm listening. He says, How can I help? Was it the cucumber ice cream? He says, I love your enthusiasm for the veg, but I'm more vanilla with crushed Maltesers. Did you ever try brown bread ice cream? But filming in Southend, home of Rossi's ice cream. Of course, we all remember Rossi's ice cream. How lovely. But no, it's in one of the papers today. It must be in the Mail. And it's an old cook from the 1800s, and she did cucumber ice cream. I mean, the most peculiar thing I've ever heard of. But why? I suppose you could do anything, couldn't you, years ago? But brown bread ice cream. But I'm with you on the vanilla. We've got an ice cream shop in Richmond. It's a big one. It's on the high street. A friend of mine's got a little one down one of the little roads that leads onto the green. And that's nice. But this is a big one. Gelato. Because apparently, as Jamie is part Italian... Not sure which part, but anyway, part of it must be Italian because he's always doing Italian. And this one, because everybody abroad eats ice cream all year round. Here we go, oh no, only in the summer. You don't eat ice cream in the winter. Well, we should do because it's lovely. So I'm going for that one, Jamie. Going for that one in a big, big way. I think I like the idea of crushing. They did that. Now, why does that make me laugh? Because that's right. When in the early days of... Was it Come Dine With Me? They'd have people round, and this woman had a little pokey house, and her dessert was... This is before people realised that you had to cook to be on this programme. She did ice cream with Maltesers on the top of it. She thought that was a dessert. I mean, it is, but it's like... You know, if you're doing Come Dine With Me, you're supposed to be able to cook something. Andy in Brentford says, enjoy Southend today. I know you will, because the weather forecast looks good. Looks good. They're going to be halfway down the pier. Oh, that little place where I had my nice cup of tea, actually. Andy in Brentford says, why do the Magic Circle tickets need to be sent out? Surely buyers will suddenly find them under a top hat. It's worth thinking about, isn't it? Thank you, says Mike, for your lovely holiday suggestion, but unless they make snow chains for wheelchairs, I might have to give it a miss. Plus, I prefer Southend or Bournemouth for a holiday. Well, Southend today, you're bumping to Jamie Oliver down there. Which said... Oh, this is regarding Iceland, of course, because the airline's gone under. They do have another airline, but if it's your one, you might not know. So I'm telling you that Primera have gone under. They've just ceased trading, so you've got to go back and try and work out where you can get a refund from, if indeed you're eligible, because they're not part of the Civil Aviation Authority or any of these things at all. I don't know how they've managed to do it, but they must have been cheap. But of course, if that airline's only charging $29.99... How do you make money on that? Hugely expensive. Cheap flight to Iceland, Steve, says Holly. Oh, I know it's expensive because Darren goes there all the time. It's phenomenally expensive. But that's like going inside the Arctic Circle where we went to see Father Christmas. Phenomenally expensive. But you don't do it all the time. I suppose if you live in Iceland, it's okay. You're probably used to those sort of prices. And Suki says, I've been doing some late starts at work over recent, and boy, have I missed your voice. Thank you. Steve, I think first-class stamps are great value. I post at 6:15 at the main sorting office. Letter received next morning in South Devon. I've had that as well. I put stuff in a post box and then it arrives the next day and I go, or sometimes it's arrived the same day. Have you ever heard of that before? Peter says the Highgate Cemetery tour sounds exciting. I bet it got sold out as quickly as your live show. I've always wanted to do the Highgate Cemetery tour. There's lots of very famous... Have you done it? Well worth it. Producer likes it. No idea how much a first-class stamp costs, but he likes the Highgate Cemetery tour. £5, very reasonable to see the place that the dead end up. And somebody says, another one, I'm going to have to make that cucumber ice cream for Brooke's 5th birthday. Cucumber's one of her favourite things. Cucumber ice cream. See, other people have made ice cream out of, is it snails? I can't eat sorry. Certain things I can't eat. I'm just not with it. And also, Jamie, is it possible... Because I've been to Waitrose and I've seen your range of different pastas. Could you do the bow tie pasta? Is that possible to do the bow tie pasta? So at least I could feel as I'm contributing, in the right department. Because I've looked in Waitrose and I've looked through and I've been through all of the things that you sell and everything else, and I've got your frying pan, as you know, but I haven't got the bow tie pasta, which I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind buying. If you could bring that out, it would be very, very useful. Thank you. Front page of the Express this morning. 10 weird ways to get the perfect night's sleep. Don't ask, you'll have to read it yourself. Lisa Riley, Why I Live for Now After Losing Mum to Cancer. It does make you realise, doesn't it, your own mortality. Anything that happens, if you push yourself or you get a bit tired. But as I say, I should imagine Jamie Oliver and all my other regular boys and girls climb into bed, and Phil Vickery included as well, and you're out within within seconds because we all wake up early in the morning. So by the time it gets to later in the day, by the time you've had something to eat, you're ready for dropping. I know what it's like. Taxes will be cut in no-deal Brexit, say the Express. Hunt accused of putting ambition above country with Soviet jibe. The Mail are doing a big bit on Pixie Asnavour, crooning his way into women's hearts and their beds. Apparently a bit of a winner, that one. Bit of a winner. Also, Esther McVeigh, I was a Barnardo's girl, only for a couple of years, and she was only a baby. The Sun, Holly's Morning Glory. It's not what you think it is. And the BBC contestant, a convicted drug dealer. This is Daniel Elahi, hiding a secret past. He's convicted. And so he's also pictured in the paper. He's tarted himself up a little bit now. But even so, they can't have somebody like that on there, can they? On the BBC? Heavens above. The Daily Telegraph playing the field. It's Boris Johnson doing an impression of a television programme with somebody running down a hill. Johnson warns Tories not to ape Corbyn. Cancers must be diagnosed in 3 weeks. The Guardian have the same Boris Johnson. They say, is he being naughty? He was jogging through a field. He looks like he's... I don't know what he's doing, actually. Make up your own mind. He's wearing a very odd pair of shorts. I mean, we've all had odd shorts. Daily Star... Rainbow Star dies, tributes to Jeffrey. Anton, I'll never quit. There's a shame, isn't it? TV Guru put fat kids in care. And the Daily Mirror, Corrie reveals its most dramatic week ever. That means people are going to die. Okay, that's like sort of EastEnders. Some of you are going to die. Da, 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 da. Because it sounds mournful, doesn't it? Wednesday, 3rd of October. I can't work out if it's getting warmer, colder, more miserable. I've got no idea. Seriously, I just lurch from one day to another. And lurching being the operative modus operandi today. The daggers are drawn. Boris accuses May of cheating voters over Brexit. She's cross. Could he be the next Prime Minister? People are taking odds on at the moment. Shameless. A day after Mr. Loophole got him off a driving ban, Davy Boy Beckham's promoting cars. Not British cars, he's promoting Vietnamese cars, apparently. But there again, old Davy Boy Beckham would take the golden shilling off just about anybody. Liz Hurley said she moisturises 10 times a day. Don't make me say it. Prue Leith finds love again in her 70s. Anne Widdecombe, any opportunity to drool over Tony Beak, because he likes the older birds. You know, it makes you wonder, isn't it, really, after all these years, can't Anne Widdecombe find anybody to go out with? Or is she just such a pain in the rear end? I mean, surely there must be a bloke somewhere who could put up with her. Maybe somebody deaf would be quite good, wouldn't it? I mean, why can't she find anybody? Why can't Anne Widdecombe find anybody? Is she not interested in men? You know, I mean, come on, she's draped over Tony Beak in the paper. Also, One Direction's Liam Payne and Lee Tomlinson are working on a new project. Project being who can get the fried chicken into the box quickest and do the chips, I should imagine, because musically they might as well give up now. The woman blinded by the Ryder Cup golf ball, she's suing, as you can imagine. But I suppose there is the risk, isn't there? What if they could argue that one, that there is a risk if you go to watch a golf tournament and somebody hits a golf ball, there might be a vague chance. I mean, they don't exactly put netting up, do they? That'll be the next thing. There'll be netting all around it, so the golf ball doesn't actually... You have to peer at it through netting. Students have banned clapping. Another one of these ridiculous universities. We've had them sort of telling you about prostitution the other day down in Brighton, and now clapping, because apparently people with anxiety can't cope with it. Well, go somewhere else. Seriously, I'm so bored with this dripping drip in all the universities that we've got at the moment. The airline sells the tickets as it goes bust. We've got a couple of doctors in the paper today because this Icelandic airship company went under. They're sort of stuck, and they're having to delve into their wedding money so they can get home. 2 doctors, if you please. Not one doctor. They make enough money, don't they? How much does an average doctor make? 70, 80, 90 grand a year? And they have to delve into their wedding savings to come up with 3,000 quid. Obviously not very successful doctors. Peggy Sue dies. If you knew Peggy Sue, then I would do, oh Peggy Sue. Yes, the real Peggy Sue from the Buddy Holly song of the same name. Massive comedy festival coming up at Southampton. Lord Sugar says Amazon is killing business. It's not very generous of you, is it? You've done everything to sort of get your stuff out there in the marketplace. That's what they're doing. Trashy glamour girl Rhiannon Sugden sends her fans into meltdown. I say fans, just be 2 of them. Revealing she used an app to measure her boobs. God, you need to get some class going on, dear. Really, really trashy. And James Jordan's confirmed for Dancing on Ice. Blimey. I mean, we know that the programme was axed because they couldn't find anybody. They just systematically proved to me and everybody else that they really can't fight. James the has-been Jordan, the one who was kicked out of Big Brother because he was so vile, the one who was dropped from Strictly because nobody likes him, and his dreary wife. Surprised they're not stuck her on there as well. So, I mean, because there's him on there. Who else have you got? Brian McFadden, he'll have to get the bus because he's banned from driving. Then you've got to put up with the GC. Small wonder they act Dancing on Ice, because they couldn't find any celebrities, and they still haven't managed to find them this time round. What have we got? The most iconic car in TV and film history, apparently, is James Bond's DB10, which is lovely. The BBC are axing Flog It after 17 years. Thank God for that. Apparently, it's to bring you better shows. They've got 6 new shows coming in, and it's going to be really... So obviously, they're saying that Flog It was a pile of old pants. And it is. It is a pile of old pants. But unfortunately, the bloke who fronts it, which makes it a pile of old pants... as opposed to finding a better, younger presenter, as opposed to some poor old geriatric on there, finding somebody who's in touch with... I mean, Peter Andre's not doing anything. Oh, wait a minute, he is. But anyway, so they've axed Flog It, but they've still got loads in the can, unfortunately, so you'll be seeing it for ages and ages. And they're going to put other programmes in. But don't worry, because Paul Martin's going to be back with another creepy programme. It's going to be an antiques quiz. Well, we've already got one. We don't need any more, thank you very much indeed. But of course, the BBC are never known to be sort of stuck in the field with the rest of the heffalumps. Dartmoor ponies face being culled due to Brexit legal changes. Well, they've always done that. That's nothing new at all. And the man asks the world's stupidest question. You'll see a picture of him all over the place. Why do you keep staring at me? What are you looking at? His entire face is tattooed. He looks ridiculous. Seriously. He has a child. He has sort of a family. And they must feel really embarrassed going out with him. I mean, dear Lord above. It's not good enough, is it, really? Not good enough. What was the other one? Oh, yes, elderly hit by bank closures. Don't they have cash points that you can use? I mean, aren't they everywhere? Do you need to... I mean, I've not been into my bank for about the best part of 15 years, probably 20 years. I've not been in. When the bank manager I used to have, Steve, was out at Enfield, and they're closing the branch there, which is a shame. But it doesn't change anything, because all my money is floating up in the ether. And I'm sort of thinking, so what do you need to go into a bank for? You can do it all on the telephone. You can do telephone banking. You can do internet banking. You don't physically need to go in there and see somebody, do you? Because otherwise you're standing there. There'll be one person working, and there'll be 10 of you standing in the queue like divots, which is a shame, isn't it? What was the other one that I quite liked? Macca. Paul McCartney goes out on his bicycle. He's on holiday abroad somewhere. There's a couple getting married, and he cycles past them, and the groom goes, "That's Paul McCartney. Paul McCartney." Old man on a bike. And so anyway, Paul McCartney gets to the end of this road. They suddenly realise that it's a dead end. They have to turn around and come back again. And the couple go, "Can we have a picture taken?" So he graciously has a picture taken, which is quite sweet, isn't it? Quite like that one. That's a good one. Massive comedy festival coming up in Southampton. Just about every comedy celebrity you could possibly think of. I mean, seriously, they've got just about everybody. Amazon staff get an 18% pay rise, which is nice. What else do we find? I can't remember, actually, what else there was, actually. I was more worried about axing Flog It and thinking, it's been on the 17 years. 17 years is a bit too long, as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing interesting about it. The people are getting gobbier, and so they go and buy some stuff. It's a cheap, chronically bad format. And then they sort of stand and then they try and make money out of it. Or failing that, was that the other one? Or people who bring in a little treasured heirloom, and they go, oh, this, and the antique expert, because there seems to be no end to those at the moment. I mean, you're better off doing that than you were being a plumber, because that's quite lucrative. But being an antiques expert, you can turn up to anything. And they sort of go, oh, this is, I've not seen one of these. They're gonna love this one. Okay, so I think it's probably worth between £50 and £100. And you go, hardly worth bothering, is it? And they go, so why don't we put a reserve of 70? Would you be happy with that? And I'll be going, no, of course not. Don't be so stupid. Wrench it out of their hands and go somewhere else. The rubbish. Honestly, they go, oh, this is really rare. I think £20 to £30. And they go, oh, right, like £20 to £30 is like major money. I thought this was an antiques programme. What sort of antique have you got that's worth 20 to 30 quid? Answer, a piece of tat. I was watching a very good programme the other day. Well, it was sort of good until it was marred by sort of other people. I thought it was Alan Titchmarsh, I bought it. It's about a 6 DVD box set of him going round the National Trust properties. God, there's some nice ones. Oh, my God, there's some nice properties. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And so I sat down watching that on my new television with the built-in thing. It's taken me a little bit of a while to find. I've lost all the CCTV cameras, but no doubt I'll find those in a minute. And it's got a built-in DVD player, which saves you having to worry about separate DVD player. And I quite like it. The quality's lovely. It upscales everything. It's Blu-ray. And it was really cheap. I thought it was quite cheap as televisions go. And luckily, John took my old television, so I was very happy. I put it down by the rubbish bins. When we got back there, it was still there. So he's taken that, and I've given him the remote control, which is lovely. And so I've sort of got a new television, which is great. I love it. I'm really happy. So it's got the built-in DVD player, and I'm trying to work out, do I need another DVD player underneath it as well? I thought, well, you can't watch 2 DVDs, can you? But there you go. Emmerdale's Bad Girl is back and ready for revenge. Woo! The Daily Star have got this complete prat with his face all tattooed. What a sad... Perhaps he's got some sort of illness or sickness or something. Go and get some help, mate. Also, the uni banning clapping, because apparently it can cause stress. There you go. You're really stressed now, aren't you, this morning? Yeah! Woo, woo, woo! People do that at concerts, don't they? People do that at concerts. You go to a concert, you know, you go and see Rod, Jane and Freddie in concert, you know. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes, woo, woo! And you do that. And apparently you can't do it because it causes stress. Well, I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Where is this? It'll be some balmy place, won't it? Full story, page 4, page 3, page 4. And this is the University of Manchester Student Union. You might be alarmed, Popsikins. Oh, didn't. Well, don't go there. Don't go to Manchester. Nothing up in Manchester you can't find anywhere else. Somebody says clapping does not cause anxiety. Snowflakes. Yes, I agree with you. But mind you, students are a bit simple, aren't they? They won't like Magical Hour. They won't like Magical Hour. No, because it's got clapping all over it. Also, the other thing is, I mean, I'm sorry if we know that students are mainly drunk. We know that that's what they are. So that if somebody says, you mustn't do clapping, you can imagine what this person... Don't! There'll be people writing in going, I've just been stressed out by Steve Allen's programme. Just on a daily basis, with or without the clapping, which is great. And can't wait to hear your commentary on Gemma Collins going on. I won't watch it. Who's interested in some fat bird standing up and falling down on a programme which has got ice in it? She can't even see a hole in a stage. What chance do you think she's going to see ice? When it gets cold, you wear a bobble hat. Says somebody here. It says, mind you, you're getting a bit thin on top. Don't think we need to talk like that, do we? Ban them immediately. Stupid person, honestly. People like you don't deserve to be listening to a quality programme like this. Go and listen to something. BBC Local Radio must be on. Go and try them. They'll welcome you. The local vicar's probably doing the overnight programme at the moment. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to pick your favourite sweet. And then after 5 o'clock this morning, what's your favourite smell? Mine is incense. You know, you can just imagine, poor old BBC Local Radio. They're going to have somebody reading out stories on BBC Local Radio. Small wonder it's scraping itself out the gutter at the moment. Very embarrassing. Luckily, I don't know anybody who works for BBC Local Radio. No, but I do know people who get banned from Labour Party conferences, which, of course, makes me very pleased indeed. Stuck-up old bag. Did you see this morning's 30 Unforgettable Years? No, this is this morning, isn't it? This is this morning. There's not 30 unforgettable years. They maybe had 2. The rest of them were instantly forgettable. On to the set comes... Wait a minute, he's eating the settee. Eamon? Here's Ruth. Apparently Ruth only uses Astral moisturiser. You'd love to be a fly on the wall in their bedroom, wouldn't you? I reckon she's got more makeup than the Boots makeup counter. You know, any man who's got more than 6 items in the bathroom, gay. Okay, there you go. Just thought I'd let you know now, before you all rush into the bathroom and start counting 11 and 12. That means you're extra gay. That's even gayer than driving a lorry down the motorway with neon lighting in the cab, because every neon light signifies another gay on the roads. It's very popular. For some reason, gays have taken to driving lorries like pushing wheelbarrows, which is great. And Kristen says, Steve, I've suffered from social anxiety for 20 years and clapping doesn't set it off. Haven't they got anything better to research or study? They've got nothing at all. Nothing at all. They think that gives you anxiety. I thought that brought out other emotions. I mean, it makes... No, sorry, I can't go down that route. The best thing about Flog It is Paul Martin. He's really sexy. Are we talking about the same dipstick who wears those dated 1930s suits on there? Who wears corduroy? Come on! Unless you've got some sort of strange predilection with corduroy. Very odd. Nobody likes Paul Martin. He used to put his arms around people, and I used to go, it'll be a case, get your hands off them. And so, anyway, are we looking forward to seeing how much this makes? Get your hands off them! And then he went on, did he go on, I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, or one of those Big Brothers or something like, whatever it was. He had about as much personality as a plank. But these dreadful outfits, who wears a red or a blue suit? Or a green suit, or everything else. They've obviously got to make some mark on television to go, that's something. It's like, people, I don't know, wearing red trousers and blue trousers and pink trousers and green trousers. It's like being dressed by Cordons, isn't it, from start to finish? But Paul Martin definitely went on a reality show. Shame it wasn't, wait a minute. So he's born in, oh God, he was not born in Teddington, was he? He's 59, street auction, trust me, I'm a dealer. Got loads of children, Dylan, Meredith, that's it, 2. And I'm sure he did it second. They're very quick, on this thing here. On the 2nd of October, they announced that they're canning it. But I'm sure he did another one. He's done Autumn, Winter, Diaries. I never knew that. BBC Country Vale spin-off. I'm sure he did something else. I remember thinking, how boring. He ran a shop in Marlborough, specialising in English oak furniture and Victorian lavatories. Don't make me say it. Okay. But I'm sure he did, actually. I'm sure he was on something. 'Cause I remember thinking, God, honestly, he's as bad as that Martin bloke who does another one of the programmes, doesn't he? I'm sure. But anyway, Paul Martin always looks like his hair needs a wash. But he was educated at Falmouth University. He's only ended up as a TV presenter. They don't teach you antiques at Falmouth University, do they? So in other words, he's only ended up exactly the same as anybody who does, and here comes the train. It's about the same kind of level. I'm sure anyway, he's one of these sort of people. He's been on Trading Places, and he's make me a deal, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, it's when you're not going to lose him. He comes back with a quiz about antiques. Oh, look, what's this? It's a phone. I told you years ago, a friend of mine, well, it's my auntie, actually. Well, it's my grandmother. And she got a note through her letterbox saying that the Antiques Roadshow are in her area. And if you've got anything, call this number, and they will pop round and give you a quick valuation. If they like it, they will then take it to the Antiques Roadshow and they'll film it. So, of course, she phoned up. Hello, she said, because she's quite old. And I've got an antique. It's been in our family for as long as I can remember. And they said, well, can you put it in the sitting room? I said, well, I'll try. It's quite big and quite heavy. And she said, but it's been in the family for ages and ages. So anyway, on the appointed day, the Antiques Roadshow knock on the door, and there they are, a couple of butch men and a fairly camp bloke. And because there always is, isn't there, on every programme? The trick is trying to work out which one. And then they go in there, and she says, I don't know what it is. It's been here for ages and ages. They looked at it, and they look at her, and they go, you don't know what it is? And she goes, no. What is it? They said, it's your water tank. She brought the water tank down from upstairs again. Anyway, she flooded the upstairs, house had to be demolished, and she's been rehoused by the council, so everybody fairly pleased with the answer. Because frankly, she hadn't been out in the garden for ages and ages. So, wait a minute. If Boris's packed-out gig is further evidence that it's all about bums on seats, it's like showbiz, says Ian. I know, but the good news is, and here is my staggering news for you this morning, get your credit cards out, boys and girls. Peter Andre's going on tour. I know! I can't believe it either. Pizzakins is going to do 25 dates across the country. Now, you remember that the 6 that they had booked in Australia had to be cancelled due to lack of interest. There's been loads in this country cancelled, but Pete is so excited to be celebrating 25 years in show business. He's not been in it. Sorry? Should we let Pete explain it to you? Here it is, just for you. Get on the phone. Get on the phone. See if there's any left, because he announced this yesterday. So he's celebrating 25 years in the business. What 25 years? What 25 years? He's not been in the business 25 years. Spent most of it shacked up in bed with the dreary one. OK, these are the dates. And there's also, let me tell you now, there's a meet and greet package available. Now, the tickets are 25 quid. We start, go back down again. It's Pete looking mean and moody. Aberdeen Music Hall. That's the 11th of February. On the 12th, Edinburgh Usher Hall, 13th Carlisle Sands Centre, 14th... Oh, God, he's going to be dead after the second one, isn't he? He hasn't done a day's work in his life. He moves to Hull, Sheffield, Liverpool Empire. Never fill that. The Blackpool Opera House, not a cat in hell's chance. Bath Forum, Southampton O2 Guildhall, Aylesbury Waterside Theatre, you know that's small. Cambridge Corn Exchange, also small. Ipswich Regent Theatre. Then in March, Manchester O2 Apollo. Well, that'll be cancelled. There'll be lack of interest on that one. Skegness Butlins. Whee! Yeah, big up Skegness. Bradford St George's Hall. The Swansea Grand Theatre. The Birmingham Alexandra Theatre. Scarborough Spa. That's just basically some showers, and he'll be standing in one of them, and you just sit there and watch him. He's doing the O2 Shepherd's Bush Empire, the London Indigo at the O2. That's quite a big... They won't fill these out. The Brighton Centre and the Bournemouth Pavilion Theatre. But we know that the tickets are 25 quid. We know... Should we see if we... I mean, how about... Let's do the London Indigo at the O2. Do we have seats available? Peter Andre. Pre-sale begins... Oh, no, it doesn't start till 9 o'clock this morning. God, honestly, we were so hoping to reserve some seats, but apparently we can't. But they're £25. They go from Friday on sale. The O2 pre-sale Wednesday the 3rd until Friday. And they go here. Tickets for this event are provided directly by the promoter and are not printed by Ticketmaster and may not be dispatched. There is a ticket limit... Sorry. There's a ticket limit of 8 tickets per person. Well, they've sold 8 tickets then, so that's a good start, isn't it? 8 tickets per person. I was hoping to get 300. Well, you can't. You can only have 8. Well, anyway, it's been cancelled anyway, so don't worry about it. It's an interesting one, isn't it? He cancelled so many dates before due to illness. He's not a well boy. They booked him in for something that he's clearly not up to doing. You know, because this is a date after date after date after date, and I'm telling you, you can't do it unless you're into that mindset, and he's not. Pete plays celebrity. Pete plays front of OK magazine. Here's my gorgeous wife, and here's another baby that we've had, which is fantastic, isn't it? Somebody said, Steve, the best thing about Skegness is the road leading out of it. It's a dump. Well, I like Skeggy. I don't think I've ever been there, but I just like the sound of it. It's such an unusual name, isn't it? The more you think, we just go Skegness, and then you think about it, Skegness. I wonder what that is. I mean, is that a combination of 2 words, or is it 1 word? Is it taken from the Viking, Skegnesi, or something? You know, I don't know. I've got no idea. Francis says, how can Gemma Collins be on skating and ice? You want me to see her skating boots? Well, no, she will, as has been pointed out by James. He thinks it won't be too long before she starts complaining, or she quits, or she falls over and twists her ankle. It'll be some usual codswallop, won't it? There's no way that she's actually going to complete the thing. She's not managed to complete anything so far. Chris in Lancashire says the concept of flog it was ridiculous. Contestants buy from a dealer who bought the item from an auction. The dealer sticks profit on it. Then the contestants take it back to the auction and expect to make money. How odd. Don't you think it's funny, though, when they go, listen, we've only got £15. It's marked up at £65. Is there any way you can do it for 20? And they go, oh, I can't do 20. 22? You think, how much profit are these people working on? The answer is rip-off merchants. Rip-off merchants. A friend of mine, well, not really a friend, sort of an acquaintance. Well, not even an acquaintance, really. Just somebody I passed in the street once and brushed up against them on a bus. And they used to go to France, to go to all these markets, buy tat furniture, bring it back and distress it. And then they'd sell it. And people would pay, seriously, it's something that cost them like 20 or 30 quid. They'd pay £400 for distressed furniture. Because for some reason, we're into shabby chic. That's why this programme's so successful. I am shabby chic. I am the sort of person. I'm not good looking. I'm not good looking enough to be a model. Not like some of the presenters in this bill. Some of them are very young. Some of them are very good looking. They're not all good looking. There are some ugly ones there. They know who they are. I don't need to tell you their names. And then I'm sort of kind of caught in the middle of the devil and the deep blue sea. The Sun gets it all wrong today. They didn't even know who the presenter of the Capital Breakfast Show was. They thought it was Martin Kemp. That's what you call shoddy journalism, isn't it, really? Somebody says, I watch TV when I make my mum lunch. If flog it's going, they should sack Bargain Hunt, which isn't rhyming slang for the presenter. It's a load of old, things that lose money. Worst of all, the adverts to guilt trip you into paying for your funeral, because it's the right thing to do. I've always said exactly the same as you, Phil. It's not my problem. Not my problem. I mean, I've got enough money to bury myself, but who cares? Who cares? Pop me out with the rubbish. I'm not particularly fussy about things like that. But they do make you feel a bit guilty, don't they? So you sort of think, well, somebody's going to have to pay for me. Not really, no. You can have it done by the council. It's just not the best sort of thing. Ron says, I'm amazed anybody under 25 knows what cash is. They never seem to use any. Even a bag of crisps goes on plastic. Yes, I mean, see me. I mean, I'm a deep embarrassment to my accountant because I use cash. I hardly use credit cards or charge cards or things like that. And if I'm doing a lot of money, if I'm buying another car and I'm transferring a lot of money over, we do a bank transfer. I don't have to write a cheque out or do anything at all. It's all very embarrassing. Tony at Westgate says, when will the BBC start to be independent? Well, they are at the moment. They've got loads of programmes that sort of promote all sorts of items, which is funny, isn't it? Blue Peter, they cover it all over. Every other programme, it's all listed. See exactly what it is. Can't Cook, Won't Cook was terrible at doing things like that. But, so that's it. It wouldn't collapse. They just find other ways round it. I was always amazed that they were allowed to get away with certain things. Another one here. You asked earlier if Anne Widdecombe can't find anyone attractive. Question is, who'd find her attractive? They probably have to be deaf, dumb and blind, and surely no longer with us, says Manuel. Well, it's a bit harsh. I mean, she has been an MP. Admittedly, not particularly brilliant MP, and then, of course, she gave that up. I don't know whether or not it was, she had to waddle into the House of Parliament or something. And then she discovered, I'm in show business. I'm known as Widdy. No, you're not. You're known as that boring little fat bird that can't dance. Lampooned on so many quiz shows, and in fact, she did do a quiz show on the television, and she didn't do particularly well. That's why they never asked her back. But, she's always late. She's one of those sort of people. She has a newspaper column, and any opportunity to big up Tony Beak, she'd put her arms around him. She loves him. But, as I say, I think it's highly unlikely he has children. Morning, everybody. Somebody says you're a wee bit critical this morning, Steve. I suppose you're sitting in your Giorgio Armani suit. Don't be so stupid. Nobody wears something as naff as that. Dior or Issey Miyake. I'm going to at least try and get something right, for God's sake. Jim says, will Rod, Jane and Freddie be coming back to perform for your 50th? Very kind of you to say so. But, I don't think so. And Steve, locked in online, says Waj. And somebody says, we're all going to seed Steve. Oh, no, sorry, I missed this one out, actually. So a friend of yours used to buy cheap furniture and distress it. Does that mean he invited a few friends round and they all clapped? It's not easy to distress furniture. It really doesn't take too much. I've seen them doing it on the telly. And it's actually quite interesting, but not sort of interesting. I've had more interesting things. Somebody says, we're all going to seed, Steve. Old age comes to us all. Don't worry about it. I can't ever imagine you attractive anyway. You're a bit pervy, aren't you? Is there something the matter with you? Why on earth would you want to sort of say that to a radio presenter you don't even know? How do you know what's attractive? Look in the mirror. Look at... There you go. Gives you a rough idea, doesn't it? Yesterday you were talking about cucumber ice cream on an episode of Come Dine With Me. UK last night, they had olive oil ice cream. It wasn't good. No, I mean, I think Jamie Oliver could possibly make it for me. I'm pretty certain. I mean, to be brutally honest, I don't think I really want to try it, but I just like the idea that cucumber's fresh. And it's always, if you break a cucumber in half, it's full of water and it's quite, I don't know if they're fattening or not. I've really got no idea. Harry says, I see an injured rugby player broke his neck, now permanently disabled, involved in raising £1 million over several years of fundraising for a rehab centre, but the government's paying 35 million quid for Eugenie's wedding. No, they're not. Oh, no, they're not. No, the wedding costs are being borne by them. The only thing that they've got is the £2 million, which is the security. I mean, to be honest with you, who's going to want to go within a mile of her? But no, not 35 million quid. So, it's like people need to get their facts right. You can go onto the internet and find any old rubbish. Like during 9/11, do you remember them saying about one of the coffee shops, they were charging for water? No, they weren't. They were handing it out for free. People who start these sort of things should be taken into court. It's as simple as that. Pretty boy Pete, harmless enough. Rather him on the box than... I don't know, Jeremy Kyle. That said, I'll not be buying any tickets, says Taff. I don't think anybody will be. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? He's cancelled shows left, right and centre. They're not big venues. These are... I mean, one of them looked like a swimming pool. And that one was... that didn't go particularly well either. Mainly, they're making their money out of meet and greets. Pete will come and lay his hands on you or something and do a trip to Lourdes. A little bit cheaper and a lot quicker. But 25 dates, no chance. And I'm being realistic. I'm not being cruel or anything like that. I'm telling you the facts. If you're not in the charts and the only magazine you feature in is OK or as a voiceover on This Morning flogging a holiday on a premium rate line, that's not enough to fill theatres. You need more to fill theatres in this day and age. And what's Pete going to do? Do his sort of little Michael Jackson impression? I'm at the age of pushing 50. He's looking a bit old for that kind of thing. And what's he going to do? So it's basically an adaptation of his other show, which didn't do very well either. They cancelled Australia. I'm only telling facts. I'm only telling you facts. And I just don't think that 25 dates he's going to do any business at all. I reckon that what they'll end up doing is they'll end up... Like Bros. Oh, Bros are back with you. Yeah, Bros are doing this and Bros are doing that. And Bros were cancelling concerts because they didn't have enough people to fill the places up. You know, people mistake publicity in the newspapers or, you know, the front page of OK Magazine. And Pete's going, well, if 1 million people buy OK Magazine in the course of a month or something like that, then even if half of those book tickets for the show, they're all going to sell out. Well, they're not. I'll tell you for a fact they're not. Who is going to go and sit there? Women who fancy him, but he's going to have the wife sitting in the front row and and it's my gorgeous wife, Ems, down here, and here are 2 of my children, and here's my other children as well. They're all going to be popping up, aren't they? And it's going to be a bit tedious. And that's why I don't think it's going to work. 25, you know, and they're on sale. He says they're on sale now. Well, of course, it's not even correct on that one because a lot of the tickets are not on sale just yet. You've got to wait till later on today. But, you know, let's wait and see. But when you look at where his singles went, they didn't go anywhere. Not enough to sell out theatre. I mean, the O2, what do they call it down at the O2? Indigo 2. I mean, that's quite big. That's well in excess of 1,000, isn't it? I would think. He's not going to sell 1,000 tickets out. Of course he's not. And he's doing the Shepherd's Bush Empire. Why would you want to go to the Shepherd's Bush Empire and then go to the O2 Indigo? They're going to be cancelling these left, right and centre. But when is the key? That's the key to it. Because they're not till January, they've got enough time to sort of go, we're pulling out of this one because of so-and-so, so-and-so. I think you'd like celery soup, Steve. No, my favourite soup is haddock chowder. That's my favourite soup with bits of potato in. Or I like leek and potato. In fact, I actually bought haddock and chowder there. There seemed to be a world shortage of haddock and chowder, and I thought, I quite fancy some. And occasionally, it has to be very occasionally, I buy a very small loaf of bread. It's making my mouth water now. And I butter it, and then I fold it in half, and I dip it. I dunk bread in soup. I mean, how common am I? But I absolutely like. I don't do biscuits. I don't dunk biscuits. And I don't also, I've been in places before where sort of people have had a meal, and there's gravy on the plate, and they get a piece of bread, and they wipe it around the plate. Seriously? I mean, you can understand somebody doing that at home if you're really desperate and you're sort of having to run out of soup. I discovered a case of tomato soup at home the other day. Shows you how busy my place is. If I can lose a case of tomato soup. I went, oh, look, case of tomato soup. I'll have to check the sell-by. Skegness was named in order to attract tourists away from Loch Ness because the disgusting amount of litter they dropped there could have endangered the monster. Oh, honestly, for goodness sake, stop it. The Loch Ness Monster does not exist. Never has done. It's lies put about by Scottish people. Sorry, I'm telling you, it's lies put about by Scottish people keeping an industry going. Oh, aye, we saw the monster came out of the deep. No, it didn't. You're drunk. You're drunk. Where's Joe Swash, says Dave. He's not on stupid reality shows. Well, I don't know. She takes him out, doesn't she? If she gets invited to something, they go, do you want 1 or 2 tickets? Oh, Joe hasn't eaten for a week. I better take him. My friend says, how about clam chowder? I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it's clams. Done exactly so. I'm not into clams, actually, Ian. I'm really not. But warm bread, he says, into Heinz tomato soup. Oh, like a crusty baguette. That's nice. Do you know Spam is 81 years old now? I wouldn't touch it, Harry. It'll be really bad for you if it's 81 years old. Do you think pot noodles will last that long? Oh, yeah. Have a look behind your cooker. That's where the next one's coming from. The Duchess of Cambridge returned to work yesterday after her maternity leave. Are they in the real world, says Pat? Well, they said she's gone back to work. What work? Well, she turned up in a car, not driven by herself. She did manage to open and close the door. And then she had some pictures taken with sort of children at a school. And that's called work, is it? My God, I tell you. Want to have what the rest of us have had. Mind you, William's still abroad, kicking a football around with some little foreign children, so that makes a good picture. Ian says, I keep, my friend, Heinz tomato soup in the kitchen in case I get ill. It's the perfect sick food. Is it? I used to have it when I came back from the dentist because you were so numb that all your lips would be numbed up, and the only thing you could have is soup. And so I used to spend most of my time dropping it down my front because you're like that, trying to slurp this soup up, which was put in a cup. There's no point in putting it in a bowl for me. I'm an idiot with a bowl, and so I used to have it in a big. I've got a big mug at home which I use all my soups in, and you can have 2 of the Heinz tomato soup. And don't ask me why Heinz. It's because it's the only one that I like the taste of, and I've tried all of them. It's like fish fingers. I've tried all of the other fish fingers, and the best ones are Bird's Eye. I'm sorry, it's the way it goes. Can't help it. It's not because I think they're any cheaper or anything else. It's just that they taste the best. Although I do like, actually, the fish fingers, which are Young's, in chip shop batter. Whee! I mean, that's good. If, of course, I still had the halogen oven, I'd be doing that, but I don't have the halogen oven anymore, for reasons best known to myself. Mainly because my body looks like a road map of the Sahara, I'm afraid. So, we're trying to work out why it's all gone wrong for Davy Boy Beckham. I think because he's dumb enough not to realise that the whole country is turned against him. You know, so he goes and advertises. I mean, Dave, you can book for anything. If you've got, if you've got enough money and you want him to plug an ice cream or a lolly or something, he'll do it for the money. He's not bothered. He's done pants, whiskey. This is a Vietnamese car, I believe, because we do a lot with Vietnamese cars, don't we? And it's just a bit of a shame, really, because he doesn't need the money, but he obviously thinks he has to do it. Got to pay for the hair somehow, unless, of course, it was a freebie. Also, then he went to a restaurant in Manchester the other day. What for? I can't imagine. Did he have business in Manchester? Perhaps his agent's up there. Claudia Winkleman reveals she often sleeps twice a day. That's all right. What's the matter with that? If you work late, I know people who work late at night and then they go home to bed. I don't go home to bed. Sometimes I have a little lie down on the settee, and I'll plug in a DVD or something like that, or just push, and sort of watch anything like that. Amir Khan apparently has been accused of calling a killer in jail and saying, "Keep your chin up." Well, they've now denied it. To Amir's knowledge, a spokesman for him has said he was provided with a mobile phone from a fan and asked to speak to his friend, something that occurs frequently. But of course, he didn't realise that the person he was talking to is serving 8 years for manslaughter. He's not the brightest, Amir Khan. He can't remember whether he's had affairs or he hasn't had affairs, or whether he's with the wife, or whether his parents are so revolting that they attack the wife, and so it goes on. To Amir's knowledge, he's never intentionally used his mobile telephone to FaceTime anybody in prison. Ta-da! Ta-da! Have a look. Have a look. Here we go. It's the Tories in Birmingham, the bitter row as Johnson whips up the crowd. I thought he looked nervous, to be honest with you. I did watch it. It was interesting. Also, a pensioner got the shock of her life after finding a snake hiding in her oven when she went to cook chips. The 82-year-old called the RSPCA, but it had slithered away by the time it arrived. It slithered away to where? Well, she's got a snake in the house. Good grief. The woman said, "I recently had a cataract operation and was wondering if my eyes were deceiving me, but my husband saw it too." A snake. Can you imagine you open up the oven? I'd have just closed the oven door and then called the other and said, "In the oven." God, blimey. Mike says, "I'm trying to impress a special lady and win her heart. I'm going to cook for her, but I'm not sure what to make to impress her." Takeaway pizza's very popular. But Eddie says, "We know you're not the most productive in the kitchen, but try making your own soup. It's just as easy. Try it and give us a laugh." Well, there's bound to be a story if I make soup. There's a story with everything in my life. There's a lot to be said for chicken noodle soup, says Gary. Yeah, Jewish penicillin. I know, I've heard it a million times. Why has it got to be Cambridge or Sussex to be a duchess of, Steve? Why not Bognor or Skegness? I wonder if Wayne Rooney will get work on the whiskey and pants circuit, says Ian. No, but there's a few old people he likes. He's got his eye on over in America. They're much older over there. So the Loch Ness Monster is probably a bunch of old car tyres bound together with a piece of old drain pipe, says Ron. No, there's some bloke who lives by the side of Loch Ness. He's totally convinced this thing's going to come out and have a conversation with him. Mad as a Loch Ness monster could be, I'm afraid. And Steve, I love spam used in spam fritters. That'd be spam in spam fritters. Yes, you just buy a tin of spam and then you cut it and then you dip it in flour and then in batter. Oh, delicious. Beef burgers in batter, even nicer. And I know someone was opening a tin of luncheon meat with that key and took his arm off. How big was the key, for God's sake? They're little tiny keys. Steve, Peter Andre's coming to Bournemouth. Winter's on the way indeed, says Phil. Luckily, the local authority has completely messed up the main road into Bournemouth with roadwork, so you can't get there anyway. That'll be why they cancel it. They haven't cancelled yet, but I'm predicting out of the 25 dates, I think they've been over-enthusiastic. I think way, way too enthusiastic. Would you like a time check? Just in case you're going somewhere today, like conference or something like that, or you're just thinking, I'll just walk to the end of the road. Because apparently if you do that on a regular basis, it cuts down on the fact that you could end up with dementia. Listen, we're all going to get it. Somebody said to me, because I said to them, I'm still not drinking, to the point of boredom, I'm telling everybody, still not drinking. And somebody says, that's probably good. I said, because you're not very good when you're on drink. And I went, well, I do fall over a lot. But I fall over, I mean, all sorts. I mean, I can almost see the accidents happening. But I'm very good now. The other day, I said, I've not heard, who did I not hear from? Oh, a friend of mine, Chris, who normally sends me a text message, or at least 2 or 3 text messages in the course of the programme. And I said to the producer, I said, do you know my friend Chris? Because he knows Chris as well. And loads of people know Chris. And even his wife, who's half Armenian. And anyway, and I said, he hasn't phoned for 8 years, hasn't sent me a text. At that precise moment, ping, it came. The producer will bear witness to the fact. And I said, I get that a lot. I'll be sitting there thinking, I've not spoken to somebody for ages. Phone rings, it's them. And then, or failing that, I do it on the house programme where they go, so how much do you think this house is worth? You know they're not going to buy it. And I go 460. And they go 380, 420. And she goes, it's the top end of your budget. I go on, say it. 460. I'm right on so many occasions. Now, does this make me psychic? I'm like Sally What's-her-face. What is her face? And, yeah. Ooh, spooky. Yeah, I am a little bit psychic. Tav says, cow, mutton, root, veg, onions, touch of pepper, boil, let cool 3 times, chunk of tiger bread, heaven. Do I sound like I'm somebody who's going to be cooking anytime soon? I can't eat peasant food. I mean, seriously, boil it 3 times. Were you mad? Good heavens above, that's what God invented takeaway shops for. And also Marks and Spencer's and Waitrose and all the other supermarkets with ready meals. It's for people like me that don't cook. Can you imagine if we all started cooking? The likes of Phil Vickery and Jamie Oliver, they'd all be out of work. They'd be going, oh, we don't need these programmes. Somebody's cooking. People are cooking for themselves. Nice to have your company. And what do we got? We got Wednesday morning. We got the 3rd of October. And Ron, you're quite right. Very cool indeed. Must be. And Alan says, stop talking about food. I'm not hungry yet, but I will be because I'll be listening again as I miss the first 20 minutes. I'm having a colonoscopy and an endoscopy this morning. In the film Killing Eve, I'm sure the little road first left to the left off Whitehall is the one you talked about. I dreamt of winning the money last night at the lottery and I bought that house. It's a very famous house. You think it's that? Yeah. It's a very famous house. I can't remember what the blooming it's called at the moment. In the Far East, Steve, they eat snake. They're quite tasty. I know. I've seen Michael Palin having a go. They bring them out and then they... can't think of anything else worth. That's dreadful. Steve, you might fall over because you're not wearing the correct shoes. I fall over all the time when I wear a certain pair and I'm not intoxicated. It's the shoes. Well, I don't wear shoes indoors. I don't wear anything indoors. Well, I mean, I do. Always, I've got clothes on, you know. I make it sound like I'm walking around like Claudia Winkleman or something. Because it'd be ridiculous if I looked like Claudia Winkleman with no clothes on. What am I going to do with 32 double B? Paul in Croydon says, you're thinking about someone and they call you. I think it's the law of attraction, whereby you think it and it happens. Wait a minute, I'll think about somebody. No, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Oh, you're right, though. Sometimes I do think about people and then I get a phone message from them. And you think... And I always say, I was just thinking about you a minute ago, but I'm too busy, I don't want to talk to you. My friend Ian likes bird's eye fish fingers. He says, my nan used to get some good ones from B-Jam. See, B-Jam was the forerunner to Iceland, which we talked about yesterday on the programme. Linda reckons the best ones are Waitrose chunky cod. You get 6 in a pack and they're delicious. Only 6. Have you ever had a fish finger sandwich? They're quite nice. Fish finger sandwich is quite good. Could eat one now, actually. Somebody came with a little frying pan, a little cooking thing. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, if you're a new listener. Hello. I know, yeah. Cooey. It's a bit like Rainbow, isn't it? Hello, everybody. Or Jeffrey. Hello. Everybody stands there and waves at you. Ooh, yippee. You know, and everybody waves. It's good, isn't it? Somebody says, I'll make some and send it to you. Shall I tear the bread for you? Get the police on that one. Okay, straight away sending cooked food in the post. Never anything like it. So what else have we got? Apparently, the BBC axing flog it after 17 years. But the reason they've done it, the BBC daytime chief, Dan McGolfin, They seem to have loads of people in positions. Well, you've never heard of him before in your life, and I haven't. And says, now and again we reach a time to move on. That could be you, Dan. That could be you. He says here, the ideas we have are modern, lots of fun and hugely relevant to people. So in other words, Flog It doesn't fit into any of those categories. It's not relevant to anybody. It's not entertaining, and it's not modern. It's an old-fashioned piece of rubbish television. It probably costs an arm and a leg to put out. There'll be a whole team of people, but don't worry. The BBC will carry on employing them because they love wasting your money. There's a horny couple got frisky in a photo booth. Unfortunately, they then left their pictures on display, so the Sun have very kindly put them in there, and they're censured. They come from Cheltenham, Mr. Mulligan's Lost World Golf. Apparently, they just finished 18 holes. Well, 19. And, so that's there, so they'll be looking to find people. Jane Moore talks about poor old Cheryl Tweedy, Cole, Fernandez, Vicini, Payne. And here she is wearing a cheap, tatty old dress, which probably cost an arm and a leg. But the funny thing is, it's the boots. And the boots she's wearing are basically, you wouldn't find them out of place or in a place where a dominatrix works. That's what they are, actually. Bondage, discipline, anyway, sadism, right. But the only time, says Jay Moore, I tried on a pair, and the overwhelming urge I felt was to go fly fishing for trout in the wilds of northern Scotland. I bet Gary was a bit excited by that, eh? Turned up in the bedroom. Because we always imagine, who's the girl that they use on Loose Women? She always looks like she's out of place there. She looks like she should be a dominatrix. Kay Adams. Kay Adams looks like she should be standing there with a whip and thigh-length boots on, because she's so prissy. So prissy. And so she'll always look. We used to have a joke that she used to go home and put these things on. Because I can imagine Jane Moore turning up in the bedroom and Gary going, "What are you wearing?" She's going, "Come here, little boy." Gary will now be going, "Steve, what are you saying? What are you saying?" You could be Psychic Steve. Pisceans are very psychic. Yeah. Make sure you do the lottery, you psychic. I'm doing it. I've done it last night because I had some wins from last week, had £147. So I spent a bit of it on some tickets from last night. Aldi tomato soup tastes better than Heinz. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Every food tastes different. You might have a steak, and you might go, "Oh, this is the best steak I've ever had. It's rump." And I might go, "I only eat fillet, and I only ever have peppercorn sauce with it because that's the one I throw down my arms, as you know." The marks are there for the rest of my entire life, however long that will be. TV Company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday, the 3rd of October. They're filming in Leicester Square at the moment. They're doing, Jack Ryan 2. And I noticed this morning, actually, for the first time ever, they've got security down there guarding some of the equipment. You know, because it might walk. So I walked up into the square and there are sort of 2 security men sitting there because they're filming at Steak & Co. down the road. And 3 days, God knows what it costs. God knows what it costs. But it's ever so exciting. I always like watching stuff like that. And, yes. Oh, yes, and there's a phone box as well. The other side of the road, but it's fake. It's like made out of thin plywood. And it's on casters. Presumes you can move it about if you want to make your phone calls. But they did this programme on the National Trust. And the reason I mention phone boxes is because they go round, and it's Waddesdon Manor, which was owned by the Rothschild, Frederick Rothschild, and he had so much money. Queen Victoria hated him. They hated the vulgarity, but in fact, what he left was the best legacy of any house you've ever seen in your life. They went round, they had so much money, they were in banking, one of the big private banking companies, and they went round, and at Waddesdon, it's National Trust, you can go round and have a look at some of the most beautiful things, including an elephant that's an automata. And it moves, and it was made, I think, in the late 1800s. And they've got all of this sort of stuff there. And they go out into the grounds with Alan Titchmarsh, and they've got a tree and all the rest of it. And then by the side of the tree, you look at it and you go, "What the dickens is that?" And she said, "What do you think that is?" And Alan looked at it. It was like a little pipe sticking out of the ground. And she said, "He had that put in. That's a telephone line." So, in other words, nowadays you've got mobile phones. So when you go out, you take your mobile phone. In those days, they all went and sat under the tree, and they plugged in the phone under the tree. They had it running all the way back to the house. It was terribly clever. And I love the programme. Anything to do with the history of this country is the best ever, including the tree that Isaac Newton... You remember when the apple fell? They went, oh, the apple. And then we got law of gravity and all that kind of stuff. That tree still exists. It's hundreds of years old. But around the world, people have taken cuttings in universities and they've got a clone of that tree in their own grounds. It's in America. It's in Japan. There was another place as well. They've all got cuttings from this tree. So it's still going strong. And they know that it's the same tree because it features in drawings from the 1700s. Because it fell over in a storm, but it re-rooted itself after it fell over. So it's still there. It's amazing. Lord Sugar says he's going to quit the UK if Jeremy Corbyn becomes Prime Minister. Well, we've heard that before from people, haven't we? He won't, of course, but they all say that. And Sharon Osbourne, was she silenced? Well, she was if somebody gave her money, I should imagine. David Bowie's Glastonbury 2000 headline set is going to be released as a CD and DVD. Unfortunately, only 30 minutes of the performance, which comprises of 21 of his greatest hits, has ever been broadcast. So you're going to get the... well, I'd be buying that one, wouldn't you? I'd be buying that one, definitely. Also, The Greatest Showman is the biggest-selling album of the year so far, followed by George Ezra's Staying at Tamara's. Drake's God's Plan is top single with 1.46 million sold, which is quite some achievement. So yesterday, I turned on television, and there is George Shelley. George was in Union J. He used to do the breakfast show here at one of our sister stations. He came out while he was here because the papers were trying to out him anyway, so he came out. With the help of the producer at the time. And so that was all done very nicely. And then he was talking about how people cope with grief, and everybody does it differently. He couldn't even say his sister's name for months after she died. She was in a road accident, and the police phoned him and said, is that George Shelley? Blah, blah, blah. You need to come to the hospital. And he knew then that something was going wrong. Then they talked to the nurse who looked after her and said that there was no way that she could have survived that. And it was coming to terms with the death of a sibling. Now, there'll be thousands of you listening this morning, thousands of you who have been in that situation of losing a mum or a dad. I'm going to say not so bad if it's a cousin. If you lose somebody immediate to you, then it kind of resonates. And so, if you don't have your parents anymore, you remember, you don't forget. But on the other hand, it does get a little bit easier. But for some people, like George, he was suffering really badly. I suppose it'd be the same if I'd lost sort of a brother or somebody like that. But I've lost my mother and my father. And you think, it's people go through this every day, every single day. And it was interesting seeing people who did all sorts of different things. You remember that lovely funeral directors in the East End? Where they did them on the television. They have a thing where every year people go back and they release doves and all the rest of it, and they sort of make it, because people take great pleasure in talking about it. It's the not talking about it which is the problem. People want to talk, but nobody knows what to say. What on earth do you say to somebody who's sitting in front of you with the tears pouring down their face, and you go, oh, I'm really sorry. Well, that doesn't help. They know that you're sorry. It's just that you can't do anything about it. Ridiculous, isn't it? But it was a very interesting programme, very interesting. I found it very, very entertaining, because we'd never met his mum before. His father and mother split up when he was very young, so he now has a separate relationship with his father, who I think is in up the north of England somewhere. But at least they're actually getting on, because it's very easy to feel that you don't have anybody. When somebody dies, you feel, who'd you phone? Who'd you phone? You don't know what to say. After my dad died, I wouldn't phone my mum up and go, oh, Dad, look. All she wanted to know was, did he look okay? That's all she asked me when she was in the hospital after he'd been taken there because he died in the ambulance. And I went to see him. Why? I've got no idea. I still can't explain it to this day. I did say, can I see him? And she said, yes, give us a minute, because I have to make sure that somebody looks all right. And I went to see him, and he looked fine. But then I told my mum, and she said, how does he look? I said, he looks great. I said, he really looks great. Which was not necessarily the truth. But it was the only thing I was going to be telling her, because you have to tell fibs to people. You have to tell fibs. You can't say, well, he doesn't look so great, but then he did die. And we don't know what he died of. We still don't know really what he died of. And so that's why I thought the programme was very interesting. And then he was playing one of his songs, and they had him doing Pride. And because I think they already had one gay person in Union J, and then all of a sudden they had two people. And he didn't want to come out to start with, because it was, people react very strangely to things like that. The phone under the tree will be great for trunk calls, says Andy. Get your coat. Thank you. So anybody listening at the moment who's going through something like that, you're never alone. You might think you're alone, but I promise you're not. There are lots of other people in exactly the same situation that you are. Exactly the same situation. Somebody says, why are you obsessed with death? Because it was a programme on the television, thicko. It was a programme on the television. Have you heard of television? Probably doesn't feature in your life, does it, really? Piscean, Steve, I thought you were Sagittarian. No, I'm absolutely typical Piscean. Typical Piscean. I'm absolutely typical. If, of course, you can be typical anything. Steve, I crumble a little Danish blue or Stilton on my fish fingers. Oh, God, that sounds disgusting. Danish blue. I wouldn't touch Danish blue or Stilton. I don't like those sort of cheeses. You know, it's, no. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. My neighbour used to clean phone boxes. Oh, around here they just advertise hookers. I heard a very interesting discussion yesterday. On my new television, I get all the radio stations, which is very exciting. So I can flick through and I get LBC. I was listening to Sheila Fogarty discussing with some woman about whether or not prostitution is a career. And Sheila was sort of saying, what, having sex with lots of people you don't know is a career? And this woman was going, yes, I think it can be. You think you're mad as a toothbrush, aren't you? Have you ever noticed the abandoned high-rise building along the elevated section of the M4 in Brentford? That was the headquarters of Brentford Nylons, owned by my uncle in the 70s, finally due for demolition. They put loads of flats up along that stretch of the high-rises. Some of them are dumps. And, as I say, who'd want to live there? It's Brentford. It's Brentford. Well, sort of Brentford on one side. It's sort of South Ealing on the other side. It's a little bit strange. Have you seen the trailer for the new Laurel and Hardy? I have. The casting is amazing. Steve Coogan playing a very convincing Stan Laurel. Yes, I have seen it. So cleaning phone boxes. He opened the door one and found a couple making love, not standing up or sitting down. How does that work? I don't know why people do things like that. It's an interesting one. And Steve and says Lenny, could you send a message out to all the Uber drivers? There's a lever by the steering wheel. You flick up if you're turning left and down to go right. We call it an indicator. Nearly hit 5 of them up the rear end as they just sling the car from left to right. I get that with people. I don't know if they're Uber. I don't even know if something's an Uber driver now. I've really got no idea. Somebody said, oh, that's an Uber car. I go, how can you tell? They go, well, you just can. Well, I've never discovered it. Can you not? I didn't think you could either. I mean, you get what? Could be any private hire minicab. So, I mean, that's it. I mean, I understand that some people take them, some people take black cabs, some people use hire cars, some people rent a car, some people, do those where you put a key in a slot and all the rest of it, and that kind of works. So they take a bicycle. And it doesn't make any difference. It's blooming dangerous out there on the streets of London. Every day you think, you could probably sort of lose your life out there. So what else have we got? What else have we got this morning as we race through the day and as we race through October? I think it's going to go really fast. Boris goes to conference yesterday. He just does conference and then toddles off somewhere. Nobody, you think that he's actually going to be the next Prime Minister? Is he going to take it to task, is he? I don't know. Will it backfire against him? It's interesting. A lot of the columnists seem to like him a lot. They seem to like him. I'm a woman, says Nicolette, who wears high-heel boots and thigh boots all the time at work and to go out. I love the feel, but also the looks I get. I'm a legal secretary. Other girls think I'm a bit naughty, but I think they're jealous. Wearing high boots gives me a sense of power. It does. It so does. It's an odd thing, isn't it, thigh-length boots? You don't... Unless you've seen the show Kinky Boots... You wouldn't know, because all those boots that are being worn in there are kinky boots. They sort of tapped into a market that they didn't think they could actually deal with. So James Jordan's been confirmed for Dancing on Ice. How boring. He's not worked for ages, has he, really? And ever since they sort of dropped him from Strictly, best thing they could have done, they stuck him on I'm a Celebrity, which was ridiculous. He's just another little dancer. And they axed years ago, Dancing on Ice. Why? No more celebrities. So what have they found this time? They found trash, like James Jordan. They found Brian McFadden, some bloke who's off EastEnders, who I think has history with something. I can't remember what it is. And who's the other one they've got? They've got they've got Gemma Collins, Brian McFadden. I mean, and they were complaining before we can't find celebrities. So, why did they not use them before? Because they're not celebrities. And James Jordan, God, how dull and boring. How dull and boring. I've immediately done note to self, switch off very quickly, because if it's going to be that dull, unless she falls over the ice, which of course she will, I think it'll be much better. My wife went to see Matilda last night. They had to stop the show halfway through because somebody had a stroke. They did continue after 20 minutes, says Jit. Yes, I mean, I've been in shows where somebody died. Actually, somebody died and they just had to move them into a corridor. They couldn't stop the show. They had to keep it going. And I've been in a show, not in a show, but actually in a theatre, where they stopped it. And I'll tell you what it was Billy Elliot. The actual bit that came up out the middle of the stage didn't come up out the middle of the stage, and the stage manager walked on and said, "Excuse me, I'm sorry, we're going to have to stop the show for a minute." So they brought the curtain down, fixed it, and then opened it and carried on. So I put in the new television yesterday, and, you know, you push a button and it logs all the channels in and everything else in red, and it does it really quickly. Years ago, it would go chick, click, chick, click, chick, and now it's just a print done. And I happen upon QVC, because I like watching QVC, because I like to sort of hear all the rubbish they come out. It's like watching the jewellery channels. The rubbish they actually come... Well, this is the most sought-after jewellery you've ever seen. This is so rare, $9.99. You know, and at the moment they're absolutely so desperate in flogging this cheap tat jewellery that they're flogging candles and sunglasses, getting very desperate. But anyway, so on QVC, and I'm sort of watching it, they do, and here is this hairdryer. Well, you know what I'm going to tell you. It's the Dyson hairdryer. It's £300 for a hairdryer. It comes in a box, so it bloody well should do. I'm expecting it comes with its own hairdresser. £300. Unbelievable. For a hairdryer, you can pick them up for like 10 quid. £300. I thought, who in their right mind is going to spend £300? Apparently loads of people do. I can't. I just don't get it at all. I really don't. It's very odd. Steve, you said there's a phone box on Carsters. Yes, it's by the Garrick Theatre. Must be one of the first mobile phones. I know, taking it round everywhere is a night. Trying to get on and off trains is not good. Have you done your Christmas shopping yet? I've done bits of it, yeah. Because I see things now and I think I better buy them because they will definitely have gone. Water bottles, hot water bottles. That's my thing this year. Richard says, I'd rather take potluck with Boris than eat humble pie with Jeremy Corbyn. Well, Jeremy Corbyn's not going to get in, is he? I don't know. It was interesting because I was reading what Ian Dale wrote about. He's a staunch Tory, isn't he? I thought. Or is he sitting on the fence? Oh, right. But anyway, he didn't... I can't remember if he... Oh, now I've forgotten what he did. Did he rate Boris or he didn't rate Boris? I think he just thought it was same old, I suppose, you know, which is what... Because I don't know whether or not that actually convinces people, because you look at half the people who go to conference, there's some very odd people they discovered yesterday on the television, and Boris got this sort of thing. The security working in front of him, get out of the way! I thought he was going to hit somebody, you know, just to get Boris through, and then Boris, you know, conquering hero returns to Rome, and the crowd love him, and it was great. Just been to see... There you go, it's what Ian Dale says. Just been to see the new Boris speech. Utterly lacklustre. Nothing new. You just can't make a good speech when he's trying to be statesmanlike. Couple of good jokes. Ritual chuck checkers. But where was the beef? Still at the butcher's shop. Clever play on words. But that's what Ian Dale made of it. So, you know, depends. I suppose you take your money and you decide where you're going to put your cross. Something like that. Chris is working at an event in Birmingham. He said, have you seen the Rocket Man teaser trailer? Taron Egerton looks like he'll be a convincing Elton. I have seen clips of it. I haven't seen the actual trailer, but I've seen the bit. I mean, do you think it'll portray the actual Elton and things like that? And how far do we go through his life? Do we go as far as Dave, who sort of comes in, all the other boyfriends who've ended up with businesses that Elton buys them? Because you have to buy somebody a business if you want to sort of be with somebody like Elton John. I mean, do you think he takes it off at night? I mean, come on. I don't know. I merely ask. I mean, I'm not sure about that. Do you think if you do wear toque, you have to sort of take it off? Is it stuck on with glue? Is it... I mean, what is it? What is it? Steve, regarding the hooker adverts in phone boxes, there, with the number, there's always a picture of a model looking like a contestant from Love Island. I imagine when making the appointment, they arrived to see somebody looking like Bella Remberg with no teeth, just waiting for the first court case where he sues for trade description. Somebody did sue, not prostitutes, but they went to a sex shop and they bought a film, and they thought they were buying a hardcore pornographic film. When they got it home, they discovered it wasn't. They took them to court and won. They said, I'm sorry, you're selling this as hardcore pornography. I mean, to be honest with you, who goes to a sex shop nowadays? That's what the internet was invented for, wasn't it? You don't need to actually go out and embarrass yourself, or the local corner shop. I'll take the Big Boobies magazine at the top. Was that Big Boobies April edition or May? I don't mind. And You know, Nuns on the Run, fairly popular one there as well. Do we have that one too? And yeah, I'll take both of those. And you have Little Boobies. And okay, put that. Would you like a bag for that? Excuse me, Dad. How much are Little Boobies? Gosh, like going into the chemist, isn't it? Like some condom. They go, and the girl behind the counter is about 15. Sorry, condoms. Toothpaste. I'll take some toothpaste. And so you walk out. I've got more tubes of toothpaste than anything else. It's ridiculous, isn't it? And that's why people get embarrassed about the whole thing, don't they? You know, Big Boobies magazine and stuff like that. And they used to be all on the top shelf. Well, I think all these magazines have given up now. Nobody goes and buys stuff like that, do they? Unless they're schoolboys who don't have a telephone. Today, Steve, I found Heinz soup in cartons. No need to decant any remaining half into a non-metallic... Who decants? New varieties, no added sugars or sweeteners, says Sandra, in the 3 types in store, all natural ingredients. I just like Heinz soup. It's quite nice. And, Steve, you have become a telepathic driver with the London road traffic, as some drivers only use their flashing lights at Christmas. Ha, 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 ha. If you could interview any royal family member, who'd be your favourite? Any royal family member? Who would you like to talk to? I think... Oh, dear, it's a difficult one. Not interested in any of Andrew's family. Mad as hens, I'm afraid. Not really interested, really. You know, if they actually did a day's work, I might forgive them, but, you know, they're not exactly hard-working. William, not really. It's not a difficult job now. In fact, I think the royal family, especially the younger members, have become lazier and lazier over the years. Years ago, people did things. Now, they don't do diddly squat, I'm afraid. I don't call going over, you know, with William and sort of just having a few pictures taken as he kicks a football around, wearing a rather outdated camouflage outfit. Not even in the army. Have you noticed the latest thing in the paper? They're thinking of relaxing the you can wear a beard in the army. Apparently, Harry's setting a trend. No, what you're actually meaning is Harry has broken the rules on having a beard in the army. But, of course, nobody can make him shave it off because the two people who go, oh, you better not say anything. You know, he's like when he has a temper on him. So, who would I like to interview? Which members of the royal family? I think it would have to be the Queen. I would have to be the Queen. I don't know. You know, Philip would be great, but I think he'd be, I don't want to talk about that. No, Margaret, I mean, she was just lush. She liked a few bevies and stuff like that. Okay. What do you think about Princess Anne? Well, she's okay. She's okay. But, you're wanting a bit more. I think the Queen could be quite good and things like that, but I watched her being interviewed. It's not easy. Not easy. Mainly because she knows she doesn't have to give an answer. So if somebody asks her a question she doesn't want to answer, she'll just sort of sit there and pointedly stare at them and give a very short answer. So I think it would still be the Queen. I'm not interested in... And Charles could be quite good. He'd have to let himself go, though. He'd have to let himself go, and you have to go, listen, you know, I wanted to... And Camilla. I want to talk to Camilla as well, because I reckon the two of them together, and I think that'd be fine. Nobody else. William, Harry? No. Meghan? No. No, I don't think anybody actually really. So it does come down, I'm afraid, it comes down to the Queen and Charles and Camilla. And that's it. Steve, I want one of those Dyson hairdryers. Where'd you say you got yours from? What colour is it? It's black and it was £300. You can't afford it. It's ridiculous. I woke up on Monday morning, finding myself watching QVC before switching on to you. They were selling an Alexia, and I found myself buying one, says Sally. Hope it's not too hard. No, it's not hard to set up. It's very simple, actually. And somebody says, don't be such a prude. Nobody cares where you go or what you buy, so long as it's legal. Dirty little person. Dirty little person. Steve, are you still pan-frying crumpets, says Alan in Garstang? Yeah. Occasionally, I don't have crumpets very often, but I'm definitely... There was a bloke the other day, he was on the Come Dine With Me programme, and he did asparagus wrapped in... They thought it was pastry. Do you know what it was? Bread. Thinly sliced bread. He said, roll it out, cut off the crust, roll it up. He said, and nobody knows the difference. Isn't that amazing? I love that. I love that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And a lot of people talking about things that you're buying on QV. It's one of the biggest markets now, QVC. People sit there and they go, and then you go over to Ideal World and they've got the cheaper versions of everything. At the moment they're doing mobility scooters, or failing that, bicycles with a little motor attached to make it easier for you to cycle. And they always say the same thing. They say, well, the price will go up to the... No, it won't. No, it won't. Don't tell Porky Pies. It won't go up. And they go, you need to get this quickly because we're selling out of stock. Well, get some more in. You've seriously never seen such a drippier bunch of presenters. Mercifully, they don't let Sally Jacks anywhere near the decent stuff. They just leave her with clothing. It's much easier. And everybody else. So mobility scooters the other day with some bloke who didn't sound at all convincing. And it was the cycles where you've got the camp boy who cycles round the outside yard that they've got. And then they go, it's 599, and it comes this, and you do that, and all the rest of it. But it's going fast. So we'll just get more in from the manufacturer. What are they going to do? Go, we can't make any more in the entire world. Load of old codswallop. It really is. It's ridiculous. Front page of the Daily Star. This stupid man, why do you keep staring at me? Because his whole face is tattooed. He's obviously an idiot, he can't help it. But people like that, you can't pick on me. We're not picking on you, mate. They're staring at you because you look stupid. Dad's Army's going to make a comeback. It's still worth watching, Dad's Army. It's still worth watching Mannering doing his sort of bumptious bank manager thing, and John Le Mesurier. I don't really know. Is it okay to do that? Man Up. It was really good. Of course, the one thing that you used to get with Arthur Lowe was his wife on set all the time. She was watching him like a hawk. Mike Ashley has sacked House of Fraser's senior management team. The Sports Direct tycoon bought the company out of administration for $90 million in August. You'd think, actually, that the Beckhams... Do you think he goes home and goes, I bought a pub? And she goes, sorry? I bought a pub. All right, what for? No. Well, how much money have you spent? It was 3.9 million, and I half of it with Guy Ritchie. Oh, right, you're going to go and work there? No. Oh, do you think Brooklyn can go there and have a drink? Rita Ora's turned up already, but then she'll turn up to the opening of a fridge door. Star Wars legends, Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill filmed scenes drunk because of Monty Python legend Eric Idle. Good Lord above. Mind you, they used to do that in all the old Hollywood films. They would sit there, drinking and playing cards till the early hours of the morning, and somebody go, got to go to work, and off they go to the studio at 5 in the morning to get their hair done. God, I finished doing my hair long before 5 o'clock. Minutes to 6. So Rhiannon Sugden, becoming over a bit trashy now. She's now saying, I measure my boobs with this new app on the phone. Small wonder nobody's got any respect for you, dear. Small wonder you need to do trash to actually keep a career going. Very embarrassing, isn't it, really? But never mind. I'm sure your parents are thrilled with the way you've turned out. Here's a dyslexic man who's become one of the world's youngest movie directors after securing a deal for a film he wrote in his teens. Helia Bissell-Thomas also suffers from attention deficit disorder. There was a bloke on the television yesterday. I didn't get the programme to start with because I didn't know what he was talking about. And it was a bloke who was looking for a partner. He was a very good-looking boy, but he had Tourette's. And, of course, if you've got Tourette's, it's a little bit difficult. It's not like anything else. Because he's obviously had it through his childhood. And literally, he had a twitch and then came up with all... For some reason, it's rude words. I don't know why. But I didn't get as far because I sort of lost interest after a while. It was sort of... Because I thought they were just sort of exploiting him a little bit. It's because he's got Tourette's. He's trying to find a girlfriend, and he's not having very much luck, I'm afraid. Peter says, I've woken up to find Brighton and Hove in lockdown for a visit by out-of-work American actress and 85th in line for the throne. It appears they're opening a lesbian hang-gliding centre in the city. We thought that was quite funny. I like the idea of a lesbian hang-gliding centre in the middle of Brighton. It's not true, of course, but you just quite like the thoughts behind it. Because we don't really know what to do with Meghan Markle. Apparently, she is going to be visiting... where's she visiting? Sussex. Because she hasn't been there yet. She is the Duchess of Sussex. She's never been there. She's got no idea what it's about. They'll have to sort of... Okay, this is Sussex... Okay, and what do I do with these people? Well, you're the Duchess of Sussex. They just hand these things out like dolly mixtures, which is great. Sarah says, did you say GC was going on the ice dancing programme? I've heard it all now. That'll end in tears, as usual. Well, of course, she'll either think of a way of getting out of it, because you know what she's like, or she'll fall over, which will be a way of getting out of it, and she'll twist her ankle. And I so wanted to do it, because I'm the GC and I can do like everything. Can't do anything. Haven't managed to do any programme up until now. Waste of space. My daughter Maria was selling LED sensor lights on QVC. She meant to say that her neighbour kept her coats downstairs in the cupboard, but was nervous and said cats instead. I like looking at all this stuff that's on the television. I can't help it. I'm fascinated by the Jewellery Channel. I seriously am, but it's not called the Jewellery Channel. It's got another name, I think. And it's a case of, some of the tat they're selling and some of the stuff they come up with. And they've got some Brunhilde type woman on there. And she's got very severe hair. It looks like it's not moving at all. And very pale. But she's like some dominatrix all by herself. Dreadful. Great experiences. Going to see John Chalice, Boise. last night in Hastings. Yes, I think he's doing a one-man show, isn't he? You see, he'd do really well. Whereas Peter Andre, 25 dates because I'm celebrating 25 years in the business. Really? I don't think you are, actually. Most of it's been spent in your brother's gym in Larnaca. There wasn't, it wasn't until you met Katie Price that you sort of tried to resurrect yourself. Did you ever interview Lynn Perry? Well, that old drunk, you must be mad. You couldn't do anything with her at all. She was completely off her trolley, she was. Phil in Streatham says, Soho Original Bookshop has nudie books downstairs. No. Really? Nudie books? I mean, you can go to the internet. It always makes me, sort of smile a little bit when people say, you keep saying all these nudie pictures are out there of sort of famous people. You think, well, they're not in a book, are they? They're going to be online. That's what people have Google for. Please show me Steve Allen's body parts, and up comes nothing at all, I'm afraid. Steve, why don't presenters on TV wear high-heeled boots? I was always curious about that. Thought you might know, says Nicolette. Well, I do know that. It's because you can't walk in them and they look ridiculous under the desk. Nobody's going to wear things like that. I mean, imagine the Blue Peter presenters turn up in thigh-length boots. Biddy Baxter will be turning it. What's going on? Ridiculous. The bank you talked about in Enfield is closing January, says Howard. However, a new Metro bank is opening. And he says, I just placed 6 flashing neon signs in the front of my house. We're getting a bit desperate now, aren't we, really? So you've got to have a lorry, I'm afraid. I heard you mention Amazon's Alexa. I was considering getting one because I like to play music and listen to radio. Is the product good or one of like a cheese toaster maker and not much use? A cheese toaster maker is brilliant. What are you on about? Of course it's useful. I mean, it depends. I mean, it's like recommending a car. If somebody says, would you recommend a Fiat Punto? Yeah, of course, if you want a Fiat Punto, have a Fiat Punto. Would I recommend a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Of course, if you can afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Marilyn says, Theresa May is doing good. If Boris ever got in there would be 3 world leaders with awful hairstyles. Trump, Kim and Boris. I don't think you should base somebody's ability to do a job on their hairstyle. I just think that she's not very good at doing speeches. But, she is a woman. And she is the Prime Minister. It's as simple as that. I heard you say that Kate Middleton, Steve, says, Mike has returned to work after giving birth. How refreshing, a royal who doesn't live off the taxpayer. What exactly does she do? Nurse, lawyer, journalist, bus driver? Do you happen to know? No, she's William's wife. And she has children. And the reason she's having children is to keep Harry well away from the throne. And she waves, hello, and she's very good at wearing a very expensive outfit because money they don't need to, they're not like you and I, they don't need to worry about money or credit cards. It would all go through the sort of the family business, and then occasionally they have to go and see the Queen, and they take the kids around there, and the kids run riot up and down the corridors, and George has his little tantrum, and the Queen goes, he's so sweet, isn't he? And Kate's going, well, you blooming well look after him as well then. Bend the law like Beckham to net own goal. They're not liking him, are they? Creepy old Beckham, they're now calling him, which is not good. They say it's becoming increasingly difficult not to stare at the squeaky voice one in awe as his golden ball's reputation shatters. And it's true. But they say he's now hired an industrial excavator, tunnelled his way into the deepest, darkest place, And so Dave, I mean, I don't know why we always think he's something special. He was just a footballer. Just a footballer like old Lamps, like any of the other ones, can't think of any off the top of my head. Gascoigne was a footballer, and David Beckham, because they go, aren't they glamorous? Is he really? All those tattoos, that's called glamorous, is it, in this day and age? Not. Faye Tozer has thanked Strictly for boosting her sex life. La, 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 fingers in your ears. Don't want to hear stuff like that. She admitted she's been enjoying more frequent romps with her husband. La, 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 stop it. Dirty girl, we don't want to hear stuff like that. She said, the pop beauty, 42 if she's a day, says, it's very exciting. My husband couldn't make it to the live show. Perhaps that should have read, my husband couldn't make it. Anyway, then I started doing the show. She said, let's just say when I got home, he couldn't wait to see me. Yeah, you know why? Because you had the pizza in your hand. The takeaway pizza. Anyway, Faye's been plagued by rumours, I know. And then she's been partnered with Giovanni Panici. And Faye's step-bandmate, Claire Richards, jumped to her pal's defence. She claimed that Faye's marriage will not fall victim to the curse as it's solid. Oh, shut up, honestly. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. So they go... I mean, look at the way that Lee Ryan, out holding hands with somebody else's girlfriend. She's just his dance partner. But there again, Lee Ryan, not the brightest. Not the brightest, I'm afraid. James Jordan and Brian McFadden confirmed for Dancing on Ice. As they would really scrape the barrel on this one. And Gemma Collins and Richard Blackwood have signed up. James says, I'm so excited. Yeah, unfortunately, you're the only one who is, dear. Nobody else is excited at all. There used to be a channel, says Stuart, called Bid Up TV. It was a shopping channel, but the price was dictated by the number of people trying to buy the item. Yeah, it went... that's where Sally Jacks came from. She came from Bid Up TV, the one with the creepy voice. Hello! Oh, Sally Jacks, I tell you, we love her. She's about 2 foot tall, and she sort of flogs a few things, and she's got the worst voice you've ever heard. Apparently, she was in a Bucks Fizz tribute band. Sounds a bit bizarre, doesn't it? But anyway, whilst on holiday in Switzerland in a chalet, they'd only had this to offer us on the TV. My friend and I had many a laugh betting on the finishing price for certain items. They sold rubbish. They basically sold rubbish. It's like all these channels. If you sell it often enough, people will start watching it. People will start watching it and they go, I better buy it. At the moment, it's car... What is it? Car... It's a spray. You spray it on the car, and so you don't need to get a bucket or a hose or anything else. And then you wipe it on with some of their cloths, and then you wipe it off again. And apparently your car's amazing. And it's 20 quid. So for 20 quid, people are going, and I get how many litres of this rubbish? You get loads of litres of it. So for 20 quid, it's cheap. And so people buy it. I bought stuff from Hochandra. I bought the glue. They sell a really good glue package. It's about 20 quid, but it's really, really good glue. It's what they call it's epoxy. Some people like it. And it's very strong. Really strong. Very, very strong. And so I buy that. But the other thing, have I bought anything else? I'm trying to think, actually. Oh, I bought some chairs, which were more expensive on QVC than they were on anything else. Karen Brady has to be very secretive about who gets fired in The Apprentice. She can't even tell her husband. Well, I think that's very wise. And here's the sexy new rep joining the clan, Essex girl Charlotte, spin-off of the Ibiza Weekend. She's another one who's got a voice like that. All right. And as they island hop around Croatia, Charlotte catches the eye of Jordan Davis. Rivetingly dull and boring, I'm afraid, but there you go. Professor Noel Fitzpatrick. Isn't he the vet? I didn't know he's a professor. No, he's a professor, is he? He's not married, is he? He'd be a good catch for somebody. But anyway, he's giving a tortoise a prosthetic foot. I've seen tortoises with little carriages with wheels on or something like that. But Noel Fitzpatrick, he'd be a good catch for somebody, wouldn't he? Loaded, absolutely loaded, and he looks after animals, and he's very good. I saw an interview with him the other day. Never mentioned a partner or anything like that. He must have one because he's so successful. Don't you think? Steve says Patsy, could you give a shout out to Tony Polledri this morning? We had a lovely lunch together yesterday. He showed me the London Lives book. Lovely picture of me, and Tony's in there as well. It's lovely. So you can buy that on Amazon, London Lives. So it's what I call a coffee table book. It's about people who, it's very sweet to say so, make a difference to Londoners' lives. People who work through the early hours of the morning, people who do, normal, what I call a normal job. I don't think it's anything peculiar. A friend of mine told me the other day that they were going to be leaving radio because they've done their particular time slot for quite a while, and they've decided they want to sort of go and do different bits and pieces. And I said, well, that's quite a brave thing to do in this day and age, especially in the radio business. There aren't that many jobs that come up. I know loads of people, will work on different radio programs, hoping to get a job as producer, but presenting jobs, I've never heard of anybody applying for a presenting job. I've heard of people being headhunted or road tested, where they'll say, listen, would you like to come in and do a test? And then we'll see whether or not you've got, what it takes to be a radio presenter. It's very difficult. Even on LBC. In fact, it's even more difficult on LBC when you're trying to find people to be radio presenters. Because it's no good just doing it for a week or 2 weeks or a month or a couple of years. You've got to be able to do it with some sort of longevity in mind. And you've got to keep up particular standards. And you've got to get the audience figures. If I didn't get the audience figures, you'd be listening to beep in the morning. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. So you better tell your friends to listen. So yesterday, the hot topic was the fact that thousands of holidaymakers have been marooned abroad. Primera Air, which operated out of Stansted and Birmingham, ceased operations at midnight. And so you've got people sleeping on the floor and they go, I can't afford to go home, I can't afford to... They're on a budget airline. They're on a budget airline which isn't affiliated to anybody. I mean, many will have to pay to get replacement flights because Primera was not covered by the Civil Aviation Authority's ATOL protection. The CAA said it would not be able to rescue passengers overseas and advised those stranded to make their own way home and then check their travel insurance to see if it would cover costs. If you put it on a credit card, you might You might, I'm not guaranteeing it, but you might better claim back if you put it on a credit card. But it's a cheap airline. But then two moaning old Marys here. This is two GPs. A GP, I mean, seriously, ever heard of a poor GP? No, me neither. These face having to plunder their wedding savings to return home from Washington, D.C. Eduardo Di Cuffa and his fiancée, Victoria Lee, decided that they were stranded in the US capital and faced having to pay £3,000 for direct flights back to London. Well, find a cheaper way. The pair had been due to return on Saturday, but were horrified to learn their flights to Stansted had been cancelled after the airline went bust. Dr. Di Cuffa, who works at a practice in North London, says it's been awful because we've had no communication from anybody. We found out from our family in Britain. When we tried to find out more, there was no information. And they travel out to celebrate his 33rd birthday with his sister who lives in Washington. He said, we're getting married next year. This is going to be a huge dent in our finances. Well, tough. Blimey, you can afford to fly out there in the first place, and it's going to cost you £3,000, is it? What, £1,500? You must better find a cheaper way back. Perhaps you'll have to go a different route. Have you thought of a ship? So the GP also fears a knock-on effect on patients. Oh, God, let's drag them into it. He says, to be honest, this is exactly not what I needed, given the current state of the NHS. Only a GP. He's not running the NHS hospitals or anything like that. Why would there be a knock-on effect? Somebody else will take on the patients. God, blimey, honestly. Why don't you just sort of book the flights and come back? Ridiculous, honestly. Don't get so short-tempered with people. They're always finding different sort of bits and pieces. Another busy day at the office, says a friend of mine. Now, is that your office or my office? My friend Chris says, another busy day at the office today, I suspect. Now, is that your office? You see, now I'm confused. Because now I'm confused. Is it your office or my office? Do tell. Because we're all intrigued by that one. Well, I'd say all. There's only two of us here. I make it sound like a big team, you know, there's hundreds of people. They always sort of say, and if you open this door here, look, here's all the other people who work on the show. We open the door and it's empty because it's a broom cupboard. But, yeah, so busy day at the office. Might be a busy day at the office. It's a Wednesday. It's the 3rd of October. Has anything happened? Busy day at conference, I suspect. But I'm not sure if it's going to be a busy day at the office. Unless you know something I don't know. In which case, you know, we're now intrigued. So come on. Oh, it's at his place. Oh, thank God for that. I thought they always say that. It's like, the funny thing is, isn't it? You always sort of, somebody goes, oh, so today's the day. It was like in the Railway Children, you know, good luck, missus, as she goes to the station. Good luck, you know, you couldn't have happened to a nicer person. What is going on, Mr. Potts? What is going on? It's your father. He's arriving back from Nick. And for some reason, the train issues all this smoke and everything else, and she stands there, and it's just so beautifully captured. It's so beautifully captured, and then all of a sudden the smoke starts clearing, and then you hear this echo, "Daddy, my daddy," and that's haunted her for the rest of her entire life. I say the rest of her life, whole of her life. Have you ever owned or ridden a motorbike? Says Rob. Hello? Do I sound like the sort of presenter who would ever own or ride a motorbike? No. Listen, I'm dangerous enough in cars, let alone on a motorbike. I wouldn't trust myself. I've had a scooter before. But I'm just not that sort of person at all. You mentioned coffee table books. Me and her indoors don't get this concept. We've tried several large books as coffee tables, but they're always too low and too small. I don't know why they call them coffee table, but I've got coffee table books on at the moment on my coffee table, but I don't think I've ever read them. They just sit there. And I'm looting the will to live, actually. So, we could all be soon putting insects on the menu, says Pruley. That's been done, dear. People have eaten insects before. Also, don't clap, jazz hands. Woo, woo. Stupid, isn't it, really? Critics say the vote by Manchester University students, did they do it after a heavy session at the pub or something? OK, all voting for not clapping. You know why? Because they can't miss the hand. Miss the hand. So it's easier to just wave them in the air. And as a silent substitute for applause. What a pile of pants, honestly. What a big pile of rubbish. And access officer, it was in response to a motion by its liberation and access officer, Sarah Khan, argued at the meeting that the loud noise could cause problems for those with anxiety or sensory issues, and that British Sign Language clapping, also known as jazz hands, would be a more inclusive... Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. What a bunch of wusses. What a bunch of wusses. Many criticise the move. Jeremy Vine says, He says he posted the link to the vote on Twitter with an image of young men in the trenches. Said, glad some brave young souls decided to ignore the difficulties caused by sudden noise 100 years ago. I think he's moved it on a fraction, don't you think? Such a fraction moved on a little bit. I mean, he's obviously working too hard. It's so difficult sitting on the back of those motorbikes whizzing around London. But have you ever heard anything so stupid? Are we going to use jazz hands? I tell you what, let's all go and find another university. They're quite clearly a bunch of idiots at this one here. Steve, the inconvenience of the stranded airline passengers is minor in comparison to the plight of the people on the disaster-stricken Indonesian island, says Chris. Yeah, absolutely. I'm terribly sorry. I can't get back. I'm a doctor. I'm a GP. It's going to have some sort of radical effect on my patients. Really? What do you think they're doing on this Indonesian island where they've lost 1,200 people? They're burying the dead at the moment. All you've got to do is cough up some money. You must have a credit card. You're a doctor. You must be... The two of you, you've got to be earning at least 120,000 quid a year, joint salaries. At least. And you're moaning about $3,000. People like you make me sick, honestly. Oh, what are we going to do? You know, the current crisis in the NHS. What current crisis? What current... Well, you're a Daily Mirror reader, are you, or something? Morning from Kerala, says Anish. And Lee says, I put my alarm on a 5-minute snooze at 0400 as it was too cold to get out of bed. 0555, I'm still there. Guess who's late for work? See, I can't do that. I woke up this evening, I just know my body clock is so good that I just wake up. And I look at the clock, and I think it said... So I went to bed about 5:30, and people say, it's a bit early, isn't it? Not the time I get up. And I woke up at 11. I thought, I'll get up. So I get up, have a shave, have a cup of coffee, had to take the packaging for the television. There's nothing in these televisions now. I discovered all I got was you have to assemble the stand. It isn't the one that they had on display in John Lewis. It's another one. And so that sort of took about 2 minutes. Screw something in there, and that sort of works quite well. And then push the button on the thing. It's a Toshiba, and it's lovely. The picture quality is fantastic. I'm really pleased with it. Really pleased with it. And because it's got the DVD player built into the back of the set, you don't need to have DVD players all over the place. You just sort of I couldn't get the DVD out, and it doesn't tell you in the little instruction booklets. I think I've obviously lost that somewhere. But I mean, it's trial and error. So we still get there. Did you know Supermarket Sweep is on every day? I had a look the other day. What a handsome man Dale was. I can't imagine him at 24 stone. I can. Absolutely. With long hair as well. I've got a picture. There's a picture of me and him together, I think, in his autobiography. But, yes, they're still showing. You know why? Because they don't need to worry about it now. They can sort of show it. I think it was the most requested show to be on the telly. Bloody freezing it was. Filmed up in Nottingham. And they built a supermarket. One of the big supermarkets built the supermarket. But they never told you which one it was. I think it was Asda. I can't remember, actually. And I went up there, and all the audience are all the contestants, and they sat there freezing to death. Because Dale wouldn't have a hot studio because he sweated really badly. Which, indeed, we all have done. And that looks nice, doesn't it? Chicken rice from Waitrose and Partners. And here is plastic. Penguin shortage has forced a zoo to fill the new enclosure with fakes. They can't find penguins. Wonder why not? There's loads. I was seeing a television programme the other day with David, what's-his-face, and he went out to Antarctica, and there were hundreds and thousands of penguins. As far as the eye could see, penguins. And you think, well, how can't you find it? Are you not allowed to just go and take some? Well, why not? The leopard seals don't have any problem in taking them, do they? And the sharks and all the other... Not sharks, but whales and stuff like that. But and then they could have a nice life. They get fed. They've got them in London Zoo. Do they have to be bred in... It's a bit what? A bit warm? Well, they probably like it. They're only penguins. They just they don't do anything. They just sort of stand there and stare up to the sky. Alan's Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday, the 3rd of October. I trust you're well. Not a good day yesterday for some poor grandfather. This is a coach driver, Mick Ferris, who was walking towards his vehicle near the Thames in central London when a tragedy struck. A window in the 27th floor penthouse fell out. It fell out onto him, killed instantly. These flats are in the millions. Now, this is always... We were talking about this. I know where these flats are. I've just realised. I know exactly where they are. And... a lot of people paid tribute to him the other day. He was an avid West Ham fan. Why they put that down, I've got no idea. Either way, this window fell out of a luxury penthouse that cost millions. Apparently, a source said, not this one though, the contractors were in the flat doing decorative work yesterday. Now, the penthouse from which the window fell is understood to still be for sale. And it fell out and it came down 27 floors. It's a window. It's glass. It killed him instantly. I mean, worst thing you can think of. I mean, you can only hope that it happened very quickly for him. But this is what worries me. We go over Waterloo Bridge every morning. And I always look at the Shard and all the other places. I think, just supposing you're in the Shard and you bought a super-duper luxury flat, which I can't afford to buy, but, you know, you sort of dream about things like that. And sort of... And then you lean against the window and it falls out. Can you imagine? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. And this one fell out. And it's a company called St. James who have got it. They're going to have to... they're going to have to sort this out. Paddy Riley saw the aftermath. He said, I was just driving past on a job. It was 10:40 and I saw him. There was blood everywhere. I'm not surprised. I mean, just the things you have to see in London. I mean, this is... I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of sort of flats where the windows fall out. I mean, oh, dear, dreadful. Phil Vickery says, bird's eye, the best fish fingers, with a spoon of... Wait for it. Wait, I have to go into my other thing here, actually. I have to go to the other thing. With a spoon of... I bet it'll be mayonnaise. I bet it'll be real mayonnaise, actually. I've just got this feeling that Phil Vickery would have real mayonnaise. And... oh, no, it's not. Oh, it is. A spoon of Hellmann's and a touch of ketchup. Oh, that sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Fish finger. The trouble is, you know, who wants to sit down cutting? I just pick them up. And eat them. And I haven't had fish fingers for a long while. Mainly because I keep thinking it's fried, so I don't really want it. But actually, I'm a bit tempted. I've got a new frying pan, and I think I might have to fry... If I put a little bit of oil in, not very much, and do some fish... Oh, I'm getting quite excited by that thought, actually. Why don't they do them in the morning? Why don't they do fish fingers in the morning? Why don't Greggs do fish finger rolls? They do everything else in their ovens. They must be able to do fish fingers. It can't be that complicated. And now I've upset myself talking about food. Steve, GPs and dentists earn so much they only work part-time, says Jackie. Manuel says, if he's so worried, that doctor, why did he worry about his patients? Because he took a holiday in the first place. And also on a cheap budget airline. And then worries about the fact the thing went bust overnight and collapsed. All right, you know, you don't expect it. But would you not check? I hope he took out insurance. He's a GP, and the other half's a GP. They've got to be earning in excess of 100,000. I'm erring on the side of caution. Ridiculous. I was working outside your place yesterday on a film in Irving Street. Was looking out for you when your show ended, but you escaped, says Rob. Yes, it doesn't take us long to escape. Because we have to catch a bus. I don't want to be plagued by loads of school children with blooming bags on the trains now. And I'm lucky where I live. I get loads of different trains. But, you know, I know that they're going to be all out there from 7 o'clock this morning. So in less than 45 minutes' time, well, a little bit more than 45 minutes' time, there's going to be about 80 people down in Irving Street. It is Irving Street, isn't it, here? And they're going to be all doing this film. I don't know how long the actual thing will take when it's actually on the screen. I mean, you know, because they've been filming for 3 days. So it's a 10-part series. I don't know where the State Place fits in. But there were loads of people. I mean, seriously, I've never seen so many people working on a film. What do they do? What do these people do? I mean, there literally must have been at least 80 people down in Irving Street pushing things around. A lot of people standing around. A lot of standing arounds. Are these, I mean, do they get paid, all these people? I suppose they must do, really, but it's very worrying. Dallas says, if you have a coffee table, are you allowed to put your tea on it? Yes, of course. Of course. We like things like that. I think the British like coffee tables. I think the British like coffee. I mean, I like a coffee table, but it doesn't... I mean, I do put tea on it. And then Kevin the Milkman, here we go. You said £300 for a hairdryer earlier. Yeah, this is the Dyson hairdryer. It's about $299. For a hairdryer! I couldn't care less whether this thing makes a cup of tea and takes you to bed and well, anyway. And he said that's about £10 for each hair, isn't it? He said, I'm calling the glazier now. My glass house needs reglazing. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Dirty money, notes and coins, crawl with bugs. Crawl with bugs. So, I do know where this flat is. It's on Millbank. It's on Millbank, so as I'm going out of Waterloo on the train, that's what I can see these flats, because I recognise the balconies, because they're round. I know exactly where they are, exactly where they are. God dear, you'd have thought. The trouble is, how fast do these things drop out of a window? I mean, it's because it's heavy. God in heaven, what a dreadful thing. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Brits are now stranded abroad. Well, put it on a credit card. Get a flight back. What are you going to do? Sit there and wait till somebody comes to rescue you? There is no rescue plan. There is no rescue plan. CAA will not rescue you. They've already said it. It's gone on record. You should have checked to find out that these people, because Primera is not covered by the Civil Aviation Authority's ATOL protection scheme, which only covers passengers on package holidays. If you're not on a package holiday, they're not interested. They're not interested. I did love the... I'm going to be a bit rude, actually, because there was a story that came to light in America a short while ago of a flight. They had particularly bad weather in this particular part of America. I don't want to sort of build it up too much, because otherwise it will identify where it is. And so I don't need to tell you that. But I can tell you that there's a very nice lady. It's very difficult to rile people who work on checkouts at airports, because they've heard it all before. You know, people go, I need to catch that flight. I'm going to a funeral. Amazing how many people fly to funerals. They're lying, of course. They're not going to funerals at all. But anyway... So this particular girl sitting there, and they had to cancel a flight. So she's got a queue of people, and some bloke pushes to the front of the queue, very red-faced. I need to get on that flight. He obviously wasn't the brightest penny in the box. And so she says, well, you can't. And also there's a queue here. These people are just as important. You need to go to the back of the queue, and I shall get round to you very, very shortly. I need to get on this flight, and I need to be upgraded to first class. And so she said, well, I'm sorry, I can't do that. He said, do you know who I am? That well-known showbiz expression. Do you know who I am? And so, without batting an eyelid, she picked up the microphone and said, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a gentleman here in front of me. You can see him here now. And he doesn't know who he is. Does anybody in the queue recognise him? Well, he went ballistic. He went ballistic. And this is where I'm going to be rude. So put your fingers in your ears. He said to her, screw you. That's what he said to her. And so she went, you'll still need to go into the queue for that as well, sir. Exit one stupid man. Because people are quite rude to people. You know, what do you mean the buses... We get very upset over the road if the bus is cancelled. It says 5 minutes. What 5 minutes are we working to? Certainly not ours. Somebody says, why don't you grill your fish fingers, says Jan. I could do, actually. I could do. But I quite like the fried bit. I've got paper, as you know. I've got so much paper. And Dawn says you can pop the fish fingers into the oven, 180 degrees for 15 to 18 minutes. Good God, that seems forever and a day. I might actually have my haddock chowder instead. The top floor of the apartments are about 6 million quid, says Tanya. This is the window that fell out. They haven't sold the penthouse. I think they go from about 2.4 million up to about 6 million quid. But Dave says it's not unusual for these windows to suddenly explode if not made properly. When the Gherkin building went up, a window fell out. Thank God it missed people walking past. It sounds really worrying. I'm frightened now. I wouldn't buy anything in a high-rise building. I don't like it. And Adam says, I drove past the incident on Millbank this morning, and the poor man is still there with the forensic tent around him. I hope he went instantly. Yes, absolutely instantly. He would do. Something falls out. It's, windows are quite heavy. Dreadful, really. Billy, with the bright red hair, is also working on the film in Irving Street, and it is a lot of standing around. 12 hours a day, to be precise, but I'm your biggest fan. Everybody always says that. They always say, I'm your biggest fan, Steve Allen. My mother's your biggest fan. That's what I get a lot of. My grandmother used to listen to you every day. And then she died, with a big smile on her face. As you've said, says William, they could have found another flight for cheaper. These are the two doctors pleading, we got no money. We've got to spend £3,000 to get back to the UK. We went on a budget airline. As I say, doctors on what they're earning. It's got to be 100 grand a year between them, and they can't come up with 3 grand. Oh, it's going to break into our wedding money, and we can't... Well, don't get married then. Leave it a bit later. Moaning old minis, goodness sake. And as you've said, says William, they could have found another flight for cheaper than 1,500 quid each one way. They're only going one way. Failing that, I'm sure many a ship crossing the Atlantic would bend over backwards to accommodate 2 doctors working their passage. But as my old mum used to say, that's how the rich stay rich. Another one here, which says, can you wish Phil good luck on his second day of filming? He'll be listening whilst driving down the M4. And that's from Sue. A lot of people standing around in Irving Street, but we like the standing around. And I went for a drink Saturday evening in the Strand Palace Hotel. I never realised Joe Allen's had an entrance from the hotel, says Pauline Sutton. Yep, they do. They do, because it was part of the hotel. It's still part of the hotel, I think, and they moved from just round the corner. Love Joe Allen's, as you know. One of my, having been going there for, God, it must be a good 36, 38 years now. Doesn't seem possible, does it? When you like a place, you just sort of get used to it. You just get used to it, and so for 38 years, you get people who go to different restaurants. That just happens to be my one of choice. Millions of Britain's elderly, that's me as well, probably, are at risk from the closures of new bank branches and cash machines. The watchdog found 80% are reliant on cash for shopping. Well, you could just use a cash point. There's always a cash point in town you can use. I can use any cash point. I don't think I've had any trouble with any of them. You just put it in, and are they vanishing as well? Well, who wants to live in a rural area? Goodness sake. Birthday today, Gwen Stefani. Happy birthday. And Alicia Vikander. Go on, tell me who she is. Bet you don't know. Yeah. Actress. Famous for? Come on. Famous for? Come on. She played Lara Croft. She was Lara Croft. Also in 1952, on this day, Britain tested its first atomic bomb off the coast of Australia. We're not going to be doing it around here, are we? Let's do it far, far away. And what's the other one? Oh, Sir Michael Hordern. It was his birthday today. Michael Hordern, of course, the Shakespearean actor who played King Lear, Macbeth and Prospero, found most fame voicing Paddington Bear. The Bear's creator, Michael Bond, says they'd auditioned practically every name you could think of, including Ronnie Barker and Ronnie Corbett. Sir Michael was the last person on the list, came in and said gruffly, I don't do voices, and won the part. And that's it. And Paddington Bear goes down as the most famous bear in living memory. Doctor Who star Jodie Whittaker admits she drinks half a bottle of wine every night. But that's nothing to Tamara Beckwith. I'm not having a night in. I prefer a bottle of red, the whole bottle, says Tamara. I didn't know she was still around, actually. I thought she'd sort of moved to America and we'd lost her. Claire Foy suffers from long-term anxiety. This was a story that featured in the papers a couple of days ago. And Rick Stein is in a right old stew. He's lost his hat. And his wife, Sarah, also left behind her Panama, which is watermelon red. What a lovely colour. What a lovely, lovely colour. Also, holidays everywhere. Holidays everywhere. Every time I walk past a travel agent, I always have a look in the window and they got, so many nights in. There was one of them, it was the Orient Express, but it was a 12-night holiday, but only 2 of them were on the Orient Express. Or failing that, glittering glaciers. I'd love to go there, actually. That sounds quite nice. It's a 5-star Alaska cruise and Canadian Rockies. Wow. I want to go there. I want to go and see some of these things. I think I should be entitled to, for goodness sake, but I've just bought a television, so you know what it's like. The paper's reporting the pane of glass fell about 250 feet. So Phillips says a quick calculation indicates it would have been travelling about 140 kilometres an hour at the time of impact, which is just over 80 miles an hour. Poor man it hit wouldn't have stood a chance. No, not a chance. Just gone. Simple as that. But it was glass. I mean, just dreadful. The Queen of Cuddles. Yes, Kate does cuddles. I do like Kate. I'm not criticising. I wish they wouldn't put she's back on duty. She only had to go to a school and shake some hands. That's not back on duty. That's not like doing a day's job. So she's put on an outfit, which involves a pair of dirty old boots and a jacket. So they've all tried to work out how much it costs, this outfit. 1,200 quid, 1,400 quid. And that's what she does. She cuddles other people's children and they take a picture of it. They don't know who she is. They've got no idea. They're only little children. Little children here, but apparently she's been on maternity leave. It's not a bad gig, is it, if you can actually get it? Plus. Oh, there's a bride blasting 2 barrels at NatWest because they've got, she says, NatWest a sexist refusal to update her account to reflect her double-barreled surname. A young female bank worker allegedly told Jem Winterberg Smith, you're supposed to take your husband's surname, and it's not the done thing to combine names after marriage. Well, it's just pretentious, isn't it? All the people who've got double-barreled names, they're not sort of super rich or anything like that. They're mainly chavs. Mainly chav. You go, you have a look at some of these people, they've got these names. This one's a civil servant. The bank said you'd need a deed poll to change the name on the account. And, Jem, who's calling herself Jem Winterburn Smith. I mean, it's a pretentious kind of thing. You know, you only have to look at her to realise she's not class. She's just a civil servant. But people want to do things like that. You'll be fired. The Apprentice judge warns the wannabe fakes. Well, we've got a drug dealer currently on there, so that's great, isn't it? And a load of people who tell lies. So, 16 contestants. I mean, come on, start kicking them out. Especially a drug... Who wants to see a drug dealer on the television? I don't. I really don't, thank you very much indeed. So I shall not be watching that programme until he's gone. Alas, you know Anne Widdecombe's got the hots for Tony Beak, who was voted off. He will be devastated, she says. Why don't you pick up the phone and say he told me he was devastated? But at least have a bit more time to spend with his twins, blah, blah, blah. And there's a picture of Anne Widdecombe holding hands with him. That's probably about the first bloke she's ever done that with. She doesn't seem to do sort of touchy, feely, does she? She's not a sort of... And still single. I mean, surely she could join Tinder or something like that. Couldn't she? I mean, I don't know. Isn't it for everybody? What makes her so different? Why are you laughing? It's just the very idea of... And, well, why not? I mean, I'm sure she's got needs. She wouldn't allow that bloke up in her bedroom, would she? I'd have been opening bedside cabinets, wouldn't you? I've been having a look, you know, what sort of books is she reading in bed? Does she have a pair of reading glasses? All these sort of things. But, you know, the fact that she hasn't had a boyfriend... Well, she might have had a boyfriend at uni. We're not too sure whether she did or whether she didn't. But she liked Tony Beak. But there again, you know, he's a bit creepy, isn't he? Very creepy. Claire's gone back into Emmerdale. Claire King. Doesn't look any different at all. And why on earth, says Fergus Kelly, writing in the Express today... Did David Beckham dodge a speeding fine on a technicality for the second time to be left looking like just another wealthy and spoilt celebrity? Well, he's certainly spoilt. We've seen his language. Foul-mouthed. Foul-mouthed. Putting a picture on social media as his wife Victoria did. Oh, they did a thing the other day. They cannot stay away from it. Victoria Beckham prints a picture. Harper made a sandwich for one of her brothers. And she's obviously now going to be a mass caterer for the royal family. Usual bunch of garbage from the Beckhams. And it says, to Cruz, or whoever it was, difficult to tell, you know, hope you enjoy, I made this sandwich for you, love, Harper. And so Mummy Beckham, who's in a very bad mood most of the time, took a picture of it and posted it on social media. What are you, mad or something? What, are you mad? It's already backfiring on the husband. You'd think you'd keep the kids out of it for a little while. But it says here, they posed with a bottle of wine, £1,300, a bottle of wine. And it won't be just the rest of us who noted the legal victory, not the brightest idea. Something tells me, says Fergus Kelly, that the next invite to the palace, let alone the long-hoped-for trip there to collect the knighthood, might have become a distant prospect as Posh discovering a new vocation in stand-up comedy. Exactly. I mean, the language, you, this and that said Beckham, he didn't get his knighthood. Why should you get it? You've been caught speeding twice, you're not exactly... And now you're advertising a Vietnamese car. Rivetingly dull, Dave. Rivetingly dull. Very bad advice from somebody. I mean, how much money do you need? Public don't like you now. See, with regard to Beckham's spending, surely he's better off just paying a 60 quid fine instead of paying thousands for Mr. Loophole. Well, the problem is that we don't know how many points he's got on his licence. We don't know if these extra 3 points took him over and then he's sort of... He would have had a driving ban. So that was how it works. So, but we don't know that. Somebody will know probably. Breakfast. As Theresa May prepares to set out her vision for the future of Britain, the Prime Minister's already had to listen to Boris Johnson explaining his. Who do you trust to be our Prime Minister after Brexit? He'll also try to find out when heterosexual couples might be allowed to enter civil partnerships and why Manchester University can't clap anymore. Plus, he'll be joined live from the Conservative Party conference in Birmingham by the Minister for the Cabinet Office, David Lidington. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. Steve, the places at the Shard aren't that good, says Jackie. You can see into each other's property. Can you? How was that? Well, it depends on which bit you're actually on. But, no, I think they start at millions. And, I wouldn't mind living there. It's just I don't want to be somewhere where it looks like it could be a target. I don't know why. David in Chelmsford says maybe Posh will come back with her singing career. Oh, God. As long as it's better than the clothing stuff. Would it be time for the earplugs? Possibly. And, the glass incident is the Albert Embankment. I know exactly where it is. I passed it when they were building it. And I only recognise it because of the... balconies They've got unusual balcony. They look quite nice, actually. One from Brian. Brian's got a few issues. Okay, upstairs. He's not well. He's under guidance from a hospital at the moment. He said, it's okay for you to sit there sneering. Some people need a bank to do business. No, they don't. You can do it all online. Don't be silly. You need to get out a bit more. I know it's not easy in your present condition, but you can do it all online. You can do it online, or you can do telephone banking. It's quite easy. And then says, and unlike you, work. What are you writing to me for then, Brian? We've read some of your other little missives before. You're a bit sad, aren't you, I realise. He says we don't have the whole day to look for cash points. What, you're blind or something? How does it take you the whole day to look for cash points? You just go there and you go, there's a bank sign. Obviously, Brian can't see anything because he's got, as I say, issues. And you go, oh, look, there's the thing. And there's a bank machine. You know, they're in every bank on the high street. Poor old Brian, honestly. But I shouldn't imagine, really, you've got too much to worry about, have you, in the money department. There's a book coming out, says Connie, about Noel Fitzpatrick. It's going to be very interesting to read. If you're interested like me, you're going to buy the book and read it as well. Me and my son will see him next month at the O2. Is he doing a tour, is he? We're trying to get him in. I can't remember whether he's... I'll tell you who I've got coming in. Not at this precise moment, but soon. John Bon Jovi. Seriously looking forward to that one. Very excited. Very excited. Another one here. It says, 36 years. I thought you were 30 years old. So you were going to Joe Allen's before you were born. I didn't say that I was 30 years old. Where'd you hear that rubbish from? Goodness sake. How can I be going to Joe Allen's before I was born? That would be stupid, wouldn't it? You're not Brian, are you, writing under another name? Brian's a bit simple, but he can't help it. They're currently filming the new Superman film in Venice, which is lovely. You can stream what's going on. Interesting litter and rubbish strewn around the film set in the square at the moment. That's from Daphne and Gail, still holidaying on the French Riviera. We are lunching today at Villa Euphresi de Rothschild at Cap Ferrat. Oh, that'll be quite nice. You'll like that. And I've just looked up, Steve, for you, Washington to Stansted on comparison websites, £263 one way. So that's going to cost them £500, not the £3,000, but there again, they're doctors, they exaggerate. You're going to die. You know, it's as simple as that. So, consequently, they can do it cheaper. They must have money on their credit cards. Good news. Good news for fans of One Direction. Liam Payne, Louis Tomlinson are working on a project together. I suspect they probably got the job at Kentucky Fried Chicken that was advertised in the window in Twickenham the other day. And the 25-year-old, Liam, saw Louis recently for something I cannot say. What is it, a secret, dear, or something? What is it? You're worried it might sort of fall back in your face again. But a long-awaited One Direction reunion could be on the cards. You don't seriously believe that, do you? Niall's career washed up. That's finished. Nothing going on there. And Harry's happily toodling around the world wearing funny little outfits. And you two can't sell singles, so what's the point? I mean, you're going to look a bit daft, aren't you? Nobody got on before. No good trying to pretend now. They've all moved on. You should try and forge a career. It's no good going, oh, I could go back to this. You know, I could go back to play school if I chose. But I don't, because that would be just ridiculous. Tonight on the lottery, I notice it's another 26 million. Very exciting, isn't it? Jim in Orpington, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to. Clapping is out, apparently, and they have to do jazz hands because people get anxiety attacks. That'll be all the students on drugs, I should imagine. So they're going, what's a noise? Tony in South Norwood says roughly half of the fares in my cab still pay cash, which is quite difficult to pay in without a bank branch. But you can pay it in on the machines. You can pay in on all the machines. I've never seen a bank machine yet that you can't pay into. It's easy to do. You don't need to go into a bank. On mine, you must have it on yours. I mean, surely you've come into the 21st century. You just sort of sit there, push a button, how much money you're putting in, and then it dispenses an envelope. A slip comes out, you put the cash in, you put the slip in, you put it back into the machine, job done. Don't need to have anything like that at all. Ridiculous, all this idea, we've got to go into a bank. You're as simple as Brian. I mean, poor old Brian, he's off his trolley, isn't he? Off his trolley. Oh, look at that, that's quite nice. A Winnie the Pooh coin. Isn't it funny? Winnie the Pooh, $4.99. This is from the Jubilee Mint. Whereas you can get Paddington Bear, they're like 60 quid each. Paddington obviously a bit more popular than Winnie the Pooh for some reason. 20 minutes to 7. Let's have a quick look at the Mirror this morning. What have we got here? Well, of course, the Daily Mirror love any story which involves Tory voters with signs saying F the NHS, not their students, darlings. I mean, surely whoever wrote this, Andy Lyons is their chief reporter. That's really important. Really important. The Duchess of Ambridge, they say she looks like Ambridge. They don't know who she is. They go, she's the Duchess. What does that mean? It means nothing to kids nowadays. Charles's gas-guzzling Bentley limo is up for sale. It's a Bentley Turbo RL. Cost $80,000, does 13 miles to the gallon and weighs more than 2 tons. Like my old one. But one can only wonder. It's going to be sold, actually, on October the 17th in Duxford, which is part of the Imperial War Museum. So, because it's got the provenance of Prince Charles, that'll be quite good. Here he is, creepy old Dave Beckham. They say, speed fine let off Beck's new face of car brand. At least it's not a Dodge. Well, the car brand doesn't really care, actually. This one, a Vietnamese car firm called VinFast. They think he's been paid £1 million just to pay for the hair. The hair looks hilarious. Now we've seen it. And Dave standing there with these tattoos on. That's all he has to do. He doesn't know anything about cars, as you know. You can only push the accelerator very fast. And so creepy old Dave is there with Miss Vietnam. Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Why are more people at risk from deadly food allergies? Why is everybody allergic to something nowadays? Because we never used to be. We used to. I don't remember talking about food allergies when I was younger. I mean, they aren't too sure why there is a rise in cases. They think it's because we're too clean nowadays. That's what they think it is. And if they put labelling, and also we eat too much junk food. I mean, junk food is everywhere. All the sandwiches, all the kebabs, all the other. It's junk food. It's junk food. You know, spudge you like, all those sort of things. Junk food. And we're doing it because it's easy. Somebody else has cooked it. You go round Earl's Court, you know, oh, I've done that. Because we have got a shortage of milk at the moment. Should have asked Kevin earlier on, actually. But anyway, because we're finishing the end of the programme. But the producer has poured his tea over his Cocoa Pops. We did that at prep school. They actually, you feel quite sick. That'll be useful at 17 minutes to 7 in the morning. Well, fancy pouring tea over Cocoa Pop. We did it with coffee. They wouldn't actually give us any milk to put on our cornflakes, so we poured coffee over them as like a bit of... We were only 7 and 8. That was our retaliation. And then they produced... We used to get haddock every day. Ugh, funny, isn't it? I can eat haddock now, and I love the smell of it. But after all these times of eating haddock at prep school, I think I've kind of lost the will to live. 17 minutes to 7. What were they doing the other day, actually? It was one of those quizzes on the television. I'm losing... Every time I turn on the television, there's another quiz, and I don't know if it's a new quiz or an old quiz. You know, I can't work out if I'm keeping up with the chase or I'm moving on with the eggheads. A more supercilious bunch you'd be hard-pushed to find out. Looking forward, says little Julie, to hearing the John Bon Jovi in conversation. It's not going to be till November. And because he's still stuck in America at the moment, but I have it on very good authority. He's heading my way. Thank you. Tony says, I use the envelopes deposit system regularly, but it's handy if it's attached to a branch, which is the bit that many banks aren't keen on providing. Well, what difference it may? I mean, put it this way, I'm still replying. I mean, I'd invoice, and your money isn't in that branch. Don't ever think your money's in that branch. It's floating around in the ether. You're thinking that your money is in your bank branch. It isn't. So when I invoice, you know, for my bank in Enfield, it doesn't go to Enfield. They don't sit there waiting for the envelope to arrive. It can be anywhere. It can be anywhere at all. So it just means that there's a number. But you don't actually need to go into a branch for anything at all, unless you're trying to get a loan, and you can do that over the telephone now. Internet banking is so simple. We do it for First Direct. It's worked equally well. You can do everything. I can move money around. I can stop this. I can put that... Oh, easy peasy. And Paul says, I still feel depressed since you broke it to me that we're all going to die. I know. Harsh reality, I'm afraid, on a Wednesday morning. He said, I've sold the house, bought an around-the-world ticket, and I'm 46. Well, there was that bloke who went to Vegas, didn't he? Put it all on red. That was based on that disastrous game show, Red or Black, with Anton Deck. You'd have thought that they could have saved it, but unfortunately it was non-savable. And the woman who inspired the hit single Peggy Sue has died, age 78. Texan Peggy Sue Gueron, who was at Holly's school, Buddy Holly, got knocked over by him on his way to a gig. He ran over to me, guitar in one hand, amp in the other, and says, I don't have time to pick you up, but you sure are pretty. And then he ran off. She was dating Jerry Allison, Holly's drummer in the Crickets, who she went on to wed. Died in Lubbock, Texas. Very famous for Buddy Holly, of course. So the original Peggy Sue is no more. And we got 10 to 7. 10 to 7. Alison Phillips talks today about Natasha. This is the 15-year-old who died after that fatal reaction. She says, don't let her death be in vain. I find it absolutely amazing that they don't label stuff properly for people who've got these huge problems. She says, but I have a feeling, she says, my fear is it will become another tragedy which gets forgotten in the sands of time. I know. There's a picture in the paper today, in a few of the papers, of a young man who died. He took ecstasy, and his father has printed the picture, took a picture of his son, connected up to all the wires and all the rest of it, and as a warning to other people not to take ecstasy. It didn't work for his son, did it? So I'm not thinking it's going to work. We do try to get this. Every time, you know, parents go, this is a warning to other young people, you could die. They don't care. They really don't care. If they actually did care, then they would make sure that they wouldn't take drugs that they don't know anything about. But of course they don't do that because they're looking for that next high. It's not one of those sort of things that you can show a picture of a dead body and go, listen, that could be you. And they go, yeah, well, loads of people must have taken these drugs before. They don't die. This person had an allergic reaction. Alison Phillips talks about David. Oh, David, where did it all go wrong? She says, when did you disappear so far up your own exhaust pipe that you thought launching a top-of-the-range luxury car days after wheedling your way out of a speeding charge was decent behaviour? When did you begin believing your superiority meant you could post a sickeningly smug selfie grumbling about London traffic on the day your case appeared before the court? And when did you start thinking your 51 million followers on Instagram would be entertained that very evening by snaps of you celebrating pulling a fast one with a £1,300 bottle of wine? It just goes on, doesn't it, really? It says here, more recently has been David's penchant for spending his leisure time hunting and fishing. It's just, it's the kind of thing that people wear these clothes. There's a shop down the road from here, Cordings, and it's part owned, I think, by Eric Clapton. And they've got all of this stuff. And to be honest with you, it's quite... But he looks ridiculous. He doesn't go hunting, shooting and fishing. Have you ever seen David astride a horse? Stop it. Don't make me say it. It's one of those things, isn't it? But I mean, it's here. More recently, they say, who does this boy from Leytonstone think he is? Well, he thinks he's David Beckham and he believes the publicity. So he believes that he can stand there saying the word incredible a few times in a high-pitched voice, because they don't normally let him speak. And unless it's a knighthood, he said last year, then you can F off. This is what David Beckham wrote. Who does he think he is? He's a nobody. He's a footballer who used to play football and now he wears pants and advertises them and whiskey and things like that. Now we can only pity the poor Vietnamese car maker, says Alison Phillips, which shelled out a load of dong just as brand Beckham finally revealed itself not to be class, but crass. It's collapsing, isn't it? It's collapsing. But, yeah, perhaps the Vietnamese don't really care, actually. And Kevin the Milkman says, I drove past the studio an hour ago. Your shout was late. Tony from Twicker says, how are we supposed to rob banks if there aren't any? I know. Well, you have to rob a cash point. People take cash points now, don't they? What about when the bank's computers crash, says John. TSB, RBS. Well, just get over yourself. Goodness sake, honestly, it's not every day, is it? Oh, what do we do with the bank computer? Well, you know, people go, but we haven't got any money, we can't eat. Well, go somewhere else. You can use loads of cash points. You know, if TSB and RBS's banks go down, I go to Lloyd's, I go to NatWest, I go to Barclays, I go to all of the banks. I can take money out of all of them. It's as simple as that. However, bad news. Chris in Glasgow says, you mentioned your colleagues need to put... He's not my colleague. He's the producer. He has a title. He's got a badge, everything. Pouring his tea over his cereal reminds you of making do with whatever you're fed up with whilst you were at prep school. I too recall those prep school days when we were served severely undercooked, like liquid boiled eggs. Still, we used to just open the egg, hold our noses and swallow the contents. Oh, I know, I couldn't. I never liked things like that. I went off eggs a long time ago. I don't know why, nothing to do with Edwina Currier. I just sort of went off eggs. It's like drink, isn't it, at the moment? I've gone off drink. And I said to a friend of mine the other day, I said, I've actually gone off drink. They went, yeah, right. I went, no, I have, seriously. I think there's something the matter with me. I've started becoming nice. It's not like me at all, is it? Sort of. Front page of the Mirror. Tory party off. Student night of shame. It's not a student night of shame. They're just students. They've all had a few sherbets. They all do things. You can probably find Labour Party members doing exactly the same. Emmerdale Bad Girl is back. That's Miss Tate. Daily Express, Bake Off's Prue Leith. She's found love again in her 70s. See? There's hope for everybody. Bryn and Annie, living proof as far as I'm concerned, that love knows no barriers, illness, age, anything. How to slash £900 off your bills right now. Move, I would have thought, is the answer. Time to believe in Brexit Britain, says the Prime Minister. The Daily Mail, royal secrets revealed in the palm of their hand. Sounds a bit quasi, doesn't it? Theresa May turning on Boris Johnson, the Daily Star. The world's stupidest man. His whole face is tattooed round his eyes, his nose, his mouth, everything. And then he asks the question, because he's a bit thick. Why do you all keep staring at me? Because you look stupid. Okay? Simple as that. The Sun this morning, Kate's call a booty. So she's back to work, going to a school. Hugely tiring, I should imagine. Does she have to cook meals for them? Take them in? No, nothing like that at all. The Guardian. What do anxiety dreams mean? They mean you're anxious. There you go, I've solved the problem for you. Also, Boris Johnson being pushed through the crowd. People queued for up to 4 hours to hear him speak. Was it worth it? Some people think. May versus Johnson for the soul of the Tories is on the eye. Mixed-sex couples win the right to civil partnerships. God, it's so complicated in this country. I must find a civil partnership as quickly as possible. Washing up, 12,000 stay-at-home spouses are arguing over what it's worth. Melania Trump visits a baby clinic in Ghana. Okay. Forced marriage victims get protection after a Times investigation. And the Daily Telegraph, it's Paris Fashion Week. Rivetingly dull and boring. Of no interest to anybody whatsoever, but it does fill up pages and pages. Plus, Cabinet demands May sets a date to quit. Applause outlawed to soothe student anxiety. Do you think students are becoming more stupid as the years go by? And the Dragon's Den giving startups false hope. Many of them, they say, doomed to fail. We're all doomed, as they say.